Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of our Health Coach Summit 2023. Welcome. Now, we had already 2 amazing days. Oh my God, the feedback you guys provided in the chat was wonderful. Thank you so much. And as you know, we do this for you. We do this for all the health coaches out there, whatever field they're in, wherever they work, wherever you trained with. That's a way for us internationally to come together and support and grow our health coaching community. Now, today we have excellent speakers, and one change because Dr. Yamani is traveling and travel difficulties, so we switched with Fiona. So he's speaking at 1 o'clock. You can scroll down to look up the schedule. Again, type into the chat box. We ask your questions to our presenters, and we're here for you. If you need anything, let us know. So our first speaker is wonderful. She's one of the leaders in the field of health coaching, especially functional health coaching. And I want to welcome Dr. Sandra Scheinbaum. Hi, Sandra. How are you?
Hello. It's great to be here.
Oh, it's almost so much fun to have you here. You know, was it a year ago when we talked before that, in your podcast? We were switching podcasts, which was wonderful too. So thanks for being here.
Excited to talk to you.
Now, let me introduce you. So you are an educator, a licensed clinical psychologist for 35 years, one of the pioneers, and I'm really true pioneer to blend health coaching with functional medicine, cognitive behavioral therapy, mind-body medicine, positive psychology. You're author of several books, and one of them I wouldn't mind you talk about that maybe towards the end. One is the functional medicine coaching, but it's also how to give clients skills to stop panic attacks. I think that's really interesting. So thank you for being here again. And you want to talk about how to work with lab testing and stay within the scope of practice for health coaches, which is, we talked about that again a lot in this summit, the scope of practice. And so that, and the lab test, I think, is obviously very much a functional medicine specialty, which is wonderful. So thank you again. We have about 40-minute presentation and then Q&A. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Here we go.
All right. I'm excited to be talking to all of you, and just give me a moment as I pull up my slides and share my screen. All right. So this is a topic that we get so many questions about, and that is, how do you work with lab testing and stay within the coach scope of practice? So let's start out with a little quiz. True, false. What do you think? Health coaches cannot discuss lab results with clients. True or false? Which of the following roles can health coaches not perform? Can they interpret stool testing results? Can they help clients process their emotional reactions to test results? Can they describe what specific tests measure? Can they measure progress, help clients measure progress with lab markers? And then, true or false, health coaches can order labs for their clients if the company is direct to consumer. So we'll see how you did at the end of the talk, because this is what you will learn. What is outside of the coach scope of practice regarding labs? Why health coaches play the most important role in lab testing, and I firmly believe that. How to navigate direct-to-consumer testing and increasingly artificial intelligence-driven results. How to collaborate with clinicians. Let's begin by talking about what is clearly outside the health coach scope of practice regarding labs. Directly ordering tests, having that prescription pad, a requisition order, and you mark down what tests are to be ordered. Recommending specific tests based on specific medical conditions, providing medical interpretation of a test result, and creating a plan of care that are based on those lab results. All of those are outside the scope of practice. You would be acting as a clinician. So I want to preface actually before we go further, and that is if you hold a license that would allow you to order and interpret labs, then what we are talking about would not apply if you have engaged with that individual for clinical services. And so that is the distinction. If you hold that license, that's the highest license you will be held to legally, and you may be able to, again, if that license allows you to go further with labs. If you are not in that category, then you want to clearly communicate, both verbally and in your client agreement in writing, that you are not going to suggest or promote specific labs or test batteries, and that you do not order and interpret labs. When done correctly, coaching about labs really elevates the status of health coaching. And I believe this is just going to grow as we see more coaches working in medical practices, and as well as more direct to consumer labs being available. When done incorrectly, the risk is that you're practicing medicine without a license and guilty of negligence. And of course, there's the first and foremost risk to your client if you interpret a result and you're wrong because you did not go to medical school, you did not get that kind of training to pick out those abnormalities that might be infrequently seen, to see patterns in the data of testing. And so that puts you at risk, it puts your client at risk, and if you are working with doctors, it puts them at risk as well. But I want to repeat, I firmly believe that health coaches play the most important role in lab testing, and that's what we're going to dig into. That you have this incredibly strong partnership that you create with another human being, and as part of that process of interacting with them, you will be exploring all aspects of lab testing. You provide education and guidance on the testing process, and it starts before they even go in for their lab work. You provide information about the measurement process, like what's being measured, how is it being measured, when, what biomarkers, how are they measured? When are they measured? A lot of people do not understand all the different ways that labs can work. How is it assessed? For example, is it finger prick, saliva, urine, a stool sample? So you can provide that information. And this is a biggie. Increase comfort with the testing process. So how to prepare? For example, is it fasting? Some people are taking tons of supplements. Do they stop taking them? What about medications? And then the emotional, mental preparation. You may be worried. Maybe you had an aberrant result when you were tested a year ago, and you're really nervous about what the results are going to show, for example. Again, a bad experience with testing in the past, or maybe it was extremely painful. Maybe they had a hard time finding the vein and you struggled, or you had, after the process of blood draw, you struggled with that. So those are things that people will talk about, and you can ask those kinds of questions. And then being really informed about the collection procedure. So many people don't know about drinking a lot of water. I just did a direct-to-consumer test a few months ago, and we had instructions to drink like so much water, and some people didn't read the instructions and had issues with that. Breathing techniques. Many years ago, I used to do workshops and teaching how to do breathing force. This was self-injection of medication, and found that many people, just the idea of even a finger prick can be something that they are scared about and they've had a past experience with pain. So what kind of breathing technique can you use? And of course, a stool sample can be daunting for many people. So you can talk about that. And then awaiting the results. And often people are frustrated. My husband has an experience. He went to his internist, got labs done, and this is going on like 3 weeks. And he gets an email back from the practice. So here's your results. And they only gave him 2 of the results. And I said, like, what about the other results? Well, he just got this email saying that, one was abnormal, but they didn't actually give him his lab. So you can, while people are awaiting the results, receiving the results, you can provide education that they are in charge of their healthcare and they can ask for those results. They might be getting anxious if it's taking too long. So what's the best way to discuss the results and stay within scope of practice? So this is important. You are communicating the clinician's interpretation. So here's what Dr. X says are the possibilities. This is what it could look like. So you have that conversation with the clinician beforehand. Or if you're talking about an action plan, Dr. X thinks so-and-so would such and such would be a good follow-up action plan based on these results. And it's always a conversation. That's a big distinction that you may, as a coach, always focus on. Your power is in the dialogue between you and your client, the conversation. Whereas if they're meeting with their doctor to interpret the results, or a nurse or a nutrition professional, they're just talking about the results. They may not be checking in with that individual to see their reaction. But you have this conversation and you're asking questions to show that you want to see that people are not misinterpreting, that they're not, again, having an emotional reaction and kind of blocking out everything that's being said. And so we're going to talk more about the importance of this collaboration between you and clinicians. So again, you're exploring their reactions to test results, and there will be a wide range of reactions. And these can be experienced at any stage, before, during the blood draw, during the interpretation, and afterwards. And you can have this conversation about it. So here's just a few that I have seen people experience. Relief, like, oh, yes. Surprise. They're very surprised by a finding. Maybe they've been working really hard with diet and lifestyle change or supplements, and they find that, wait a minute, the marker has even gotten worse. I'm so surprised. Or the opposite, surprised they are seeing a positive results, maybe feeling overwhelmed. You get back a report and you see all this red, all this abnormal findings, and you freak out, confused. What are these things measuring? Frustrated. Again, you've been working hard to change your lifestyle and still these biomarkers are not budging. Anger, sadness, and these are things that you can explore. And again, you are not doing psychotherapy. You are not a therapist. You are not making a psychiatric diagnosis, but these are common emotions that people want to talk about. And it is so therapeutic when they feel heard and understand that these are normal feelings. And then you come up with an action plan for how they can resolve those feelings, and often leading to, as we will discuss, the lifestyle action plan. And this, I find, happens a lot where people are reluctant to discuss these reactions with their doctor, or they just don't have time. Or, like in the case of my husband, he just got an email with the results, and there wasn't even an opportunity to be with that clinician. And so you are filling in that really important gap. And how do you do it? You know how to do it. You're a health coach, and you know these open-ended questions where you ask those questions and people will start talking about it. Like, how do you feel about these results? And then this is really important. You provide guidance and education on the next steps. This is a really important point. abnormal lab values without behavior change are going to likely remain abnormal. Now you are really stepping into the power of the health coach. And you want to say lab results are one snapshot in time. So I've always had issues with elevated fasting blood glucose readings. And then I got a continuous glucose monitor, CGM, and started doing my own tracking and saw that, yeah, that number, that once a year number is just that snapshot. And when I was monitoring 24 hours, I could see that it goes up and down those readings all day long. So lab results do change over time, and it's as a result of lifestyle changes. So the goal in these conversations is that your clients are going to feel empowered to take action. They are informed now, and they feel empowered to start these lifestyle changes. And the important point is that these results are not your destiny, is that you can do something about it. And that's really the power that you have as a health coach. You're coaching behavior change. So you review the treatment plan if they have been referred by a doctor, if you are working in a medical practice. This is a big part of your role, to review that treatment plan. And you're co-creating these lifestyle modifications that are practical, because often they might read about what to do, or the clinician has told them what to do, and they're thinking, I can't do this. This is not going to work for my life at the present time. So you personalize it, and they buy in to success because they're creating the plan. What do you think about this plan if it's been developed by a clinician? Is it realistic and achievable? So test, don't guess, because you can also play a role in helping people track their progress. And that's an important role. Encourage regular retesting. Whether you are having your own coaching business and you have clients, you can talk about retesting and ask them those questions. What are their thoughts about it? And sometimes it could be, if they're doing out-of-pocket testing, and maybe it's a financial issue. And these are things that they may not talk to their doctor about. If you work in a practice, coaches play a big role, and you're acting as the patient advocate as well as the advocate for that practice, to connect with those patients in the practice if they are being remiss in getting their labs redone. So repeated tests, and you can do this whether these are direct to consumer or clinician ordered, you are helping that individual track results. You can make a progress chart and you can show them how things changed. But you're encouraging them to do that process, to them to make that chart and celebrate those changes. So you're monitoring the biomarkers, you're tracking changes. And as I said earlier, this is a wonderful thing, this remote patient monitoring, particularly this continuous glucose monitor. You'll see more and more ways that through wearables where people can track throughout the day, and seeing, for example, what would happen if you took a 10-minute walk after dinner? You look at your reading and then you measure it again after your walk. And it's just astonishing. I've been doing this and I've seen it drop like 30, 40 points just from a walk after you eat. So these are areas where you play such a crucial role, providing education, encouraging them to engage in this tracking of biomarkers. And they're doing it on their own. And the result is they feel really empowered that they're taking charge of their health. So the power of coaching really lies in exploring the reaction to the results, clarifying their desired outcome, like where do they want to be? What do they think would be a good number for them even? And then co-creating that plan that individual feels, yes, I'm ready, I can do this, where you're, as you know, breaking down those big goals into action steps. But let's talk more about this direct-to-consumer testing. This is exploding. And it's cool because people can feel really empowered to make their own choices. Again, it's buyer beware. So you want to ask their motivation. Why do they want to seek out this type of testing? And then you can provide, just as you provide referrals to reputable clinicians, you might refer somebody for psychotherapy and give them names, for example, or nutrition consultations, the same thing, or products that they ask you about. You can vet these companies and help people vet them themselves and provide resources. So you can provide tips to how to evaluate these companies, and you can provide education then. So they're making the informed decisions. You can have a conversation about what's going on here. Like how is the blood collected if it's blood, but it's another type of sample, and how much will they be involved? For example, some doctors don't like using at-home test kits because people don't do it correctly. For example, testing hormones or urine samples, they may just screwed up. And so you want to, again, let them know what's going to be involved. Like certainly with a stool sample, they might not understand what is involved with that. For example, I was told I needed to redo a TSH measure. And so a few days ago, I was online looking at, how am I going to do this? And there was a company that had a finger prick. You can get a full thyroid panel. Well, I kind of don't like finger pricks. I've had bad experiences in the past with that. And I just think, okay, well, I'm just going to do the one where I will go to Quest and have somebody else just do a blood draw. And I questioned, I don't know the accuracy of a finger prick for thyroid versus blood draw. So those are the kind of things you could talk about, and also the expense. Like in this case, the thyroid panel that was a at-home test kit was much more expensive than just going to Quest and have them do that, even though they're both direct to consumer. And then what about the interpretation? So is it AI driven? Is a doctor involved? Some companies do have a clinician involved, and others, you just get the results. I was talking to my daughter, and she just did a test. It was a stool sample, and there's a whole list of recommendations. And she was questioning, like, I don't know, how did they come up with this, that I shouldn't be eating cashews, for example? And so you do your homework and help people. And that's where they may have a sense of what they intuitively think, like, oh yeah, I've never felt good when I've eaten all these nuts. Or they can do their own experiment, do their own elimination diet, for example, if there are these kinds of lifestyle or food recommendations that come back, and you can talk to them about, ultimately, they're the detectives that are going to do that work to say, yeah, I'm going to stop eating this food for 4 weeks, for example, look at how I feel, maybe add them back. And so that's where you are, again, playing a really important role with education. And as you're doing your homework about some of these companies, you can dig into, like, how are these results generated, and also helping people understand the results. Because this is growing. It's not going away. It's only going to get much, much more, much stronger, and we'll see it more and more. But there are challenges. So people often are really confused when they get these results. And this is a biggie, that someone can really underinterpret or overinterpret results. So they may conclude that something's really wrong with them. And there's a real danger of self-diagnosis and self-treatment. So they're gonna, and I've done this myself. I get lab results back. You're on Google. What does it mean when this is something in let's say it's a standard panel, like a metabolic panel? and you're looking at the ratio, for example, like Bun and, all those common assessments, and you go online and pretty soon you think, oh no, I have kidney disease, or, so you're freaking out and you're going on these sites and reading and self-diagnosing and self-interpreting. This happens a lot. People have stopped, decreased medications. For example, supplements, they're online, they read about a certain supplement, or they decide to stop a supplement or make drastic lifestyle diet changes, again, based on their self-diagnosis. And they are now treating something that they may not fully understand. So they're being their own doctor. This is where coaches can really help with that. They can provide this education. First, they're translating results into language that people understand. And very important that they're talking about so many factors that can impact test results. My example of fasting glucose. Well, I know that when I go to Quest to get a blood draw, I'm always really on edge. And it's when I was tracking through a CGM monitor, I saw that, oh, this is not the pattern that I would typically have in terms of where my glucose readings would be throughout the day. Well, on the morning that I was going to get my results, and this was one where I was getting 100 tests done for a functional medicine evaluation. And so it was reading much higher. So that's something that you could really help people understand, that stress would play a role in glucose, for example. So again, educate them about, even give examples of how people have misinterpreted results when they just rely on Dr. Google. And so very important, you're helping them reduce unnecessary stress and worry. What else is so important for your role as a coach? You are not alone. So let's talk about the power of collaboration. It's really important to understand, to see that direct-to-consumer testing, it's here, it's not going away, and it's great. It's great that people can just go online, they can order tests, they can do these increasingly at-home test kits, and they're just going to get more accurate and easier, but it doesn't replace guidance from a licensed healthcare provider. And so this is something that you can really cultivate relationships with people that are clinicians, that are licensed providers. I see a big role for you as a health coach. You are the crucial bridge of communication. You are the one, whether you're working directly in a medical practice or whether you are running your own coaching business, you have a network of licensed providers that you collaborate with. And you can guide people to seek out, if they're unhappy with their provider, you can help them find someone who meets their needs. So why is this so important? It's really important to have this coordination where everybody is on the same page. So you're going to encourage consulting with a personal physician. But again, they might say, like in my husband's case, getting no attention. And he just got this email back saying metabolic panel abnormal. Well, you need to go into the office, go there in person and say, I want my test results. And if you're frustrated, and many people are with their practitioner, and you can encourage them or have that dialogue, what they want to do. Do they want to stay? If they want to stay, how can they communicate with the practice? Perhaps as a coach, you can intervene, or you can help them provide resources. You can help them vet other practitioners. Because this is a big one. People may fear disapproval or dismissal if they are getting tests on their own from their primary care practice. I have been talking to a lot of friends recently because there is a new company that is doing direct consumer. It's still in testing, but it is a complete battery of functional medicine tests. And the response I've gotten is, well, my internist is going to be upset. Like he does the testing for me once a year. Another question I get is, will my internist be able to interpret these results? Someone just asked me that yesterday. Like, I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to get all of these tests done if I can't just go back to my internist. If he doesn't understand the test, what good would that be? So a lot of concern, especially if you have clients who've had a long relationship with their doctor. And so they're relying on their doctor, and they may fear disapproval or be very reticent to go outside of that practice to get testing done on their own. But you can, again, you're having this conversation, and you can refer them to specialists. So you can talk to them about functional and integrative medicine providers. Again, you are not advocating for this, because it's so important. This is client-centered. Your views are not what matters. It's what the client wants. So if you have a client, they're happy with their doctor, you may think, oh, this person is not getting good service, or they would really benefit from a full panel of labs and they could do it on their own. But if that client doesn't want to go there, they're not ready, then that is something that would not be appropriate for you to go further and try to convince them. You have these open-ended question processes that they are going to often arrive at that conclusion by themselves. And that's what the beauty of coaching, because they're now feeling empowered. Yes, I've had it with my doctor. What do you think? Can you provide me with some resources for others? So even if you're going to recommend, if you are hearing somebody who is having some mental health concerns, it would not be saying, I want you to work with a therapist, for example. It's through that questioning process where you bring it up. And it could be then, if you really feel like this is serious, then you would say, may I make a suggestion? And that is certainly appropriate as a coach, but you are always asking permission before you provide your opinion. So when clinicians, coaches, test companies, and consumers work together, this collaboration offers such a good chance for people to learn about their health, create actionable modification, and stick to them. So positive health outcomes. And that's my belief about direct-to-consumer testing, that you're not leaving out the clinician, you are playing the most important role, and you are vetting test companies, and you are helping these consumers to make good choices. And every step of the process, you are involved. Again, before they make the decision, when they're deciding what they're going to do when they're ordering tests, and then afterwards when they get the results. So just in summary, clinicians directly order tests. They provide the medical interpretation, and they create the plan of care. And look at your role. Educate, coordinate, collaborate. It is equal. It is huge. And I just want to say something about when coaches think they can order and interpret labs. They want to do it because they think this will grow my business. It's a great source of income. And I've seen direct-to-consumer lab companies pitching their company to health coaches. And well, it's okay. We have a doctor who's signing off, so it's in scope of practice. The result of that, and I've seen it so many times, we have doctors who come to us, they want to hire health coaches, and they say, first and foremost, I want to go on their website. I want to make sure that they are not ordering labs and interpreting labs. I've had doctors in private conversations with me say, I went to medical school. This is what we do. I've also had doctors say to me, I can't tell you, Sandy, how many times I have had my patients come to me and they have some medical condition or a number of medical conditions, and they have started some treatment or they have some understanding of what's going on with them, and they are totally off base. What happens is this doctor will say, well, who told you this? How did you get these? Who interpreted these results? Oh, a health coach. My health coach told me this was what was going on and said I should do this, this, and this, often involving supplements. And on many occasions, I have doctors say, this person was one step away from having to go to the ER because the health coach didn't know how to pick out a pattern that was in the test results that was showing a very serious medical condition, a rare condition, for example. So that is why I think, in many reasons, you, again, as I've said earlier, for the health of your client, for you legally, as well as your reputation amongst providers, that's your lifeblood. You want to have referrals and you want to be well respected. You will be respected when you collaborate, when you say to clients that I have great people that can, if they don't have a provider, or they've said that they want to change, you can, or if you make that suggestion to work with let's say a functional medicine provider, when you have that collaborative relationship, it goes far. So coaches engage in impactful conversations to help people mentally and emotionally process the test findings. That is huge because it results in greater understanding and comfort with all aspects of lab testing. And here's your secret sauce. You utilize these lab results to support client self-efficacy and guide the personalized action steps that lead to significant health improvements. That is why you have the most important role. You are the ones who are guiding people to make those changes where they're going to get that retesting and they're going to be thrilled. Wow, look at my triglycerides went down, and they're going to see these changes, and it'll be because of your relationship with them. So let's go back to that quiz. What do you think? Health coaches cannot discuss lab results with clients. True or false? Well, that's false. You absolutely can discuss lab results. You can answer their questions. What you don't do is have that conversation with them where you're looking at the lab results and I think this is abnormal. This is this shows this is out of range. This shows that and therefore this is how it relates to this on your profile. So you are not making those specific interpretations. You can provide the education though. So which of the following roles can health coaches not perform? Interpret stool testing, help clients process emotional reactions to results, describe what specific tests measure progress with lab measures. So what they cannot perform is A. They would not directly look at, let's say they did a direct to consumer stool testing, and you look at that and you say, oh, you have something, this is, this pattern shows that you need to do this, this, and this. Or you have, some parasite and you are telling them directly that's what's going on. Absolutely. This is one of your most important roles is B, to help them process the emotional reactions. You're not doing therapy, psychotherapy when you do that. You are listening to them and you are helping them accept those feelings and then look at what would be the next step in terms of taking action steps and just have a conversation. For just listening and have people describe how they feel is very therapeutic. Describe what specific tests measure. Absolutely. You can provide education to say this measures this measures that, but you are not then giving those specific, like in your case, this is what it means. And measure progress. Yes, you can be pointing out a change and encouraging the client to do that process themselves, to measure their process and progress. And particularly, you can, if they're using a wearable like a continuous glucose monitor, it's a great way where they can track those changes throughout the day, like if they took a walk after dinner, for example. True and false. Health coaches can order labs for their clients if the company is direct to consumer. That is false. See it as no difference between having labs where you go to your doctor and they write the requisition order, or it is direct to consumer where the individual goes online and orders and pays for the test. You can provide resources. You can say these are 3 companies that are really reputable. You can also talk to the you can tell them that they can do it. So you can walk through with them the process of ordering direct to consumer tests, but you would not be the one who goes online and shows people, here's the test and this is what I'm going to order for you. That's why it's direct to consumer. So again, in closing, health coaches are the key to a successful lab testing process.
Hi, Sandra. Thank you so much. As always, very deep, super informative, and we got a lot of questions, which you can imagine, right? Because it's a new topic, something that a lot of people are interested in. And by the way, Magdalena is in here, our co-host from yesterday. She's hosting. She probably has a few questions later on too. Hi, Magdalena.
Hi.
Good to see you back.
Sandra. Thank you.
So a couple of questions that are how do I say? They are related to, the interpretation of the data. Because as we all know, and as you said, they can vary. They can fluctuate a lot. There's a medical version, which I have happened a few times, like a doctor told me, it's all fine. And then my natural, holistic, functional practitioner said, no, there's an imbalance here and there, right? How do you deal with that? And maybe the second question, who's a licensed provider that actually can interpret this correctly?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So that would be a perfect example where you would have a conversation with someone about their openness to seeing a different provider or somebody. So first you would have the education if they want it. It's always client-centered. So you don't push it on them. If they are totally happy with the results that their conventional doctor gave them, you may if it's appropriate, the right time, they are open to it, you have that conversation. But if you go in with that prejudgment, that doctor doesn't know what they're talking, why would they, this poor person is getting these results, they're thinking that they are fine, but they need to be in the optimal range. Then it is compromising the relationship of being where that individual is maybe not ready. They're fine. They're happy with their results. And so, but as you have that relationship grow with that individual, you can, in the conversation, talk about, just plant that seed. But again, it's always through questioning. It's not about you. It's not like I think, because you could be wrong. And so, it is to guide people to perhaps have a second opinion.
Another question, lab tests are usually not covered by insurance, and practitioners don't know what they are and how to interpret. So basically self-pay, talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so direct to consumer would be self-pay. And though an example that comes to mind is Dr. Terry Walls, who worked for many years in the VA, a noted functional medicine physician. And she didn't really do much testing. It was lifestyle change. She got great results. She didn't recommend these expensive batteries of functional medicine testing for people. Also, now more and more is covered through insurance. So that's another role of the coach, to help those people to check out what could be covered. Or there are some tests that are just within the standard panel that will do the job. They don't need to spend thousands of dollars often.
Okay, we had that, which I think, but let me say it again. What if there's a conflict between the AI, especially AI test results, and clinicians' interpretation? How would a coach deal with that?
Yeah. What I would do is, first of all, ask that client, what are their thoughts about it? Look, this says, if let's assuming you're talking about the results, and does this fit for you? Or, what do you think? What are your thoughts on that? And depending on what that AI-driven recommendation is. So for example, if it's something like you may have a problem with oxalates. This actually happened to my daughter with the stool testing results. It was, I think that this particular company had stool testing and blood work as well. And so the recommendation was avoid oxalates. It had a whole listing, spinach, for example. And so she was satisfied with that. She was going to remove these foods and see the difference, maybe get retested. And so if it's that situation for your client, then yeah, if they wanted to do that. But let's say the AI-driven results are something that would be like a medical intervention. That's where you would want to have them go back to their clinician to have that conversation.
One more question, and then Magdalena, if you want to jump in. Did you see a difference between what we do as health coaches, use our lifestyle medicine-based principles, evidence-based principles, protocols, skills, with or without using a lab test? Meaning, and I don't know if there's any research out there, right? Does it make a difference, or are the results kind of like the same?
Yeah. So going back to Dr. Wall's example, she didn't use this. These were people in the VA, and she got great results by focusing on lifestyle. And I think that sometimes, yes, tests don't guess, but we can get too dependent. And if anyone's had the experience of going to their personal physician and they don't even look at you, all they're doing is looking at the lab results. And so there are many things that can change, and it's a sense of, do you have energy? Are you waking up feeling rested? You can have focus on sleep, for example, with clients, and create great changes. And so you don't have to go the lab route. And so that is also a conversation with your clients. Again, that thought of going through this whole testing process and waiting for the results and seeing the results can create more stress and backfire. So it is really personalized. Then you might have somebody who's data-driven, who really likes to see the numbers and track changes. So you would have a different approach with that person.
Magdalena, you have some more questions?
Yes, there is. So just based on health coaches, especially lifestyle health coaching, we support the lifestyle. That's basically what we can do for our clients. So based on the lab results, the lifestyle is really great for the coaches to support based on is that what you're saying, basically supporting the client based on their results?
Yes. Abnormal lab results, 9 times out of 10, will change when they embark on a lifestyle change process.
Yeah. So that's really good, because I think so many complex test results can be so complex, especially the functional medicine. So the client can bring it to the coach and they can put an action plan like you've suggested.
Absolutely. And if the results are complex, they don't understand what's being measured. For example, it's something like the functional medicine, like methylmalonic acid, those organic acid. What does that mean? Most practitioners don't even know what that means. But if you are a health coach, you can you can talk about what that means. But then it always leads to that continued conversation about the feeling empowered to take that action step to have an impact on these markers.
Yeah. One last question, Johannes, for Sandra, is it out of scope of practice for coaches to at least understand some of the lab results, the mainstream ones, so they can put it in?
Yes. It is absolutely not out of scope to have your own education. I want to be really clear. The example I always use was when I was working as a clinical psychologist. I had to understand psychopharmacology, and it was part of the licensing exam in Illinois for psychologists. A whole section was about drugs and drug interactions, antidepressant medications, SSRI, what's the mechanism of action. We had to learn all that and study for the licensing exam. Even though our scope of practice, our license as a psychologist, did not include ordering medications and interpreting medication results.
Thank you.
There's one more question, which is kind of interesting. What's the optimal range for lab results? I'm kind of laughing a little bit because it's a big field, right?
Yeah. So you'll see when you get back results, it says, there's an abnormal reading, and the optimal range varies on each test. So for example, hemoglobin A1C, or let's take fasting glucose. We've been talking about that a lot. So 99, if you're 100, then you're going to get a red when you get your labs back. If you are 99, you won't. But a lot of doctors, functional medicine doctors, think you should be in the 80s. You should be, not over 90. So it varies. A lot of different interpretations of what's optimal. And that's why as coaches, you don't want to get into saying this is not optimal for you, because they constantly change. You need to be so aware of the medical literature.
I had this thought, can we cheat the test results by just eating 7 days before we have a test result really well, do all our lifestyle changes to the max, and then we go to test and they're coming back really, really good?
You can, but I think it would be more difficult to do that. But yeah.
I'm joking, but I kind of not, it could be even a motivation, right? For people to, I think the message that you said is super important, that it does fluctuate a lot.
Yes, it's a snapshot of time in time. And that's a big message that as a coach, you can help people with, letting them really just that's wonderful education to help that sense of overwhelm when you just look at these results and you don't know what to make of them. And you think, oh, I'm so sick, what's wrong? And everyone's going online to see. Now they're self-diagnosing and self-treating. That's the biggest role.
What's your take on the AI? Because I think what's going to happen in this summer, we don't talk a lot about it yet, but I think next year we will probably. That because to me, AI requires a lot of funds. Big corporation going to come in to use AI because AI is expensive, right? We can't use AI in a way a big corporation can, because it's expensive to integrate. And so they probably want to take over a lot of that market, so to speak. What's your perception there?
Yeah, so I actually just had an article for Forbes about AI replacing coaching, and I don't think it'll ever replace this human-to-human interaction, this heart-centered interaction. But we can learn to use it. It's revolutionary. It is as big as the invention of the internet. And so to stay informed, and particularly regarding labs, to know that this is going to continue. It will just grow more and more sophisticated, and increasingly in the medical community, they're already using it, and we'll see this grow more and more. So stay informed and know that I see everything as being able to the effect will be you can be a better health coach and grow your reach as a result.
Thank you again so much, Sandra. Last message for our audience.
Yeah, don't be scared of labs. And respect. It's the power of staying in your lane. It is your scope of practice to be the one who is helping people through every step of the results or the testing process. And so you don't fear it, but also know clearly what you can and cannot do.
Thank you again so much, Sandra. It's always wonderful to talk to you, your wisdom, your experience. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We're going to be back in about 2 minutes with our next speaker. Type into your chat box, say thank you to Sandra. And if you have other questions, let me know. We're going to be back in, 2 minutes. Here we go. I think we're back. Yes, are we back? Yes, we are live. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Let me just ask everyone, type in the chat box quickly. Where you from? How you doing? How you enjoy the summit so far? Day 3 today. We've got a lot planned. Again, we have an amazing speaker now. We have Dr. Yamani switched from Sunday to today. So don't miss that. Scroll down to on that page and basically look at the schedule. Another thing quickly, if you're on Twitter, like us on Twitter, follow us on Twitter, because our podcast, we're going to have a lot over the next year. We basically move our podcast to Twitter. Because the cool thing is with Twitter Spaces, if you have ever done that, it's really cool. It's audio, right? But you can chat, you can engage, ask questions. It's really fun. And I think Twitter is going to grow a lot. And so we're moving everything to Twitter. And love for you to be part of it. I post the links in here in a minute. So our next speaker is founder of Embody Change Coaching, an American College of Lifestyle Medicine diplomat, national board certified, coaching faculty, part of a coaching faculty, a writer, certified yoga teacher, mind body teacher, and an amazing coach. And what I love, she's going to talk about the high level performance, peak performance aspect of coaching, which I think is so important and a great topic. So welcome, Kathleen. Kathleen Jones, how are you? Welcome back.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Johanna.
Good to see you.
Yes.
Good to see you. Very good. So, yeah, so love to hear your take on the peak performance, high level performance aspect, which I guess is not just corporate, right? But it addresses every aspect of industries and so on. So 40 minutes roughly of Q&A at the end.
Yep. Got it.
Here we go. Have fun.
Yeah, thank you. Let me share my screen here. Need a moment to grab that. Welcome, everyone. Hello, hello. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
And hear me, hopefully?
Yes, all good.
Yeah, well, thank you for the warm introduction. It's been an amazing few days. I've caught most of the sessions, and I'm just so impressed, and just happy to be part of this community, part of this movement. So I'll add one kind of fun thing to my bio that you shared, Johannes, is that yeah, I've done some things professionally. The thing that I've done most recently in my personal life is at age 60, I started a rock band called Serpentine, which has been a lot of fun. And it's in some ways, like, why would I start it now and not when I was in my 20s or 30s? And it has a lot to do with what I want to say about high level performance. So just a little bit about my fascination with this topic is that it really came about because of my own performance anxiety, and some of you might resonate with that. I mentioned, why am I playing music now and not earlier in my life? I did a little bit earlier in my life, but I had such performance anxiety that it wasn't very much fun, and it's stressful when you struggle with that. I'll share another story, or a story, that when I was teaching in a medical residency, I had just started. I was out of graduate school for a year or two. I just started teaching in this family medicine physicians, and I was scheduled to do my first lecture. I had to do a lecture each month, and I was so anxious that I prepared, I practiced, and I didn't sleep at all the night before. Stayed up the entire night, kind of going through the talk in my head over and over with the underlying story that I don't think at the time I was aware of, but I'm not up for this, I'm not ready for this, like, how the heck, why the heck am I here, how did I get here? So a lot of just, again, so many interfering thoughts. And of course, when I came in the next morning and gave the talk, I'm doing my best to stay calm, to seem calm, even though underneath I'm really terrified. But I notice as I'm maybe about 5 minutes into my talk that one of the doctors has nodded off. She's in her chair, sound asleep, and I think she slept through the whole entire talk, which I realized later is really common with medical residents, especially at that time in the late 80s, because their schedules were just insane. They were all sleep deprived. But also the topic, I think, wasn't, it was behavioral risk factors, I think. So maybe not all that exciting, but I hope that doesn't happen today. And if it does, I hope that you all aren't on camera if you nod off. So we'll try to keep it interesting though. But that's where I was, those years ago. And I've learned a lot. And again, my fascination with this topic is that there are strategies, there are things that we can engage, practices that we can engage that really support high-level performance, and whatever that might be for you, whatever that might be for your clients. You might not think of yourself as a high-performance coach, and I just want to say that most every client wants to be at their best. They want to be the best possible parent. They want to start their own business. Maybe they're recovering from surgery and they just want to regain the parts of their lives that maybe have been put on hold. So these are the kinds of things that are really powerful motivators. These are the kinds of things that drive a person. And this quote, really appreciate from Sir John Whitmore, one of the founders of coaching. We're unlocking a person's potential to maximize their own performance. So we all want to do the things that we love. Not only do we want to do the things that we love, we want to do them well. So that's really the premise of this next hour. We want to be an extraordinary coach, parent, partner, a master gardener, whatever it might be. We want to do it well. And there's, as you had said, Johannes, this isn't limited to the corporate world. It's not limited to athletic performance or artistic performance. It can be in any realm of life. We all want to do our best, feel our best. I'm a big fan of Stephen Kotler. Some of you might be familiar with his work, but he describes how a diamond is only formed under extreme pressure. So high performance in many ways is the result of really continuing to challenge ourselves, to put that kind of pressure on ourselves, and to be really clear about what it is that we want to do well, and to recognize that we are capable of so much more than we realize. We say more about that later. We truly are capable of the extraordinary. So this next hour is not only a chance for you to relate this to coaching, to work with clients, but also for you to explore it for yourself. So I invite you to think about, where in your life do you want to perform at a high level? Maybe type that into the chat window. Where in your life do you want to perform at a high level? Where do you really want to excel? And see if I can see the chats. I don't know if I can see those, but please share with one another, like, where in your life are you wanting to perhaps perform at a higher level? And I'll be asking questions related to that along the way. So if you're joining the recording later on, you might grab a pen and paper, grab your journal, so that you can take some notes. But that's that first question, is on a personal level in your own life. Maybe it's as a coach, maybe it's something else. We'll be relating that, whatever it is that you are considering in your own life, to these principles. And, I think there are probably more than these. These are just the 10 that I think are foundational. So, and we'll go through these one by one and really just touch on each of them, because we don't have a lot of time to go into great depth with any of them. But as coaches, I imagine they'll sound familiar to you. So first, clarity around what you're after and why. Where do you want to perform well? The question that I just asked you. Focus. So really managing distraction, getting good at putting our time and attention to that thing, those things that we really want to do. The concept of deliberate practice, you might be familiar with that. Flow. Harnessing strengths, harnessing your individuality. enlisting support, managing emotions and energy, and then practicing self-care. I want to mention too that there is a worksheet with these and a bit more. Let me see if I can put that into the chat window. Some of you might have already downloaded that, but I'll put that into the chat so that you can see that. It's on the Health Coach Summit website. So let's talk about clarity. Clarity is not as easy as it might seem. A lot of our clients don't often know they don't always know what they want. And that's a big part of what we do as coaches, is helping a person get really clear on what it is they want, who they want to become, what inspires them, what lights them up. And sometimes our clients and we ourselves have a sense of what it is that we want, but it might be a bit vague. So I'll give you an example. I want to be an excellent teacher. And so that could mean that I'm an expert in the subject matter. It could mean that I'm highly entertaining, that I'm really good at telling jokes, telling stories. And for me, that isn't exactly the kind of teacher that I would, that fits for me. So for me, it's more about creating experiences for the learners that are really personalized, that are inspiring, and that ultimately are transformative. So that's what I aspire to. So think about what you wrote in the chat box a few minutes ago, maybe what you're thinking, what you wrote down on your paper or journal, and think about, is there a bit more clarity that you might bring in, a bit more specificity to what that really means for you? These are some questions that we might ask of our clients, the same that I just asked you. Also doing maybe even a bit of visualizing. I think it was it Mark that led us through the visualization yesterday around being our best selves. So we might, perhaps that's something that you could bring in with your clients. We can ask them, tell me more, when you're performing at a high level in that area that you mentioned, what's that look like? What does that feel like? And on the worksheet that I mentioned, there is a visualization exercise if it's something that you want to use with yourself, with your clients. The power of visualizing, I think, goes without saying, but it's a way of projecting ourselves into the future. We're vividly imagining what it is that we want to do. We're imagining that we're already there, that we've already arrived. We're imagining ourselves doing it well. And when we do that, we're laying down the neural pathways that pave the way. And the reason this is so powerful, or one reason it's so powerful, is because when it comes to high performance, there's so much related to our beliefs about ourselves and our identity, who we think of ourselves as. We tend to base that on who we've been and what we've done in the past. We have a harder time, again, projecting out to what's possible for us ahead. So it's something, again, as coaches, we can help a person look forward and think about what they're capable of, what they really want, what that will feel like, and who they need to be in order to make that happen. And we'll say a little bit more about that when we talk about strengths. We could start with these kinds of questions if you're working with your client around performing at a high level. You could start with these questions. You could also use a wheel of life, some form. This is just one example, but it might be helpful for them to look at different areas of their life in a really broad sense to figure out where it is they want to perform well. This brings us to the second point, which is sometimes we might say, I want to perform well in everything, and that may be true, but without focus, without deciding like what is most important, we can sometimes get a little bit lost. So not only do we need the clarity about what it is that we want and what we want to do well, we also need to bring our attention, bring our energy to that. There's a book that maybe some of you have read that has this image. The book is Essentialism. I don't know if you can see that in the view there, by Greg McKeown. I really like this image that he has where, when our energy is going out in all these different directions in that circle on the left, it only can go out so far. It's hard to really excel or attain mastery in a whole bunch of areas. And that when we focus our energy, maybe there's more than one, maybe there's two or a couple, but it allows us to go farther, much farther. We're able to reach higher levels. And he talks in his book about the art of deliberate subtraction, which is, what can we say no to? What can we take away? So that might be another question for yourself, is what might you need to say no to in order to really focus in on the things that matter most? And I love this statement from Jack Kornfield, that in every single moment you choose where to place your attention, whether to engage with life in a more conscious way, and whether to align with and live into your highest self. So it's a choice that we make. That focus is important too, because it brings us to this third point, which is deliberate practice. This is based on the work of Anders Ericsson, who is no longer with us, but he researched and wrote about this concept of deliberate practice, which is different than what we think of as ordinary practice. And it's different in the sense that, let's say that you're learning a song on the piano, and one way of practicing might be to just simply play the song over and over and over, as best you can each time. What happens, though, oftentimes is we stumble over the same parts of the song every time. And so, in effect, we're practicing the mistakes. We're almost like hardwiring those mistakes in. And so deliberate practice is different in that it might entail taking the song apart and taking that 30-second section, whatever, that we tend to stumble over, and practicing that, maybe at first really, really slowly, so that we're not making mistakes, and then getting it back up to tempo. So that might be an example of deliberate practice. And it's again a different way of practicing. It's not just mindless repetition. And it's sometimes hard to imagine or envision what deliberate practice might look like in other realms. But I'll give an example with coaching. Let's say you want to be a coach who is able to evoke new insights, to create awareness, those aha moments with your clients. So what would that deliberate practice be? And, it could be a number of things, but it could be maybe taking notes in such a way that doesn't detract from the flow, but that allows you to recall and to circle back to something that was said that might, evoke an insight. It might mean that you're able to remind clients of how far they've come over time, the big steps, small steps that they've taken that they may have forgotten or not be aware of. Might mean offering information or education in a way that's really concise, and that invites the client's own ideas, their own thoughts. So it's more of a springboard for brainstorming, really. So you might think about, in the area that you identified where you want to perform at a high level, what would deliberate practice look like? What might that be? What would be one practice that would really pull you, be transformative, pull you to a new level? Just as a quick recap of deliberate practice again. There's spent a lot more time on this, and you might want to, there's lots you could read about if you're interested to learn more. But these are 4 steps. Deliberate practice is to set a stretch goal, because the challenge is built in. We always want to have goals be a little bit of a stretch, not so much that they're anxiety provoking and unattainable, but we want to have some challenge built in. There's this sense of full concentration and effort, which also relates to flow, which we'll talk about in a moment. But there's this intensity where relates to focus as well. We're not distracted. We're 100% in when we're practicing. There's often immediate and informative feedbacks in whatever form that might take. So we're continually looking for ways that we can improve, and then repeating that with reflecting, refining. Just keep on working until you meet that stretch goal, and then when you meet it, choosing a new stretch goal. So I think this was mentioned, I think it was Ingrid mentioned the 1% better every day in her session. And yeah, so deliberate practice might just pull us forward the smallest amount, but it's that consistency and that persistence that leads toward this path of mastery. We want to celebrate, not only track, but really celebrate those positive steps along the way. Again, one of the things that we as coaches can help our clients recognize, even those tiny steps. So deliberate practice sometimes involves a ritual. There might be something, maybe it's something that pulls us into the right mindset for whatever it is that we're about to do. And rituals are so powerful. Sometimes they're reminders. They often can bring more focus, more intensity, again, set us up in the right mindset. It might be all kinds of things can be rituals. It might be a particular space. Maybe you want to really focus your time and energy on writing. So maybe you have a certain space and environment that you write in. Maybe there's with coaching, maybe you have a mantra or some kind of something that you say to yourself before you meet with a client. Maybe it's some kind of movement. Maybe it's a particular song, so those, sometimes it's something like a bracelet or just a reminder of some sort. So I'm curious, what rituals do you use or might you use in your own life? And it's something, again, that we can conversation with our clients, how they might bring more ritual to whatever it is that they're hoping to do. So flow is another just fascinating concept that relates to high performance. We know that flow states help people reach peak performance. Flow, I imagine, as coaches, you're all familiar with it. But if not, it's that state of complete absorption where we have this sense of oneness with whatever it is that we're doing. We're highly engaged. We are all in, so 100% in. There's this sense of heightened attention, heightened awareness. Time sometimes either seems to stand still or go really quickly, or both. It's a just a really interesting place to be. And in coaching, you might have experienced moments of flow. And one of the things, and maybe you've experienced in other ways, I cannot see the chat, unfortunately. I'm not sure why. Maybe I'm not pulling it up, but I would love to hear, where in your life do you experience flow? And how might that fit with where it is that you're wanting to perform at a high level? So share with one another. And one of the things that really disrupts flow states is being too much in our heads. And that's why the deliberate practice, going back to that, is so necessary. Because when we practice again and again and again and again, the process becomes more automated, so it frees us up. So we're not having to think about it so much. In coaching, as an example, if we're too caught up in thinking about like, what strategy should I use here? What question should I ask next? What stage of readiness is this client in, and what are the, what am I supposed to say in that stage? There's those kinds of things, especially with student coaches. I notice that they get so much in their heads, and I think we've all done that, and we've probably all felt how that pulls us out of flow. So as much as we can to practice until we reach that point where we're able to kind of relax the thinking or set the thinking aside, or so it's not in the foreground of our awareness. And that allows us then to be more in the moment and in the flow. So Csikszentmihalyi is the founder of Flow, and sadly no longer with us, but he said it's not enough to be happy to have an excellent life. The point is to be happy while doing things that stretch our skills, that help us grow and fulfill our potential. So he studied people around the globe and asked them about not only when they felt their best, but when they were performing at their best. And so he studied chess players and surgeons and dancers and people in all walks of life. And what he found in his research is that people felt and performed at their best when they were in this state that he called flow. So this is a point that I think is really interesting, that flow is a magnet for mastering new skills and challenges. And I bet you've all experienced that in some way in your own life. Mountain biking as an example, there's something about being in a flow state that is so engaging that we just want to keep doing it. So mountain biking as an example, it's so dang fun that we're without really even perhaps a lot of planning, we're just getting better because we're so engaged that we're in that state where we're just continually learning. So one of the things that we know is that high performers are often not only in flow states, but also able to activate flow states. So again, we're just touching on some of these concepts, but we can activate flow states by setting clear goals, again, clarity around what it is that we're trying to do, by eliminating distractions, so by focus, building in challenge, which again is part of deliberate practice, and we have to really enjoy it. So that maybe goes without saying, but it ideally it's something that we that is meaningful and enjoyable. So we can learn to activate flow states. So let's move on to number 5 is strengths. Again, as coaches, I would imagine that you are well aware of how much strengths are part of the work that we do, both strength spotting and also strengths development. And to help our clients really recognize those ways that they are extraordinary, and we might associate certain strengths with high performance. It might be confidence, it might be discipline, might be tenacity. I know there's some research with leaders where the strength of decisiveness is associated with high performance, also the ability to think about the future. So, different strengths might come in different situations. Sometimes the strength needed might be simply forgiving ourselves, because if we're continuing to challenge ourselves, there are going to be moments when we just fall on our face, moments where we're embarrassed or whatever it might be. So sometimes the strength is self-forgiveness, self-compassion. So again, strengths are really situational. They are also intimately connected with our beliefs about ourselves. We might think, I'm not good with technology. I'm not good with money. I'm not an artist. I'm not an athlete. I'm not an entrepreneur. I certainly have had, many years of these kinds of statements. Maybe you recognize some of these in yourself, some other statements. One of mine is that I'm not ready. I'm not ready for this. I hardly ever do I feel ready to do whatever it is I'm about to do. But we can become aware of those, and that awareness is empowering. And when we're working with clients, with ourselves as well, we want to be aware of these. And sometimes we might even counter these kind of statements. I'll say more about that in a minute. But as I mentioned earlier, we tend to base our identity on who we've been in the past, what we've done in the past, not what we're capable of. It's really difficult to think of ourselves in a more expansive way, especially with these kind of beliefs in place. So by bringing awareness and just noticing, what is that self-talk? What's going on beneath the surface? It's like kind of like shining a light on them. And then we can say, well, wait a minute, let me just go to this next slide. We can bring in a growth mindset. I haven't mastered this technology yet. Carol Dweck kind of statement that adding the word yet, maybe I haven't fully developed my creativity yet. So we can actively counter those self-limiting beliefs. Again, adopting a growth mindset. And as coaches, I don't think I need to explain that. That's something that I imagine you all do. That mindset, though, of potential and possibilities, and that we're capable of growing and learning and expanding. That was talked about in the session yesterday on evolving into our best coaching self, creating a more expansive sense of who we are. This last point on this slide where it says perhaps adopting an alter ego, I wanted to mention another book that I've been reading, still reading this one. It's called Alter Ego by Todd Herman. And this has been a really fun book, and something that I don't hear talked about much in coaching. I don't think I've heard it talked about at all in coaching, but it's that idea that sometimes it's hard to see ourselves in a certain way. It's hard for our clients to imagine themselves in a certain way, but that we can find an alter ego to step into in that moment. So instead of trying to change ourselves, we can find an alter ego who, in this case, the alter ego is maybe fearless, confident, strong, powerful. Maybe our alter ego is playful, creative and playful and open, really open and lighthearted. And, we choose those qualities, and we can choose an embodiment of that. Just an example in this book that he mentions is that Beyonce was initially, I think, had just a hard time being on stage and fully expressive in the way that she wanted to be. So she created this character that she named Sasha Fierce. That helped her when she stepped into that character. She was able to be a lot more confident, a lot more expressive. So, and then there was a point in her career where she said she didn't need Sasha Fierce anymore. Beyonce had expanded her identity to, no longer need the alter ego. But again, it's a way of expanding our identity, of personifying those qualities that we want to inhabit in our own lives. So And sometimes you might have more than one alter ego. Maybe there's one that let's say you're managing a team at work and you're leading team meetings. Maybe there's a leader that you found inspirational, and you might channel them when you're leading that meeting. And when you're playing with your kids, it's, not going to be that same alter ego. So I'm curious if maybe some of you are already typing in the chat. Be just fun to see, like, what do any of you use alter ego as a tool? And if so, if you're willing to share, like, who is your alter ego? And again, maybe there's more than one. It's a kind of fun. It's a fun book for sure, and I think a tool that we can bring to our clients. That relates to another fascinating area of study of individuality. You've, I imagine, seen and heard this quote from Martha Graham, that there's a vitality, a life force, an energy that's translated through you into action. Because there's only one of you, and all time this expression is unique. So this is being studied at the Laboratory for the Science of Individuality at the Harvard Graduate School of Education. And the director of the laboratory is Todd Rose. And he's written this book called Dark Horse, and has written articles. And again, they're researching how individuality propels us toward what it is that we want to achieve. And this quote is from Todd Rose, that most research asks the question, what's the best way to achieve success? But instead, we can ask, what's the best way for you to achieve success? With the recognition that whatever it is that sets a person apart, whatever it is that makes you unique, whatever it is that makes your clients unique, and there's, probably multiple qualities that come together to create that uniqueness, multiple strengths and qualities and passions. But those are what will propel you forward. So this quote where he says, figure out what motivates you and stay close to that. Knowing who you are and knowing what really motivates you and making choices off that makes all the difference in the world. So the idea that sometimes we try so hard to fit into a role that's maybe prescribed. Maybe it's our job, requires that we be a certain way, and we're doing our best to fit into that. In school, we're often there's some pressure to conform and be what we think we should be. So this research is again, just really fascinating. If you'd like to learn more, just look up the Laboratory for the Science of Individuality. Lots of quotes today. Mary Dunbar says, we are each gifted in a unique and important way. It's our privilege and our adventure to discover our own special light. And again, I think it's so much of what we're doing with our clients. Our clients they may not recognize their gifts. They might not recognize that they have this wicked sense of humor, or they have this amazing intuition, or they are able to inspire others. Whatever it might be, we can help clients recognize those qualities within themselves, recognize where they're really unique and gifted. So take a moment to think about your own unique strengths. You imagine many or most of you have done that. And maybe there's an alter ego there as well. And these are things that we can, not only are our strengths, those things that we carry with us, but we can call them forth as needed. So in any given moment, we can call forth the strength or combination of strengths that's needed. We can call forth the alter ego. So again, depending on what it is that you're wanting to do, needing to do, being able to step into that in that moment. Carl Rogers said, "I'm increasingly an architect of self. I can, through accepting my individuality, become more of my uniqueness, more of my potentiality." So we know Carl Rogers as writing all about that process of both being and becoming, that we're not fixed entities. We are continually evolving and becoming more of our uniqueness. The personal growth is really a process of becoming more of yourself. So support, concept 7. Again, I'm just going to touch on this. It's so important. We could spend a lot of time on this, but I'm only going to mention a couple of points about support. That, it's sometimes really hard for clients to begin. They don't know where to begin. It might be hard for them to feel that what they want to do is really all that important. So we're seeing their capabilities. We're seeing what it is that they want. We're hearing what it is that they want. We're seeing the potential, the possibilities. And I want to share, I think we have a couple minutes. This is pretty short. I want to share a little bit about Roger Bannister. You might be familiar with him. He was a medical student who was training to be a neurologist, and he'd use visualization to it's toward his goal of breaking the 4-minute mile. This is back in 1954. The 4-minute mile had never been broken, and so he was able to do that. That's the trophy. And this statement, I think, of his really speaks to flow, because when he was running, he said, "The earth seemed to move with me. I found a new source of power and beauty, a source that I never knew existed." And I'd like to share a clip. Let me see if I can do that.
Up to the finishing line for a planned attack on that 4-minute mile, never before achieved by man. From the start, teammate Chris Brasher sets a grueling pace, but Bannister hard on his heels and Chris Chataway waiting to take over. Now here comes Chataway, followed by Bannister. On they go. The 3/4 mile is reached in half a second over the planned schedule of 3 minutes. Could he do it now? Yes, lengthening his amazing stride. This was Bannister's answer. Watch his final 300-yard dash, first passing Chataway, then on, battling against unfavorable conditions, a crosswind and a sodden track. To the finishing line. Time 3 minutes, 59.4 seconds, shattering the 4-minute mile, the Everest of athletic achievement. A great reception for the young medical student who had cut 2 whole seconds off Gunda Haag's world record set up 9 years ago.
I'm very glad to have done it in Oxford, because...
Were you hopefully able to see that, and hearing it wasn't quite as important, but I wanted to show that because the first couple times I saw it, I assumed that he was competing against the other runners. And I saw it several times and always thought, he's these are his competitors that are running against one another. But actually, that's not the case at all. If you know the story, he is running with his friends. He enlisted his friends to challenge him to set the pace. So he's got it's Chris Brasher took the first mile, and then Chris Chataway, his friend on the right, ran the second, I can't quite remember, it might have been the second, third mile before Roger Bannister took off. And so I share that because challenge sometimes is a form of support. and that we don't always think of. We don't always recognize that, support comes in many forms. It might be inspiring, it might be challenging. And so in high performance, sometimes that, those friends, the coach that really challenges us, that maybe it's kind of obvious in athletic events, but maybe it's a colleague, who inspires us and challenges us, and recognizing that support comes in all these different forms. The other piece here is really that it is often hard to believe in ourselves, and that if there is someone in your life that believes in you, that makes it's so impactful. It's just this heartfelt gift that is almost hard to put into words. And I know you've experienced it. If you've had that person or those people in your life who really, really believe in you. So again, in our work as coaches, some of what we're doing is when our clients meet with us, we believe in them. We believe in what they're capable of. And so I think Leanne had said in her presentation on the first day that we all need someone in our corner. We all need someone cheering us on. We need those people in our lives. And so I would ask you, who really inspires, supports you, and challenges you to be at your best. I'm just looking at the time, and I'll go through the next slides really quickly. Emotions, emotional regulation is a huge part of high performance. It's something that, we could spend a lot of time talking about that. I have another talk on emotions, the landscape of emotions. But for now, I might ask you, when you think about performing at your best, what are those emotions that help you be at your best? What are those? Maybe it's a calmness, but maybe it's being more energized. Maybe it's being, maybe the challenge, maybe feeling challenged, maybe feeling empowered, emboldened. Just a quick comment here that sometimes emotional regulation is down-regulating, so reducing the intensity. Say with anxiety, we want to down-regulate and activate the parasympathetic mode. Sometimes it's upregulating. Let's say that you're managing a team and you have a team meeting coming up and you want to be enthusiastic for the meeting. So you might amp up your own emotional state. So that would be an example of how we can choose to some degree the emotion that best fits. And energy is very much related to emotions in that, we can choose our energy level. Energy is, it's part of performing at a high level. We're bringing our all. And I, again, won't say too much about this now other than to ask you, to consider, when are you energized? What helps energize you? What drains you? How do you recharge? Which brings us to this last point of self-care. So this final principle, again, the work that we do as coaches, the field that we work in is completely foundational to high performance across, whether it's athletic performance, artistic performance, academic performance, career performance, whatever it might be, anything at all, how we take care of ourselves is the foundation. And so it's so relevant to the work that we do. And in the interest of time, I will just go back to recap. We talked about these different principles. There are more, I'm sure. Again, these are on the worksheet. So you can download that if you'd like it. Feel free to use any or all of this with your clients. 10 principles might be, it's kind of a lot to remember. So maybe there's, a couple that seem to resonate more for you. And so go with those. List of coaching questions that I asked, quite a few of these today, questions that we can ask of our clients to help them level up, And with that, I just want to say thank you so much for sharing this space. I will stop sharing.
Here we go. Thanks so much, Kathleen. Wonderful, wonderful. And I think probably peak performance is probably an area that is not as much used in coaching. Or what's your feedback on that? Or that's a question also, because typically coaches have, athletes, for example, they have performance type of fitness type of coaching, but do you know what in the industry how much that is growing? That actually is a health/performance coach. Is that popular already?
I'd say that's such a good question. And the way that I think about it is I think about the clients that I've worked with over the years, many, probably thousands of clients that I've worked with, and that oftentimes we might be having a conversation with our patient or client about diabetes, but the real motivator is the thing they're starting their own business, or they have an art show coming up, or they just want to be the best possible grandparent. So what I'm interested in more is what performance means for that individual client, and how we can help them, how we can bring that into the conversation, because it's such a strong motivator. As I said in the beginning, we all want to do the things we love in life, and we want to do those things well. So I hope that answers or addresses that question.
Absolutely, and I think, as you said, right, it's what we want. We focus. What you kind of do with this, you switch the attention to what they want and focus on that, right, which is amazing. So,
because when we do that, then the conversation about diabetes management or whatever it is has a whole context of, I want to take really good care of myself because this matters so much to me. So that's, again, I don't think of it separate. As I said in the beginning, I think we might not think of ourselves as high performance coaches, but with so many of our clients, it is part of the conversation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kathleen. This is amazing. I think another aspect of health coaching that's going to grow a lot. And so thanks again. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks, wonderful talk. A lot of soul. Somebody said just a lot of soul that you put in, presence. So thank you again. See you very soon.
Thanks so much. It's been an awesome conference. I'll be in attendance. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely amazing. Thanks so much. Guys, we have a little bit later, longer break, about 7 minutes or so until our next speaker is here. Great topic. Dr. Yamani is also going to be here in about an hour then. We don't want to miss that research. Amazing. The one he just finished it, he actually just was last week at Harvard, where he actually presented it and got an award for that, health coach, healthy, wealthy research. So we're going to be back in a second. In the break, if you want to go to Twitter, I post the links in again. We want to build a stronger, bigger Twitter community to really get health coaching and lifestyle medicine out to everyone, right? So back in 7 minutes. Hello, hello. We are live again, back again. Thank you so much for being here. Now, the next topic is unfortunately really important because it seems like addiction, recovery from addiction is a topic that often as a health coach, we maybe don't want to address, or it's not something that comes up to mind first, right? So it's really important. And I'm so happy that Isabelle is here to share with us her experience. So welcome, Isabelle. Really nice for you to be here.
Thank you, Johannes. And I want to say thank you like big time, because the recovery coaching is, like you're saying, people don't want to address it. Let's just not talk about it. But we have so many people that are dying from the disease. So it's important that we talk about it. And I thank you so much for offering me this opportunity to.
Yes, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions at the end. So let me just introduce you quickly, right? So Isabelle Wettergren, experienced for many, many years and years and years in addiction awareness. You're a recovery coach, obviously NBC-HWC, approved coach, a long background. You're going to talk a little bit more about that anyway. So deep background in helping clients to recover from addictions. And the topic you're going to share or talk about is principles of recovery coaching, an emerging specialty for a culture obsessed with alcohol. Really, huh? Wow. Sadly enough, right? I mean, it's not just alcohol though, but it's other drugs and other addictions. So, but you go into that anyways. I'm not going to ask any questions now. Thank you so much for being here. And about 40 minutes, and then we do the Q&A.
Wonderful. You might need to stop me because I get so passionate about the topic. It's not only my background, like my educational background, but it's also my personal experience. I have 15 years of recovery from addiction myself. And if I can help one person, it will have been worth it. And last year when I made this presentation, I had 3 people that reached out to me, not because of their clients, because of themselves. So thank you again, Johannes. We just never know who's struggling. And it's my honor to be here today on this platform. Thank you again. All right, thank you. Okay, so yes, we are living in a culture completely obsessed with alcohol, in case you haven't noticed. And the pandemic has caused this extreme human loss. We're talking about 1 in 3 adults had either a substance use disorder of any kind or any mental illness in 2021. So this is national data in the United States. That number is probably increasing. Now, something we might not know is that 70% of illicit users work a full or a part-time job. So it can be your colleagues, it can be the person driving the forklift. There are some industries that are really, really hit hard, especially the industry of construction, the industry of sales also, and lobbyists. They really wine and dine their clients. So there are some industries that are prone to use more alcohol to lure the clients or whatnot. Now, 67% of human resource specialists in the United States believe substance use is a serious problem. And substance abuse costs U.S. companies upwards of $81 billion annually. And we're talking about theft, we're talking about absenteeism, we're talking about sexual assault on the workplace, we're talking about accidents, lawsuits, all that stuff. We do live in a culture of silence, misinformation, and greed. And this is where I need to take a total deep breath, because I'm so passionate and I'm so enraged by the level of misinformation that is out there. Okay, here we go. Ethanol is a very important industrial ingredient, and we find it in antiseptic, solvent, medical supplies, antibacterial formula, paint markers, personal care such as perfume and deodorant. It is the largest single use of ethanol is in an engine fuel and fuel additive. That's where we find ethanol. And we are sold the idea that it's safe to drink it for fun, right? Think about that for a minute. We have Snoop Dogg and Serena Williams, Kendall Jenner, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, all selling us the idea, the sexiness of drinking, that it's a, it's something of a status. Now, the other thing that is very interesting is that the wellness industry is a $4 trillion industry. And we teach people how to read food label. We buy organic food. We apply natural sunscreen. And we worry about the fluoride in our toothpaste, in our water, smog in the air, hydrogenated oil in our food. We go keto, vegan. We stress about the telomeres and the microbiomes. And yet, we drink rocket fuel for fun. Okay, so this is where I'm like, let's talk about it. Alcohol, ethanol is a neurotoxin. It impacts the brain. This is something that I did not know a long time ago. And when I became a recovery coach, those are the kind of things that I was like, oh my gosh, this is why it was happening to me. It disrupts the sleep. So if your clients are having some sleep problems, perhaps inquire about their alcohol use. It destroys the microbiome. It causes premature aging. It messes up with our blood sugar balance. It disrupt the endocrine function. It fuels anxiety, and it's linked to 7 forms of cancer: breast cancer, mouth, throat, esophagus, voice box, liver, colon, and rectum. So if you think about the trajectory when you drink, everything that comes in contact with alcohol is subject to develop cancer. Okay, now I can take a deep breath. I get really passionate about this because we also have the Center for Disease Control Prevention, the CDC, in the United States that still tells us that 1 drink a day for women is acceptable. 2 drinks a day for men is acceptable. While in Europe and in Canada, they're like, no. No amount of alcohol is safe. We have the World Health Organization also really scratching their head and trying really hard to regulate the advertisement of alcohol that is luring more and more younger and younger clients. Okay. Now I can take a deep breath. All right, but the tides are shifting. I'm here talking about it. Ioannis and the crew, thank you so much for giving me this platform. If you have not read Quit Like a Woman, The Radical Choice to Not Drink in a Culture Obsessed with Alcohol, do. Put that on your to-read list. As a health and wellness coach, you absolutely have to read this. You don't need to be a recovery coach, but you need to empower your clients and yourself to make choices, better choices for yourself. I'm not here to tell you don't drink. That is none of my business, what you do and what you don't do. What I'm here to tell you is that as a coach, my job is to help people create a life they don't want to run away from. They don't want to escape from that life, a life so grand that they don't need to turn to the bottle or other drugs. So I put this slide here because Quit Like a Woman, Holly Whitaker, she has really become a very important role model and spokesperson for making the choice to not drink in a culture obsessed with alcohol. I even took one of the courses, University of Notre Dame, Drunk on Film. So that was based on Holly's movie, Holly's book. And what it does at the University of Notre Dame is it was a partnership between the psychology department and the film department. And what they did, they identified how the film industry, the movie industry, the advertisement industry really shapes the behavior of students, particularly in college. That was a mind-blowing class. I just loved it. It was 5 hours, best investment ever. And it just gives me more fuel for the work that I'm doing. I'm an advocate. I'm not just a coach. I'm a total advocate. Here's another one. So Holly Whitaker, she's one of my professional crushes. Marin Nelson, she's also one of my professional crushes, not crutches, but crush. She started, I don't know if you're familiar with Sober Force, maybe, maybe not. She started a movement. You know, we talked a lot about starting a movement. I've listened to a lot of speakers talk about the movement we're creating. At Salesforce, she started the Sober Force. It started with 4 people. And what they're creating is a safe place. They're promoting safety and inclusion in all engagements and environment. If you are a person in recovery, if you are a person that doesn't drink because of religious belief or because of health issues, because you're pregnant, or you just don't like alcohol, do you feel welcome in those events? Are all the events alcohol centered? And maybe that never, ever even came to your mind that, oh my goodness, there's alcohol everywhere. Even Joe Biden, at the beginning of our president, at the beginning of the pandemic, went on national television and used alcohol as an incentive to go get a shot, a vaccine shot. And his line was, get a shot, get a beer. So we have a very big problem. It's a societal problem that has individual consequences, because then the people buy into this rhetoric and then they get stuck with the problem themselves. All right, I'm going to take a little sip because I'm going to calm down. And this is where, you know, the work that I do comes from my heart. Like I said earlier, I have a story of recovery, and I don't want anyone to go through the torment that I went through. I don't want anyone to feel the bewilderment and the isolation and the shame and the self-hatred that I went through, because nobody deserves to live that way. I felt very isolated in my own story at the end. So to remove the barrier to seeking from help, so first of all, we need to stop the misinformation. And I know the Surgeon General, that's one of his first goals, to stop the misinformation about COVID. But if we were to shift also and talk about the misinformation about alcohol, that would be a great start. The stigma associated with it also. Maybe some people, they don't want to reach out for help because they're protecting their family image. Alcoholism, drug abuse is absolutely a family disease. It impacts not only the person, but everyone that comes in contact with them, the families, the friends, the relatives, and the workplace as well. And then when they go behind the wheel, the entire community. So we have a really, really big problem on our hand. The stereotype is also one of the things that keeps people from getting help. In my case, I was working full-time as a teacher. I was a den leader for my son. I was a soccer coach for my daughter, and there was no one that I could identify with, no one in my neighborhood that I could associate with that were experiencing the same problem. I wasn't talking about it, but I didn't see it on the outside. The image that I had, the stereotype is, you know, the people in a trench coat living under a bridge. And, you know, the image of the drunks that we see on in the movies. So that was not serving me. The distrust in the employee assistance program, also that might be an obstacle to seeking from help. The industry culture, I spoke a little bit about that. Maybe their past experience, maybe their family values and tradition. If that's what you do as a family, that's anchored like really, really deeply. You know, there's a lot of people at the table that they cheer every time, cheer, cheer. And you got the 2-year-old, the 1-year-old with the baby bottle going cheer. We are teaching that behavior from very, very young age. The fear of judgment also can be a huge obstacle. And I think the personal identity also is a very significant barrier in seeking for help. I know I like to drink. I go to bars and I dance and I have fun, and that's what I do. Who am I without alcohol? Will I still have friends? Will people want to hang out with me? Those are all the questioning that can keep people from asking for help. right? And as a coach, we can help people because believe me, there are tons of sober, alcohol-free communities. And it's not just alcohol. It can be food, opioids, gaming, marijuana, gambling, pornography, eating, social media, online shopping, work, exercising. It can be many, many things. So as a coach, when your client comes to you and they're talking about, what they're going through, listen attentively for the signs where if your client tells you that they feel like they're losing control, that they continue using, they're experiencing bad consequences, but despite the bad consequences, the behavior persists. So really pay attention to that. That would be a sign that someone might need help. Now, I wanted to share with you also part of my story. So I got sober in 2008. Okay, 2008, I made the decision March 16th. I can't live like that anymore. And, but really the journey between like my painful journey, my bottom, it was a long time. And here's what I did, is that first of all, I reached out to a friend of mine with whom I party. And I said, Brenna, I think I have a problem. And what was her response? Yeah, you do. And that was the end of the conversation. So that was my first attempt to asking for help. And I was a teacher and my teaching credential was going to expire. I didn't do the paperwork. Paperwork was just so overwhelming. And we'll talk about a little bit about the impact on the brain. She calls me in the office and she says, Isabelle, if I don't have the paperwork by next week, you're going to be out of a job. And I just started to sob because I knew that I did not have the brain power to get through that challenge. And I started to sob and she closed the door and she sat me down and she helped me get my credential. That was my second attempt asking for help. If my HR specialist would have had a training in identifying people that like the presenting problem is not always the problem. I think we know that as coaches. My third attempt, things weren't going well at work. I was overwhelmed. I was in sleeping. And I went to a doctor, actually, at Kaiser Permanente. And I told him that I felt anxious and she gave me a week off. Now, this is a medical doctor that did not see. Third attempt, asking for help, failed. Fourth one, I called my insurance company. When you're operating with a diseased brain from overuse of alcohol and marijuana, you can't deal with alcohol, with the paperwork, with understanding, what's in network, what's not. I had zero experience with that. So that was my fourth attempt in asking for help. I finally asked my husband because, believe it or not, my husband had no idea. He knew that I was using, that I was drinking, obviously, but he did not know my despair that I was keeping even from him. And he made an appointment for me to see a therapist, and that's when things changed. So I had 5 people, only the 5th one was able to get me some help. Just something to think about. So this is what I talk about, and it's important to know, to keep this picture in mind. This is not a peach. This is a healthy brain. The blood flow goes very freely. And then these are diseased brains on the outside, on each corner of the screen. You can read for yourself. Those are not holes in the brain. It's basically, it just shuts off the blood flow. So these parts of the brain, the coordination, the emotional regulation, the problem solving, all these things are being affected. So keep that in mind, because the people that enter a program of recovery, they're not fully operating, okay? Their brain is diseased. You need to understand that substance use disorder is a brain disease, okay? Always keep that in mind. So we do have I have some important terminology to share. Has it been 38 minutes already? This is cray cray. Abstinence, detox, sobriety, recovery. Abstinence is like you've never touched the substance. Detox is a period of time where you are, the individual is getting that toxins out of the body. Some of the time it can be, it can require medical attention. The sobriety is a period of time where the individual does not consume. That period of time can be really, really tricky because when the body doesn't have it anymore, but the brain craves it and the brain thinks, uh-oh, I need it, things can seem to get worse. So this is why entering in program of recovery is really important, where the individual is going to learn communication skills, is going to learn emotional regulation, the individual is going to learn how to make meaningful connection and how to be honest and how to practice self-care and these things that are so basic to most people. But people in recovery, they do need help. Slip, relapse, and stages of change. I want to briefly talk about this because a slip, this is other terminology, a slip is, let's say the individual has a period of sobriety, let's say for 2 years, they don't drink, things are going well, they might be in recovery even, and then they having a glass of wine. In that moment, that would be called a slip. A relapse is when a full cycle happens. So the slip is like, I got a drink. Oh my goodness, what did I do? Next morning, you're fine. You're just back on not drinking. The relapse, it's a full cycle where the brain continues to crave it and then the individual gives into the craving. Now, as a coach, it can be perceived as, oh, the individual is not ready or whatnot. Please don't. For as long as your client keeps paying and showing up, show up for them. Keep showing up for your client. Keep telling them that you believe in them in an authentic, heartfelt way. Our clients are, a lot of the time, people that have addiction, they've done a lot of wreckage. A lot of the time, they find themselves pretty lonely. They wreck relationships. They might have wrecked like their employment and all that. They have no one in their corner. So it's really important that you're there. Now, we talked about coaching competency. What does it take to be a recovery coach? The trust is the number one thing. The trust, the empathy, all of them are really, really important, right? But trusting that they can tell you pretty much anything and everything. And if your reaction to it, if you are triggered maybe by your past experience, maybe you're struggling with alcohol or you're struggling with marijuana or obsessive online shopping, and triggers something in you, take a break, right? And just take a few deep breaths. And maybe you want to say, you know what, we're going to need to resume this session. But trust is super important. Focusing on the lesson learns. So if your client comes back and they had a slip or a relapse, it's not like you're a failure. It's like, okay, you want to talk about the lessons you might have learned? Well, I'm a failure. It's not working out. No. Okay, well, do you want to go back to what happened before? Do you want to describe to me what happened before you went on that slip or on that relapse? And then let's see if we can build you up so that it doesn't repeat itself again. Acknowledging and celebrating every win is super important, depending on where on the spectrum your client finds themselves. Brushing teeth might be an accomplishment for them. It might be an accomplishment for them. So never forget that. And then the intuition, listening beyond the words. So like I said earlier, if your client talks about losing control, having negative consequences, and that repeating the behavior, that's when their flag comes up. Okay, so how am I doing with time? I should be fine. Toolbox and relapse prevention. So the thing about coaching also in recovery is that sometimes you need to be a little bit more directive because, like I said, the brain is a little bit diseased. So, you can, while it's really the client decides what's on the agenda, they may not have the vocabulary or the thought about identifying triggers. What are you talking about, identifying triggers? So teaching them words, if they're talking about, well, I'm going to go to visit my family and it's going to be a nightmare. Oh, I see that your family might be a trigger. So just putting those words in their mouth. Building a holistic, healthy routine is really important. Enough sleep, hydration, got to fuel the body, you got to move the body, and you got to surround yourself with people. People don't recover in isolation. Mindfulness practice, emotional regulation, very important. Meaningful connections is key. So a lot of the recovery coaches will encourage their clients to also attend 12-step programs or all the other recovery programs. So having that as a coach, if the client asks, you can send them on a goose chase to go get the resources, but if you have them available, it would be really helpful for your client. Setting boundaries is important. A lot of time they stretch themselves thin. Discovering new hobbies is really important as well. What do I do? What do I do? I used to go out in bars. What do I do with my time? Well, let's see. I just saved $300 not drinking this week. Maybe I can get a bike and then just start riding. That would be fun. Challenging irrational belief and limiting beliefs. That is super important because we need to reprogram the brain. We can teach clients also how to attend social events sober and maybe provide them with a list of social events and connect them with resources and dating sober as well. All right. I love this acronym. Sober is for stop, observe what's happening. What's happening? Take a deep breath, expand your view, and then respond, as opposed to respond, right? And then it's all crazy. So really teaching the SOBER acronym is a good way also to ease your clients into having that little pause that will rewire the brain, take a deep breath, and really reevaluate the situation so that you can respond accordingly. And the recovery coach is there for their clients even after everyone has left. And I talked about that. A lot of the people in recovery, their families are broken, their jobs are all messed up. So as a recovery coach, if your client shows up, they pay, keep them. You might be the only person in their corner. So it's really important. If they start not paying anymore, then that's going to be a different situation. If you want to do pro bono, that's fine. But if they don't show up and they don't pay, you make sure that you check on them and you give them resources. Okay. So where do we find recovery coaches? Right? It's like, what? There's recovery coaches? Yeah. And they're everywhere. They can work with employee assistance program, human resources, sober living, drug court. So, and then you're going to find that's the spectrum. In the drug court, you're going to find people that have other situations that keep them from being productive members of the society. At the drug court level, you're going to find some people that they need some dental care and they need help finding a job and continuing their education. And if you go at the bottom, sober travel, well, that's the other end of the spectrum is, whoever has a lot of money and they're sober and they're scared, they're going on a month-long sailboat tour and they need a sober companion, So the spectrum is right there. There's group coaching that works really, really well because I have a 12-week group coaching program, and we talk about these things that I talked about earlier in the toolbox. So every session has a theme, and then the people come and talk about it. Mental health professional, you can have some referrals with them. College, huge insurance company, treatment centers, we are everywhere. So beyond, I don't know why this slide doesn't show so well, but beyond coaching, advocacy, education, prevention, and consulting, that's kind of what I do. This is my space. I love educating. I love advocating. And one of my colleagues, she's also a recovery coach, she went after this particular ad. This was Tropicana at the beginning of the pandemic. And the ad reads, parents, you're juggling it all. Find the ultimate moment of brightness for yourself, wherever and whenever, with a Tropicana mimosa, of course. Hashtag take a me moment to help make your mornings a little brighter. So here we have daytime drinking advertised to parents. So she went after Tropicana, and it was 48 hours after that they came and they made an apology. They retracted that ad. Okay, so if you want to connect and learn more, you can reach out to me, whether it's for you or your client. I am here for you. My email address is there. My phone number is there. And if you want to know more about recovery coaching, you're like, oh man, that's kind of cool. You know, you have a QR code right there. This is one of the many schools that offer recovery coaching. All right, it is Q&A time, and I have not monitored the chat, but yeah, I want to
Hi, here we go.
Yeah.
You're so in time.
Am I?
Yeah, perfect. We have plenty of time for Q&As.
Okay, wonderful.
Good, well done. Okay, recommendations on how to coach someone who is trying hard, having setbacks, and changes their quit date time. Oh, here we have the quit date a few times. So basically pushing it back.
Yes, and what was, yeah. So we need to know that it's rare that someone will stop drinking or using, and then that's one and done. For now, I'm a one and done. I'm a really, really lucky person. Most people will have a relapse and they will have multiple sobriety dates. As a coach, we need to build them up and really focus on the lessons that they have learned. They already feel very crappy about themselves. It's to rebuild the individual and highlight the strength that they have. They're resilient. They're courageous. What else is there? They're real. Just go ahead in the chat. What can you tell someone? The persistence, right? So those are the qualities that we highlight. You know, you're really persistent. This is your fourth time. It's got to be frustrating, but let's focus on the lessons learned.
Excellent. The question of scope of practice comes up so often in the summit, right? Because I think too much, because I think it's way less dramatic than it sounds like, but obviously a lot of the organizations always stress that we have to be within the scope of practice and so on. But what about the addiction type of coaching? Is there an issue? How do you deal with that? And what's the legal situation? Can you work with someone that has an addiction, and how?
Yes. So thank you for asking that question, because that is super important. Staying in your lane, right? A lot of people have comorbidity. They come with anxiety, they come with depression, they have other issues, underlying issues. So it's really important as a coach to identify, well, tell me about your experience working in therapy, rather than saying, you know, well, you need therapy. Tell me about your experience working in therapy. And then if they say, well, they don't, you know, there are some clients that need both, right? And that's when the most progress can be made.
And so let's say a client says, no, I want to work with you. How do you deal with that? How do you make sure you are within the scope of practice?
Yeah, they can work with me, but I can make it so that, you know, I make it clear that I'm going to work with you, but I got to make sure that you are working also with either a medical staff, because maybe they have other issues. So that can be, I do want to work with you, but for the best for you, really, it's client centered. We want to make sure that the client get the best that they deserve. It's for your best well-being. That's what I recommend. I would recommend that you see someone else.
Okay. And I think still we have so much room, it's just, I think, really important, I think, to address what others said. We are coaches. We just we can't say we don't diagnose, we don't treat, we don't, do therapy, but we coach someone to improve lifestyle changes. I think if we make that very, very clear at the beginning and we use the language that is appropriate for a coach, then I think, my opinion personally is, if a good connection with someone and the client wants to work with us, why not? I mean, and we don't, I mean, we can even work with emotions and the thoughts they have and coach them into a better direction. But can you give an example, like also specifically of a client that you worked with? What were the challenges? And is it more the addictive part, but is there also an emotional component, a belief, thought component in it? Or is it just basically just a biochemistry type of addictive process?
Johannes, that's a loaded question.
I know. That's why I asked it.
And, I don't have all the answers. I don't
just
have
your
all
experience.
Let me tell you that the environment in which the person lives has a lot to do. If you've been raised by a family where they're drinking every day, it's really hard to undo those habits. If on top of that, you work at a place where they have happy hour every night, it's really difficult, right? It's really tied to the identity also. Well, these are my friends. This is my environment, and these are my friends, my drinking buddies, right? So really helping our clients expand their world beyond what is alcohol centric in terms of activity, in terms of friendship, and that sort of thing. And I talk about like the greed. A lot of people are making money off of people getting, consuming alcohol. I'm not even going to say getting drunk, but consuming alcohol. It is a magnet. I am now I am in South Dakota right now in this small town that has 241 people. Now that's small town in the prairies. Last night we went out to dinner and I sat there and I was drinking my Diet Coke, and I know Diet Coke is bad, but hey, I was drinking my Diet Coke and I was watching around me. And like the town has 241 people. There were 28 people at the bar. And it brings them together. So it's not for me to judge their behavior at all. It's, it's what we do. We get together and it's an activity. That's what we do. So that's one of the biggest challenges, especially when you in these remote areas. And there aren't that many 12 steps program also. So 12 steps program is what I started when I got sober. My therapist said, Isabelle, the 12-step program, I recommend you go. I had no better idea. I went and I basically attended daily for 10 years. And after that 10 years, I wanted more. I wanted to explore what else was out there. In the 12 steps program, you really talk a lot about your resentment and that sort of thing. And what I wanted was creating a vision. What else can I do with my sobriety? How can I get the message out more to people that are hurting, right? I just don't want people to hurt in silence. It's just the worst. And we do have this epidemic of a death by despair, right? And death by despair is, I heard speakers talk about that. It's the suicide and it's the homicide and it's also overdose. So we have to really speak up.
Well, there was another question somewhere in here about not just alcohol, but the drug addictions, right? That especially in the US, they're like out of hand. Do you have experience with that, or some opinion on that, or a coaching experience? Like, first of all, do you deal with your clients similar way with alcohol, or is it very different?
I deal mainly with people with alcohol, and I have a very small practice. Main of my practice, what I do is I do education, prevention, and consulting. I go in the workplace and I help people create events that are not alcohol centric, or I help them understand the impact that they might have on the problem. And I just give them, like, instead of having this mega drink fest, maybe do you have like walking club in the morning during your conference and that kind of thing, where people can gather, because a lot of the time people don't necessarily want to drink, but if that's the main activity, they'll drink, right? And again, it's not bad or wrong, but in that moment, I can guarantee you that there's a lot of people that they don't want to drink, and there they are at the bar. And how do I know that? Because that's where I was.
A good, interesting question from Tracy. Thoughts on medical marijuana for being prescribed to addicts or someone that has problems with alcohol or other drugs?
Yeah, so that's a tough one. And with the legalization of the marijuana, it's got pros and cons. In my personal case, when that stuff got legal, it got bad for me because I had access all the time. I didn't have to go to dark alley street corners. I just went to the store, and it got really, really bad for me. As to talk about, there's so many different positions on the topic. And I just don't feel comfortable answering that question because I don't feel comfortable answering that question because everybody does their thing. For me, I know that even CBD, I can't do that. I just know I'm not even interested in it because my pain was so great. Why risk it? I'll do ice. I'll ice my body and I'll take ibuprofen if I have to, but why risk it? And there's this other terminology we call harm reduction also. So if you have someone that is addicted to meth, let's say, and they stop meth, but they start smoking weed or that kind of thing, it's harm reduction. It's going in the right direction.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I think it's like the badness level, right, goes down in a sense, that the intensity might be less, but it's not really a solution. But isn't the problem that, like what we say throughout these 2-3 days by now, that everybody is a health coach. Everybody needs to have access to someone that's listening, someone is there to coach them, to improve lifestyle habits. And that's just with addiction. It's not even close to being there.
Yeah.
Is that one of the issues?
Yeah.
Not access to having someone there that actually provides a solution versus just switching from one addiction to another one, right?
Correct. And if you don't bring it to the awareness, maybe I'm on my phone more than I used to be, or maybe I'm eating sweets more than I used to be. And again, it's the harm reduction, right? If I don't have the alcohol in my body and the marijuana in my body, then I'm going to move to the next thing. I'm going to address what it is that kills me first. And then I'll deal with the rest. I'm reading your comments, you guys, and thank you so much, Katya. I love you. Thank you so much. Kathleen, also staying present with discomfort and the urge surfing. That's a really good thing also to mention. The urge, they're saying there's some studies that say in 30 seconds it passes. In that 30 seconds, what do? I talked about the environment, the people you're around, what's around you. If you have the ability to stand up, change location, do jumping jack, do something else, and I would suggest more than just 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, just get out, go take a walk. The urges, they do pass. The one of the really important tool also, and this is where the coach can be an accountability partner, is if your client has an urge, they can just text you. Right? You can say, you can text me. You don't want to develop the codependency thing. You want them to really create their own bank of support. And one of the exercises that we do in recovery, also we say in recovery coaching, is we say, who are your 4 people? Who are your 4 people? Put them on speed dial. They'll drop anything to get your call, because sometimes a trigger can be, as someone cuts you off in the traffic. It doesn't have to be like there's a big bottle in front of me. Someone can say the wrong thing. Someone can not call you when you're expecting them. Like the triggers for people that are hypersensitive with diseased brain. Remember, like the perception is different. So let's say something happens and it's like so benign, but for someone in early recovery, it can seem enormous. So really come from a place where you're not judging the person. If they are reaching out for help, you're talking about it, that is huge. You're shining the light on that today. Now that's progress to me. I want to go a little bit deeper, and those kind of open-ended questions.
Yeah. What about the concept that if someone has an addiction, they need to find another addiction that is more positive? And I'm saying that because when I did the Titans of Yoga movie many years ago, with Dean Ornish and others, a lot of these super well-known yoga teachers in the documentary, the majority, they were addicted to drugs, to a lot of other addictions, right?
Yeah.
But then they switched to yoga, and then they said that's kind of helped them, because then the addictive personality they still have, but they are addicted to something that is not as harmful.
Yeah, well, they found a way to manage their energy, right? So here's another interesting topic. And Johannes, again, thank you for giving me this space to talk about it. Even within the wellness industry, I apply to speak at wellness conferences all the time, and I get rejected all the time. People, they know there's a problem. Like I said, my slide earlier is like this culture of silence. La, 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 let's not talk about it. It's uncomfortable. But thank you for giving me this platform. What was I going to say about this? I lost my train of thought. It will come back.
Me too. It will come back. It will come back.
Yes. Oh, and Kathleen, I'm glad you appreciate the tool, the SOBER, the acronym. Here's another one. With your client, here's a tool that is very useful, and it's HALT, HALT. And that is really connecting with your basic needs. H, am I hungry? A, am I angry? L, am I lonely? And T, am I tired? Right? So if you do that HALT, you do the SOBER one. Okay. And then let's check in. Am I hungry, angry, lonely, or tired? In the 12 steps program, they're talking about resentment being the number one offender, that it kills more people than anything else. If you're familiar with the 12 steps, that's what they talk about. You're upset at someone. Well, I'm going to show you, and you're drinking the poison thinking that it's going to hurt the other person. It doesn't make any sense, but that's how we manage our emotions.
Yeah, and I think, as you said before, the social aspect is just so powerful, and I think, I think in our environment, that the people I surround myself with, and also here at the summit, both summits, I don't mind. I think we need to talk about the things also in our health coaching environment that often we have rosy glasses on. Yeah. Right? Meaning, a health coach can do only so much. If the environment where people are in it is not changing, right? The social aspect, the social protocol of lifestyle medicine, that is way more powerful, I think, than we think. Right? Do you agree?
Absolutely. And the pandemic also has created all these situations where there's fear, concern, depression, anxiety, confusion, still today, collective loss, and all that created the perfect storm. And someone asked, and I'm sorry, I don't have the exact percentage of alcohol use increase, because wherever you get your source, it's not the right one because it always depends who sponsors the research, right? So you always need to look at that. Who sponsors the research? This is what is happening. This is what I think is happening. And this is what Holly Whitaker in her book, and I know someone commented, a man would not read something like this, and that's fine. Have a man write something like this, or maybe we change the gender. The Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous is written for men by men, and I read it and it saved my life. So maybe a man can get over their little thing and maybe you'll save their lives as well. But
I would read it. Don't worry. I think most men would read it. I think that's another big stereotype that unfortunately why do we even talk about this, right? I think it's way too much attention to something that is not that important. But anyways, whole nother topic.
Yeah, and it's not gender related. Alcoholism,
Exactly.
substance use, substance abuse, it's everybody. It can touch anybody at any time. It can touch anybody at any time. She makes the point, and I totally agree with that point, that the big alcohol industry is doing like textbook. They're using the playbook that the big tobacco industry used earlier. But it's at a scale that it's different, because back in the 50s, you would see images in magazines of actor doctors, right? They would be like dressed like doctors with a cigarette, and they would say, it's good for you, you know? And now it's the same thing. We have these figures like Snoop Dogg's taking a Corona, it's all good, and that kind of thing. What is even more vicious about alcohol is that we, the consumers, advertise for the industry itself. We're wearing shirts, you know, that advertise for either the alcohol that we're drinking. There's hats, there's stickers, there's all that. We now advertise, we do their advertisement. So we have a huge problem on our hands.
Yep. But that's why you guys here, right? Helping people on all the different levels and communities. I just scrolling through here. There was one question which I don't know exactly, but what that means. Hold on a second. I'm getting there. What's the writing effect reflex? Maybe you know. I think it was meant to that. Yeah, I don't know exactly in which context. So sorry, I guess there's not enough response here. So anyway, so last couple of minutes, just your main message, if you want to summarize the key thing that you think helps maybe both sides, right? The individuals that we work with and the coaches that work with addiction. What are the key messages, the key most powerful way to help?
Okay, so if you are a coach, I would encourage you to just go to an open meeting, a 12-step open meeting, and just check it out. I know that nurses in their programs, they're made to attend a certain amount of meetings and see the magic happens. You see the courage that people have. They show up day in and day out. They share their story. They share their struggles. They share with others, like some people go through grief. How do you go through grief sober? How do you go through a divorce sober? The courage from someone from the outside, that's what the feedback was, is like, oh my gosh, you guys are awesome. The stereotype, go see for yourself, because the stereotype of the man in the trench coat, that's not working. So don't do the stereotype. At a personal level, if you're feeling like you're slipping and you're hurting, don't hurt alone. Don't hurt alone. Life is short, and as coaches, we take a lot, and make sure that's the reason why I take only 5 clients at a time. I want to make sure that I do the other things that I love to do, which is like this platform right here. I love teaching. I'm very passionate about raising awareness and that kind of thing. So make sure that you do all the things that really float your boat. And if you need help, I had my, I can share it again. I'll share again my slide at the very end with my info. Just please reach out. And I'd be, oh, not that one, this one.
That's funny. Yeah, here we go.
Connect on LinkedIn, and I would be more than happy to hear you out and journey with you.
Thank you so much, Isabelle. Really appreciate it. Great topic. I'm so glad you could share. And one thing's for sure, you're very passionate about this. It came through like 100,000% or something, right? Which is good, right? And you can inspire so many. And you're not going to just help one person, you're going to help lots of them. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Guys, we're going to be back in 3 minutes with Dr. Yamani. let's have a nice drink and whatever is needed, break, back in 3 minutes. See you soon. Well, I'm so excited that Dr. Yamani is here. There are many reasons. I'm going to introduce him in a second. Let me just kind of pre-frame this a little bit, this talk. You know, Dr. Yamani is internal medicine specialist, has 3 big practices in Florida, all care medical centers, primary care, is an Ornish lifestyle medicine provider, is I think probably one of the top value-based medicine experts that knows it in and out, how to apply it, how to use it with clients and as a business, which I think is important, right? In healthcare, obviously, too. And several years ago, he joined our Lifestyle Prescriptions University, a team, faculty, and also Healthy Wealthy over the last year, the Healthy Wealthy coaching platform and economy that we're building as part of the nonprofit. And Dr. Yamani suggested to have, well, we need to really research this, right? We need to research, he wanted to research, first of all, is health coaching working? And most important, what are the health outcomes, right? The two most important things, health outcomes and cost savings. And that's how the research project started. And it's actually part of Dr. Yamani's Ph.D. At Lifestyle Prescription University and also at Harvard. You were just at Harvard. So first of all, thank you so much for being here, Dr. Yamani. Really, really appreciate it. I know you're traveling, so you made it work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here, and it's a privilege to be here and talk to all of you about my research. And I have some wonderful information, wonderful results to share with all of us, in the field of lifestyle medicine. And I think we are all trying to build bridges between what we call it as mainstream medicine and what we are seeing at the root cause level of lifestyle medicine. Right now, I think we need to do more and more discussion about it. We need to show up for something like that we want to create those bridges. So that's why I'm here and would love to share. So basically the research that we did with Healthy Wealthy and Lifestyle Prescription University actually was one of my project with Harvard Medical School. And I was just there last week, and we did receive our acknowledgement from them, and a lot of time on the stage was given to this idea. Our project was one of the few projects that kind of came out of the program in last 2 years, and so there's a definitely understanding is there that it is needed. Everybody agrees with that. There's very little skepticism about it as far as the method of transaction of medicine. It is the delivery of care that is the problem, right? So because it's an 800-pound gorilla, people's benefits are aligned, the quarterly profitability and stakeholders and investors and boards are all sets in their ways. So we just have to keep knocking the door and keep waiting for our turn. Sooner or later is coming, actually, and that's the main thing about it. But this research of ours that we're going to discuss in a few minutes here, it's kind of one landmark study that will grow from here. We'll take it to the next level. So if it is okay, I would like to share my screen, right? And see if we can see it. Let's see. I'll try to see if I can get the slideshow here. Okay, here we are. So can we see the slides? If anybody can give me.
Perfect.
Good. So this is the heading of the study, and kind of the background is prepared for the Harvard Medical School, so I didn't change it. I thought we'll leave it like that for now. So basically, what we wanted to study is what is the role of health coaches in value-based care. So we all know about our health coaching, which is based on in basically rooted in lifestyle medicine principles. But for those who not exactly sure about what value-based care is, or have different definitions, so don't feel bad, because there is no one solid definition of what value-based care is. Different institutions in United States are using this terminology according to their own understanding and according to their own organizational needs and all that. But just so to summarize it, value-based care basically is about improving healthcare outcome in a patient population. So it's a part of the population health, you can say, not public health as such. It is not about, mass vaccination, and it is not about, making sure everybody's on statins and all that. It is a little different than that. It is basically a segment of population, and how can we make sure the health outcomes are better. So this is one of the main pillar of value-based care, which is healthcare outcome as far as patients are concerned. But then we have another thing is the cost of care. As we all know, that cost of care is not sustainable. So it was originally launched, the idea of value-based care was originally launched basically to reduce the cost of care. And the third thing, which I think is part of it, is care continuity. So, in normal, our model of fee-for-service. So why we are saying value-based care, it is in comparison to what we call it fee-for-service model. And the established model that we all understand and kind of negotiate in healthcare is fee-for-service model. In simple words, it is you do a service and you get paid. It is encounter based. So every time when you're in front of a patient in a certain setting, you can bill for it, and then you get paid from the payers, whether it's Medicare, whether it's a private commercial insurance company, whether it is Medicare health plans and all. So most among that sector of the payers, Medicare has carved out a sort of a different line of business, which we call it Medicare Advantage plans. And value-based principles are primarily adopted by Medicare Advantage plans. So when we say Medicare, we are also saying we are dealing with patients who are 65 plus. And typically these patients have chronic diseases, at least 2, maybe 3, maybe more, but at least 1 or 2 chronic. Already by the time average person in the United States who is getting to this age of 65 already have established chronic conditions such as diabetes, obesity, coronary vascular disease, cancer, dementia type things. So in a way, we are in comparison to fee-for-service model, value-based care is dealing with not with encounter, but looking to improve the outcome and reduce the cost of care through the continuity of care. And that's where we need to understand this point. Continuity of care is like what we do with our patients or for our patients in between 2 visits. So, let's say a typical Medicare patient would see their primary care doctor 3 times a year, maybe 4. So what happens to these patients in between those visits? In fee-for-service model, there are no incentives to provide care to those patients in between those visits, because fee-for-service dictates that you have to see the patients to bill, and that's the only way you can get paid actually. But in value-based care or in Medicare Advantage plan, that changed, and it's been the system, the model is there for so many years, especially in Florida where I am from. However, there is more traction going towards what value-based care is, and now commercial health plans also call themselves value-based care companies. However, most of them are basically just for the sake of description, and in their vision statement or mission statement, there's not much practical, practical actions or interventions are there at the clinical level. So, I hope I'm not confusing you more, but basically, I just wanted to define when I say what is, we are doing that in value-based care setting. However, we have learned a lot that it can be done in fee-for-service, but that's the discussion for some other day. So what we were hoping through this study, that even though we understand that health coaching and health coaching and these kind of lifestyle medicine interventions will improve patients' outcome. It was a kind of a very normal understanding of the whole thing. However, there was no established benchmarks that there was no tangible, there was no objective findings out there, and we tried to create that benchmarks, and we tried to do the cost analysis or break even points with that. So obviously for now, it is only being done at the primary care setting, because value-based care and Medicare Advantage plans are only available to the primary care setting in the United States. So this is the little, kind of a little introduction to our study. Our objective for this this study is to primarily to have a compelling business proposal. I mean, we wanted to make sure that there is a business case of the whole idea of health coaching in the primary care setting. Obviously, based on that is rooted in value-based care, actually. So that was one thing, to find that number, the dollar amount, right? But another thing that the issue that we are facing, and anyone who is in medical industry in sort of a, what you want to call it, in the traditional traditional way of providing care, we know that the disease burden is so humongous. The disease burden is so much that, or you can say the demand is so huge, that all what we talk about, how much supply we are providing, supply in the in the name of hospitals, in the name of doctors, in the name of nursing homes, pharmaceutical, that supply is not enough, because the disease burden is so tremendously high, right? So that was one thing that we wanted to reduce the disease burden. So the idea is that even with this current system of value-based care, if we don't reduce disease burden, this supply chain will not be enough. And COVID was a tremendous example for that. COVID, like, bring it on the table, everybody's in the face. Hospitals, with all that kind of funding that current administration are providing due to COVID and all that, their margins are shrinking all the time, So that was one thing, that how to reduce the burden of the disease. Then, coaching style which is best suited for our patients, right? So that's where we, it get really interesting when we have to work with our coaches. And something that if I'm sure that there are coaches who are listening to that, understanding your clients, I think, is the number one thing. And what is unique about Medicare or Medicare Advantage population? They don't want it. They don't want coaches. They don't understand. It's a very foreign idea, So here, 65 years. I mean, and again, exceptions are there. I would say like maybe 10% to 15% who has been kind of coached all of their lives, or they are the coaches themselves and all that. But for majority of our Medicare and Medicare Advantage population, it's a very foreign idea that, even I tell you an interesting statistics. For those patients, 25% of Medicare population, they don't even go to primary care doctors. I'm talking about United States. they don't go to the primary care doctor. They don't see the value there, they don't know it. Think about it, health coaching. Think about lifestyle medicine. I mean, it is a very foreign idea. So understanding this population, understanding this segment of population of Medicare Advantage for our coaches is very important. And I think that's what our coaches have learned, and we have learned that what were the stepping stone, what were the milestone that we achieved by understanding these coaches and all, right? And then, at the end of the day, it is all about governance and financial frameworks. So we need to understand operations, that how, like for now, and during that research, we learned that if take an example of a primary care office a primary care doctor who sees 15 to 18 patients in a day, typical day, and provided all of these visits or all of this particular primary care patients are very stable, like if they're diabetic, their A1C is around 6, and they are, ideal BMI and all that kind of thing. Even if they're ideal patients and they're not, the disease burdens are like normal, which is not practical, but let's assume that that primary care doctor has to spend 2.5 hours extra to educate them in lifestyle medicine, or lifestyle modification. And if those 18 patients, if some of them, 30% of them are uncontrolled, or they are not very, their numbers are abnormal or high or something, you need 10 hours of a primary care doctor, which is impossible. So bringing something like that to the clinical and admitted setting was a nightmare. I mean, you ask a primary care physician to do one more click on their laptop while seeing the patient is like an act of Congress. I mean, they don't want to do that. So because of their burden and all that, and one of the things that we learn about their burnout phenomenon is all that, because primary care physicians are not happy. They know they're not seeing the results. They do their hard work and everything, but they're not seeing the results. So they become depressed. And that's where the burnout come from. I mean, again, that's needs to be studied more, but I think one of the major reason of burnout is that physician knows that I'm not coaching my patients and I don't have time. So that's what we're saying. We need to have this clinical and administrative pathway built up, and that we wanted to we actually touch on those points, and one of the objective was that. So those were objective background. A lot of you know about Healthy Wealthy, and that's the wonderful brochure that Joanna helped us to make with my coordinator, Dr. Hamid. She was part of. She was kind of like a backbone of the study, and she coordinated everything. So this is one of the brochure that we actually provided to our patients also. Where we asked them that this is a coaching program. We're gonna have coaches who will talk to those assigned patients twice a month for 30 minutes each. We're gonna have group classes also. Those patients have availability to chat with their coaches anytime they wanted to, and they will work on micro habits initially. However, this was our initial inspiration. And obviously, as we started our journey, our roadmap was not exactly the same, but it was as ideal to our plan as it was possible. And so basically, All Care Medical Center, which my practice, my business is, primarily it is a primary care landscape, but we've been practicing lifestyle medicine for some time now. As Joanna said in introduction, that we are the certified provider for Dr. Dean Ornish program. But as you know, Dean Ornish program, lifestyle medicine, is only assigned to a certain ICD codes, which are pertaining to the cardiac rehab. So it was only available to patients who have documented coronary artery disease or congestive heart failure. So what we did, we actually extended, with Healthy Wealthy Help and Lifestyle Prescription University, to all comers. kind of Medicare all comers, right? So they, as I mentioned, they already had chronic conditions and all that. So that was and we have understanding of cost and risk mitigation because we are value-based care. We do what we call it claim review. We understand the claims over the patient and we use the benchmark. So let's say every month we get the whole claim data available to us, which is usually the 4 months lag time. So we would know that what's the cost of caring for certain medical condition, what is the cost of certain hospitalization, what is the cost of sending patient for any procedures like EGD or cardiac cath and all that. So all those numbers were available to us because of our background. So that was kind of, went in our favor because, if someone out of the box trying to understand the cost just like that for one study, I don't think so it's possible because, pricing is an issue, right? If you want to have your gallbladder out, good luck if you find exactly how much it's going to cost you in US, right? So the pricing, but we were fortunate to know these costs beforehand. And then we, because of our experience in value-based, in lifestyle medicine and working with Dr. Dean Ornish, and anyone who knows Dean Ornish, his unifying theory of chronic inflammation, chronic diseases. So that was the background that we used. And, our health coaches, because of our association with Lifestyle Prescription University, we knew health coaching. We kind of understood root cause analysis, and we have we kind of are friends with these wonderful coaches who volunteered kind of, and gave their time and sweat and attention to our patients. So we kind of had that, that area all kind of figured out. So basically, knowing all these aspects, we wanted to do this study to see the effect, to understand the cost and then effectiveness of health coaching. So a little background of this study. So current state, and that's something here I think we all know that I think already I'm discussed about this portion of it. This is the current state in value-based care. What I'm saying, what I call it burden of disease, that, our kind of so-called controlled patients, control phenomena of their diabetes or their obesity and all that, what we say biochemically controlled, we know that the burden of disease is so strong that this is a problem for value-based care arena, right? People, miscalculate that kind of burden of risk and all that kind of thing, and the cost is tremendous. If you take the top 10 chronic conditions, we're talking about trillions of dollars, so like that. So that's one thing, that burden of disease. And cost of care, I already mentioned, about that. And the care coordination, so right now is very fragmented. I gave the example of primary care physician who doesn't have time, their offices doesn't have time. So care coordination is kind of, we have very fragmented. Someone is doing, let's say, care management. Sometimes we have licensed social worker calling people and all that. Healthcare is, called care coordination because they send somebody to home and check vitals, whether the patient wants it or not, for one time, once in a blue moon type of thing. So care coordination is very fragmented. And patient satisfaction is another thing, which what they did, so patient satisfaction in value-based care is about quality of care. And that quality of care now is 45% of our quality score is based on patient satisfaction. So think about it. If we are providing, like with coaches, we provided like one-on-one care. That's like a VIP precision medicine type of care that people spend thousands of dollars to have something like that. So our patient satisfaction, you're gonna see, went through the roof after this study. And this something we all know, that what are the bases of our foundation of lifestyle medicine. So for the sake of this study, we use these four fundamental phenomena into that. And however, we allowed, or kind of we were dependent on coaches and patients one-on-one, whichever way they wanted to cut it, right? So, however, we are rooted in those four, in those four elements. However, but we were not like kind of we wanted to make it between the coach and the patient. So if the coach decided that they're going to work on one aspect for the duration of the study, we kind of okayed it, right? So that was, but this was the this is why I call it current state of both our value-based care and lifestyle medicine. What we wanted is to improve outcomes, and then so improve outcomes can be seen by different people in different ways. One of the way we wanted to see that biomarkers, we want, there are certain biomarkers of chronic condition or chronic disease, just such as CRP or A1C or lipid level, LDL, so to say. So whether or not we agreed, I mean, we kind of agree on that, how we want to see outcome, but we decided 10 fundamental elements that we, initially before we started the study, we selected those 10 biomarkers that was pertaining to the chronic condition. We wanted to show that. Also, kind of a mental or reduction of the stress was part of it. Reduction of ER visits was part of it. So those were, improved outcome we wanted to target. Similarly, cost reduction, obviously. I mean, and it was very simple in my mind that if we improve those markers and improve outcome, the cost will come down. So, but we kind of, obviously there was some cost in implementing the whole study and all that. So we have to kind of see how much it costs us to do the study, and how much basically overall savings were, and that calculation we'll be discussing it. But that was kind of our target situation. And improve care coordination, which is, health coach can be the best care coordinator, because a typical health coach that we are privileged to have through LPU, they're like 3-in-1. They're counselor also, they're mental health counselor, they're care navigators also, and they're somebody who patients can rely on, and patient knows that they can call or contact, and it can, things can be answered. And on one end, these coaches are in touch with primary care physicians, and that's how we set it up actually. So those were our target goals, and that's what we did. So in a very brief sort of way, in one slide, we tried to did the whole, this was a whole study that we did. So we prepared for it for almost 1 year. These 4 to 5 months were actually when the intervention took place. However, preparation took us, another 4-6 months before that. So I would say the whole year of 2022. During this time, we were working with Harvard Medical School and LPU together on that. So what we did, we have, what originally I offered this study to close to 130 patients, and obviously not everybody accepted that. But majority, like close to, I would say like over 100, 110 patients said they'll do it. But as the time passed and when the things were started to happening, and we were close to November, a lot of patients said, okay, for one reason or other, they won't be able to do that. So in the end, we were like 55, around 54 patients who were like 100% in, and they were game. They were assigned coaches, around 8 or 9 coaches assigned to those 54 patients. And the rest who, for some reason, couldn't do that, we put them on what we call a control arm of the study. So one was intervention arm, where basically the coaches were assigned to them, and the other was controlled arm. So in the intervention arm, we had first initial, with wellness director, which is Taylor. So they all met with wellness director, and Taylor was working with me one-on-one on that. And we introduced them. We did group classes for them. We kind of briefed them one-on-one. What we call it office visit initially with them. And then what we assigned like 2 one-on-one session with each one of them with a coach, and then 4 weekly session, in a group setting with it. So we started doing that, and prior to that, we took those lab markers that we were talking about, such as low density lipoprotein, CRP, insulin level, A1C level. We did PHQ-9 evaluations on all those patients, with that. So we took those markers before we started the coaching. December was like that. We continued to do one-on-one coaching. In between, made some shuffles because depending on the availability of the coaches or the patients, and one of the challenge at the medium. So we wanted to do it via Zoom and Healthy Wealthy. At that time, Healthy Wealthy was in the making, so we were using some portion of it, but we were doing phone versus Zoom versus, our own, internal electronic medical record system. But one way or the other, there was one-on-one sort of coaching was done. Then in between, we kind of had another visit in January where we evaluated those lab work again, and then continued to support them, those patients who were working with the coaches like that. The monthly routine was the same, like one-on-one visit, 2 of them, and then 4 weekly group visits and all that. And then March, we kind of concluded that, and then we collect the data. Some of the research data we published through Healthy Wealthy, which you can see them. I don't think you can read it from here, so I'll show those numbers a little later. But this was, I wanted for us to see that what is bottlenecking, right? That's where operations are so important, and it is underrated. So whenever we have these kind of initiative, either if it is one coach and all that, in a setting of primary care, it takes a lot behind the scene efforts, right? So here are some of it, like people, processes, and systems, right? So we have to kind of connect coaches on one end and understand our coach's background and credentials and all that. On other end, the participants, their motivation, level of commitment and all that. And my own staff in the office. Taylor was one, but everybody was kind of involved. Medical assistants should know what's going on. If the patient calls, what to say to them and all that. Then our own EMR platform needed to be, savvy, that it can include those kind of incoming information that is that at that time it was needed, right? And right here, application plan, that's where Healthy Wealthy would come, because that's the digital solution. And why we need it? Because we need to scale it, because without that you can't scale it. If we get rid of the digitization, forget it. We cannot scale it, because we cannot go to one office at a time and kind of educate them or provide those kind of care to those patients. So digitization is equally important, right? And or some sort of communication. So the debate on communication platform, I think again it's a discussion for some other time. Our study was not about which communication platform was better than other. Our thing was we wanted to attach coaches to patients, to Medicare Advantage patients, right? And somehow make friends. That was our thing to do. Just make friends, make them comfortable, let them, kind of bring them to the table and let them talk to you like that. So those were, part of information technology that we used. patient participation, data collection, scheduling and all that, those processes, needless to say, were very crucial. Funding, all care medical provided the funding. So in a way, because idea is that we wanted to present it to a bigger platform at our MSO level so that Medicare Advantage plans will one day start funding these coaches and have. The idea is that if I want Medicare to assign ICD-10 codes for such coaching so that in the future we can build them one-on-one like that, and it will be part of the primary care, like under the shade of primary care. If we can use them, we can have those kind of billing, through. And once the Medicare give us those kind of funding, ICD assigned codes, every insurance company, commercial and all that, will do that. So financial viability needed for us to understand that cost that is involved upfront, and then understanding that how much we're going to be saving and all that. So governance, clinical platforms, administrative platforms, all those things that I've been talking about. One thing about compliance was another, I would say, an issue, because HIPAA compliance or coding compliances or charting, all those things that we learned through going through that. But these are the few of those areas where any study or in the future, I mean, this slide is the platform that if someone wants to start something like that, these are the thing, at least, like these are the least sort of a list of items that is at least needed by any provider. So I think it was a very important slide in a practical form, right? And so this is the number on intervention group. So I know it's a busy slide. I just want you to see at PHQ-9 numbers. So in November, the average PHQ-9 was 5.3. It came down to 2.5. I mean, the best SSRI in the market, pharmaceutical SSRI, which is costing $1,000 a month, cannot do that. Cannot bring PHQ-9 this much better. And it is all because patients were happy with their coaches. They kind of find a new reason to live. They obviously, and it is, remember, it is only 4 months. And these are chronic markers. So, all the greens were better, a good deal with that. But the most important thing is the last line, from average of 11 patients that per month admission, it came down to 4 patients. So average, what, 7 less admissions, right? And that's where the numbers adds up. As compared to control, they were like 20 admissions out of 65, so, and in 1 month it was 7. So comparatively speaking, PHQ-9, there was actually worsening of the PHQ-9 and all those things. So those were control group, but there was remarkable number improvement in the intervention ones. A lot of good feedback from patients. This is the qualitative survey that we did. We did a lot of different surveys. I just selected few of it so that you can see that basically patients were happy because somebody was listening. And then after all, in primary care setting, they were surprised at how much important it was there to have these micro habits, like mindful eating, increasing water intake. Just simple things like that can change the burden of the diseases. So patients were surprised. There were patients who thought that they're ready to meet their Lord, there's nothing can be done, and now they're thinking they want to live till 100. I mean, we had some wonderful feedback from those patients. So, I mean, to us, it was our success to see these patients, changing their lives actually. So here it was, the financial report may be difficult to read, but it was extensive. I summarized it that the total cost from all care was close to $30,000, and then we have like net saving. So average cost that we were over a month that we divided was 570, or average 142 per month. That was the cost. But net saving on each patient was $424. That is like per member per month when we calculated that at the end of the day, because of the reduced hospitalization. This is all about, and there's a whole story about what Part A cost is and how Part A is the main kind of backbone of the cost and all those kind of things. So we were able to reduce that. Total number was $88,000 approximately, but it was more important is 424 to make it simplify like that. So even with, so you can say like the cost would be $142, but the saving was 424. So we can still say that over $300 or close to $300 net that we saved per, and this is in the intervention arm compared to the control arm. So what's next? Now this is, we already have concluded our Barrett study. Local hospital is willing to do this study, the same idea to for over 1,000 patients now, in one of the regional hospital, and our parent MSO will support that and fund that. And for our own practice at All Care, we will formally start the coaching, and we will offer it to each and every patient who are coming into the door, whether fee for service or value based. And then you might already have, Johannes already have told you about the State University of New York is already working with us on implementing such coaching for their patients. So here we are. Johannes, if you have any questions, comments, anything that you want me to say from here?
I'm just blown away, I have to say. Thank you so much, Dr. Yamani. I mean, I've heard you say that considering there was no study so far, or very few, that actually not just demonstrate the health outcomes with the hospitalization, right? I mean, that's just unbelievable. And PHQ-9,
Yes.
the positive impact after 4 months. And the funny thing is, our health coaches said they didn't do that much.
Yes.
All right. They could have done a lot more, but that you said, let's keep it very simple, very basic kind of core health coaching. But then also the cost savings, right? Is that one of the first studies that kind of breaks it down to the dollar, to the cent? What can be saved in health coaching?
Harvard made us go deep into our research. I mean, they really kind of beat us badly about find the previous research, find the numbers, but unfortunately, studies stop just before telling the cost numbers and all that. I don't know the reason behind that, but most of the major studies say, further studies are needed to know that, that kind of thing. So yeah, we didn't have anything, concrete like that. And with our, State University in New York and our Oak Hill, I mean, we will have very solid numbers in that we can go to the health plans along with. So the thing is, I mean, health plans or payers are more worried about their compliance and documentations and how to attract more funding, so to say. What we are saying that in the given funding, if we reduce the burden of the diseases, they will have more sustainable model anyway. So even, let's say, with their short-term profitability and all that, and unfortunately they go after that for now. But the good news, I mean, I say it's the good news that even with all that, they're not able to care for those patients. And fortunately, patient satisfaction is 45% of their quality funding, which is a huge portion of their funding. And that's our step in the door, I see. Because if with these coaches, if the feedback is so tremendous, health plans, not that they love it, but it's inevitable for them to show the patient satisfaction, you know. So I think this is I see, more than I would say, if we can, obviously, number of dollars will do that, but let's say some logistically, if they don't want to listen to us on that aspect, they definitely will listen to us on patient satisfaction. So that's how I see that.
Yeah, and it's really interesting what you said. And guys, please, in the chat box, type in your questions for Dr. Yamani. That Harvard and I think pretty much every organization, I talked to the New York Hospital, it's just they know the solution, but they have a really hard time figuring out how to implement. I mean, if we want to have health coaching and lifestyle medicine everywhere, right, for everyone, we need to find ways to implement them into healthcare, right?
Yeah. So yeah, this is my area of, that's where I'm passionate about operations. It is not a sexy job, you have to get dirty in the trenches. You have to show up every day. It's the grit, it's the daily grind, and even in healthcare, people don't want to do that. Everybody is going after unicorns, right? Who can make first billion in first 18 days, and the VCs, and all this equity people, they're putting their money for them, right? A good, sexy sort of a digital platform where they can scale it in no time and get out of and sell it to Amazon or stuff like that is not going to work. It's not already evaluation of such companies have went down tremendously, right? So because we need workhorses, we don't need unicorns, we need work. So the thing is, those workhorses are us, and I'm proud to be one of those because it is the daily grind. Even for our coaches, this is one thing that please, it is not like you're not going to hit everything out of the ballpark every time, right? Just showing up is everything. For us, 99% of our success is showing up for these patients. Listen, they don't want us, right? They don't, because nobody has presented it to them like that. Yeah.
Well,
they just don't know. Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that. So if we're gonna keep showing up persistently and making friends, instead of getting, again, I respect all of our coaches and all that, but we need to learn as coach also that any improvement from zero is a success, right? So we don't need to really have our own standard sort of thing, or if the patient is not coming to that, I don't want to work with that patient or stuff like, or some, or correct me if I'm wrong, most of the time, our environment, the population that comes to coaches, they are they're self-motivated. They may have attended Tony Robbins for one time and they went to some other podcasts or something, and they have some motivation and they want to do that. And they come to the coach and say, okay, coach, tell me. Here we are saying this patient is going to say, who are you, right? So with them, we have a different rule of engagement, I would say, and then bring them to a little bit, more than where they are would be our success. So.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because I so agree with you, and I'm like that too. I want our health coaches that we train to be the best and have these miracle changes, right? And a lot of times they do, obviously, but it requires someone to be ready. And one of the big realizations I had just the last weeks and month, and also yesterday and 2 days ago, I asked every attendee to type into the chat box. Now, we all love health coaching, right? And then I asked, do you have your own health coach?
That's so true.
And I would say about 70% said nope.
Yeah.
Right. And another thing that I found is like the power of you as a medical doctor. And that's why we use the lifestyle prescription model, right? You basically kind of invited, or maybe I say you told them, hey, participate in this, right? This is good for you. And the power you have, and every doctor around the world, right? And we as health coaches need to understand that. But they have a power of a position where they can inspire or educate, right? It doesn't take a very long time. At the simplest form, they write a lifestyle prescription, say, you need some help, please go there. and a majority will then do it. And another thing, can you share about this? The feedback the first few weeks where these Medicare patients said, what am I doing here? Why am I here? And then after a few weeks, they loved it, right?
They loved it. I mean, it's like, there's so many life-changing. I mean, within 4 months, they have life-changing experiences.
Amazing.
One of my patients who himself is a nurse, who is retired now, but he worked like 30 years, ICU nurse, so he knows medicine. And unfortunately, he was obese, and he went into, some motor vehicle accidents and all that, and then developed some cardiac thing. And but he's also a minister, So, and he said that he thought his life is over, and he's ready to meet his Lord. Right, it's done. And after this 4 month, I think LJ was the coach. He says, now I want to live. I want to live till 100 because it's possible. I mean, this is huge for. I thought that's where our coaching study was a success. That was my kind of my gain from the whole thing. One life like that, right? So you never know. So we have to just meet them where they are, and then give them that space, because nobody has given them the space, right? Because we are very regimented in our, we tell them, right? You need to do this, you need to do that, and to be honest, compliance to the medication that we think as a prescription patient would do is not great. Only, think about the scenario. The patient has heart attack or congestive heart failure, going to the hospital, they put the stent in, they save their life. Think about how much that person may be motivated, right? Because somebody just saved the life. But statistically, those patients, after they leave the hospital, only 21% take their medication as prescribed, right? So the non-compliance is an issue, is a human issue, right? So the coaching is is personal coaching. No technology, no RCM can do that. Any gadget can sit there and say, take your blood pressure. If the patient doesn't want, it's not going to lift up that cup and use it, right? A person can, a coach can actually. So yeah, I think that's something very crucial and important.
Yeah, and I think that's why this premium, as I call it, health coaching, that is kind of one on and off. You have a health coach for a little bit, and then it's all good and you're happy and whatever, right? I mean, that's going to continue, right? The high end, but that is not, I think, the solution. I think health coaching is going to change, that you have an ongoing health coach on staff, if it's corporate, if it's healthcare, right? Where you can talk to someone if you have the problem, because the problem might be there in 3, 4, 5 weeks, and you need someone to feed back, someone that's listening to. For me, that the story one of the coaches told, this woman was in a wheelchair, right, up in the study, and she said, I don't know, 70, 75, and said, I just want to go. My goal would be to go to the post office. I know it's probably not going to happen, but that would be my goal, right? After 3 weeks, she was walking there.
Yeah.
Right? These stories are just so powerful, right? And I mean, and I know a lot of us coaches, like somebody asks you actually, and that's maybe a question to you, any tips on making the clinical operations bottlenecks less challenging? And I think a lot of us coaches, they don't think about these things. And thank you so much that you do.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, no.
So any suggestions if somebody's in operations, how they could do that?
Yeah, no, the tip is showing up is 99%. Showing up. And that means many things to many people, that's showing up, right? When you show up, 1% is your intention and attention. So intention and attention, that's the tip. So when you are there, make your intention while you're there, because it's going to be mess. There is no smooth pathway, right? You're not, again, how to do tips are dime a dozen. You do a YouTube search and you're going to find gazillion, tips on it, that how to do your operations and all that. To me, just show up with an idea that you're not going to fix it. Let go of this idea that you're going to be a perfect operator of any system. When we are dealing with humans, it's going to be a roadmap. You're going to take a one street, and you're going to see the blockage and they're diverging you from some other side, you're not going to quit. You're not going to say it won't work. Actually, you're going to say, okay, show up again, next day with some. So, again, again, just to make it like more tangible, have a plan. Outcomes are important, right? What do you want to achieve from certain processes? So, when it comes to, I use the method of mentoring. I call it mentorship. So have a relationship of mentor and mentee. Learn something from them, teach something, and that's the best way to do that. So same thing, like if you want something, because people are more important than processes and systems, managing people is the key. And managing people you're going to do through mentor and menteeship. Is not going to be one-off in the meetings. Don't do meetings, don't waste your time in meetings. Go talk to that person, take them to the coffee, find out, and don't tell them leave your issues at home when you come. I hate that. How can, it's a human being when they're coming to work, they're going to bring everything with them. If they're going through divorce, if the child is sick, they're not going to put it on hold, that idea. They're coming to you. So, I always say that your workplace should be your coaching place. Your workplace, they give us 8 hours, 10 hours a day, these people, right? That's like half of their awakened life, right? Half of it. So why don't we make our institutions a growth place, a growth mindset and growth place? Everything else falls into its place. So showing up and then talk to one-on-one.
What an amazing close. Deeply inspirational. Thank you so much, Dr. Yamani. This is a groundbreaking research, and obviously us at Lifestyle Prescription University, Healthy Wealthy, we are so proud of you, and having the connection with Harvard, right? That it's part of that Harvard study, and your work with them is just amazing. And so thank you again so much. Also for the talk and explaining it to everybody.
Yeah, hope to see you soon, maybe next week in Spain.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have a little bit of time to sit on the beach, like in a nice restaurant, and have a little sip, right? Perfect. With our feet in the sand.
Can't wait. Yeah.
Thank you again so much, and for everybody else, say thank you first of all in the chat box to Dr. Yamani for being here, for taking the time, everybody on Sunday, last talk, I kind of continue where Dr. Yamani stopped basically, and dive in why we're so passionate about, we have to make this doable. We can't just have an ideal, right? We need to make sure, hey, how can we implement this? And we have to demonstrate it, right? As health coaches, I think we don't have enough research. And again, that's really why we developed or created a Lifestyle Prescription University, as right now we are the only official university that offers degree programs in lifestyle medicine and health coaching. So thanks everybody. Thanks again, Dr. Yamani. We're going to be back in about 2 minutes with our next speaker. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Here we go. That was an abrupt jump into being back here. Wow. I'm so excited, I can tell you. Yes. So we have an amazing speaker coming up. And first, let me welcome her. Hi, Jessica, Dr. Jessica Drummond. How are you?
Hi,
Good to see you
good.
back.
Yes. My video has been paused.
Okay, let's see. Maybe
There we go. Got it. Got
Here we
it.
go.
Yep.
Here you are. Back.
Hello, hello.
Good to
Yes.
see you again.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you've been here last year. It was such a great presentation. And let me just quickly introduce you. So you're CEO of Integrative Women's Health Institute, co-author of Outsmart Endometriosis and Clinician to Coach, highly experienced in different areas in terms of health coaching, integrative kind of a complementary medicine, functional medicine. And I'm sure you're going to talk a lot more about your work. But the topic today is really important, I think, how to become a successful hormone health coach. And I guess it's this whole hormone type of a field that often we don't know enough about, right? And how to actually use that in coaching. So thanks again for being here.
All right. Thanks so much for having me. And we'll dive right into the presentation. So can you see that screen well? I'm going to switch it to the slideshow. Okay, perfect. So today we're going to talk about how to be a successful hormone, a health coach with a specialty focus in hormone health. And even that is fairly broad, as you'll see. So we're going to talk about why we need more health coaches who are trained in knowledge about hormones and the endocrine system, and how, but while that knowledge of integrative health around hormone health is essential, leading with health coaching is actually the most important piece of the story. And we just saw that talk, talking about how people really need not just sort of a nuts and bolts. The talk right before me, you learned that people need not just a nuts and bolts treatment plan and recommendations, because even then, even after cardiovascular disease or having a heart attack or diagnosed with heart failure, their compliance is not very great. And you learned earlier this morning with Sandy's talk on health, ordering labs and working with functional labs with clients, that the most important information is not actually just having the data. Having the data doesn't drive behavior change, but the strategy of understanding data interwoven with the skill set of health coaching is what we saw in the last talk. The research at Harvard is really showing, is giving people actual results that we can track in terms of keeping them out of the hospital. So they need to build that relationship. So you're going to do that in several ways, including setting the tone for your client's experience with consistent processes and boundaries, starting with space for mindful listening, using reflections and powerful questions, and honoring your client's healing journey up to that point. And I think, what Johannes just talked about around having health coaches integrated into the system. So over time, people can build that relationship just like you would with your primary care doctor, because usually with any health issue, there's sort of a lifelong journey around emotional healing, around deepening the healing, around what to do when, there are setbacks and changes and unexpected twists and turns. Health healing is not usually a short-term linear process. It's a lifetime of being the healthiest possible version of your client's self, and developing that relationship is so key. And then for you, we have to be careful about, and I heard earlier today in the talk around alcohol, a lot of health coaches themselves are really burned out. So supporting people with hormonal health issues can be very draining if you're not supporting your own endocrine health. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and then we'll go through a case study of a young adult with PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is one of the hormonal health issues that's most common. So 80% of women will experience a hormonal health issue in their lifetime. PCOS is among the most common issues, but also menstrual health shifts like amenorrhea or oligomenorrhea, infertility, adrenal dysregulation, thyroid issues, pregnancy or postpartum health issues, both physical and emotional health, postpartum prolapse, diastasis recti, sexual pain, low libido, and other postpartum issues. And any of these things can happen away from pregnancy as well. And perimenopausal health issues, hot flashes, cardiovascular issues, weight loss resistance, and all of that can continue for years into menopause if it's not appropriately addressed. And osteoporosis is also a hormonal health issue. And really, of all people, men and women, prediabetes and diabetes is a factor in up to 90% of people in the US, even right now. And that's accelerating in our younger populations. Men, I think male hormonal health is not talked about even as much as women, and women's hormonal health is underserved. 50 to 75% of men will experience a hormonal health issue in their lifetime. Anything from adrenal dysregulation, thyroid issues, low testosterone is very common, erectile dysfunction, andropause, low libido, and again, prediabetes and diabetes. Many of these are increasing in younger women, as is low sperm counts as well. And so male infertility. So why is leading with coaching so essential? Nearly all of these conditions are lifestyle based, and they have history of, how healthy or unhealthy was that person's childhood, or safety in their childhood environment, any kind of issues that rocked the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis or the stress resilience system, from anywhere from, the mother having something traumatic happen during pregnancy to, something traumatic happening in childhood, or even small kind of micro traumas. Over time, this adds up to chronic stress, emotionally and in the nervous system, but also environmental toxin exposure is accelerating. Exercise, we have a double-edged sword problem here with exercise. Many people are excessively over-exercising for weight loss reasons, and others are absolutely under-exercising, which is the more common, but both of these are problematic. Poor sleep quality, poor sleep prioritization, excessive sugar, grain, dairy, or other processed foods intake, not getting enough proteins, beneficial fats, and vegetables and fruits, and just all sorts of fiber, poor digestive function, unhealthy gut microbiome, circadian rhythm dysfunction, and even poor posture and breathing, particularly overnight, although throughout the day as well. We have challenges with fascial health and breathing posture and breathing health, which can impact metabolism as well. And metabolism really underlies endocrine and hormonal health. So behavior change is going to be the key to healing. Unfortunately, and certainly this has been searched for, one pharmaceutical, right? One HRT prescription. This is what they're doing in the United Kingdom, really leaning into every woman should be given this particular protocol of hormone replacement therapy. But we're finding, of course, that for some people, that's very helpful for their symptoms. But for others, that's really not getting it. And so it's never going to be this one size fits all situation. Again, tried that with hormonal birth control. About 80% of women in the Western world have been on hormonal birth control. For some, a lot of benefit for certain things. And, certainly it's effective for for birth control, which is what it was originally created for. But again, problematic for many other women. And even for those for whom it can be beneficial, there are problems with side effects in many cases, including some very serious side effects, such as suicide risk in teenagers. So there's never going to be like, okay, everyone just needs to get on this cocktail of hormones and you're in good shape. No. we really have to create a business model that allows us to support people, right? What do we keep hearing over and over today in these conversations is that the role of a health coach is helping people to really process what's going on for them, and define what their goals are so that they can begin to take care of their physiologic systems on a consistent basis. So in my company and in my practice, we're constantly saying, don't chase symptoms. So there's lots of hormonal symptoms, hair loss, weight gain, fatigue, sleeplessness, insomnia, hot flashes, all of these symptoms, acne, but we have to instead optimize systems. And that actually starts with the coach yourself. So creating for yourself a sustainable business model to take care of your own delicate endocrine system in this world of kind of high stress is really important for long-term success in this career. Because the work requires deep, collaborative, and personalized support. I loved how the woman, and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on your name right now, who was speaking about alcohol coaching earlier today, was saying, she's like, look, I only take a very few clients per year because I'm very focused on optimizing my own health. We have to be like that. Now, you can take a small number of clients and go deep and collaborative. You can create scalable, educational, and supportive content. You could manage a larger team, which for some people feels easier. How are you looking at your annual schedule? How are you building in small and large recovery breaks? What does recovery look like for you? So that's one side of the coin when you're figuring out how to create the kind of business model that your health coaching practice will best serve you. And then when you're choosing a niche of clients to serve, what do they really need? Sometimes clients in particular niche recovery periods, and it may not be just sort of like diagnosis based, it may be where people are in their healing journey, it may be the kinds of people you're working with. Do they really benefit from the energy and support and motivation of a group setting? Do they benefit from the in-depth detail question and answer of working in a personalized setting? Think about, if you kind of step back for a minute and think about your clients, who are the ones who just really needed a lot of that support with interpretation? Again, as Sandy talked about with lab testing, a lot of our work is so important around helping people understand that, right? How many times I actually just had a doctor's appointment myself about a month and a half ago, was handed kind of a lab requisition for 5 or 10 tests. It was like 8 tests, I guess. And, all I got was the my chart. Hey, everything's fine, except this one is a little low. Go take some of that. Literally, it was a message. I couldn't even reply to it. There was no way to even ask my doctor a question about that. So having that personalized support to answer questions, and it could be in a one-on-one setting, could be in a group setting. Sometimes the simplest things around having questions answered moves the ball forward. So, and then how does she need to learn how to communicate? So another really important role of a health coach in the hormone space is helping your clients communicate with their healthcare team. So there may be a functional medicine physician on their team, or a gynecologist, or a urologist, and what are the right questions to ask? Sometimes having a really solid plan before going into appointments or following up with appointments can be super valuable. So just to give you a few examples of our health coach certification graduates, Caroline Zwickson works specifically with postpartum hormonal recovery. And a lot of what she does is by living by imperfect example. She also works deeply one-on-one with people, but she leads with this idea that endocrine health postpartum requires mothers to live from a space of joy, because there's so much depletion in new mothers. And that's, again, the foundation of endocrine health. So if we can help people create systems of whole body wellness, not just, take this hormone or take this adaptogen or, eat so much fat, but how is your life actually supporting your body's ability to relax, to recover, and to be nourished? And then Pamela Windle is really reaching out globally and in her country, in the UK, around changing the societal conversation at work regarding menopause and helping those individual corporations and the society as a whole to change the conversation around perimenopause and menopause, creating resources and support at work, which, the reach of that is tremendous. Nicole Jardam, she helps women in their younger years from late teens to around the late 20s, early 30s, have a strong foundation of menstrual health, using the menstrual cycle as the fifth vital sign, as Lisa Hendrickson Jack would say in her book. Menstrual cycles for women is a really strong indicator of how healthy the endocrine system is. And Lori Villarreal, she works with helping people optimize blood sugar and insulin metabolic health. This is so foundational to hormonal health, including for men. And I think we have to keep opening the window a little bit into looking at male health, pelvic and endocrine health, because it's so underserved. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second. And we can also integrate these kinds of practices within clinical practice. So if you're coming to this conference as a clinician, Kendra here is an acupuncturist. She works with women optimizing their fertility. So she has particular treatments and recommendations from her clinical background of acupuncture. So do pelvic health, occupational and physical therapists. So do urologists and gynecologists and nurse midwives and nurse practitioners. Herbalists, right? So some of you have clinical skills in addition to maybe adding coaching skills to help people better implement your clinical recommendations. Because again, even after a heart attack, the compliance of people to just follow the recommendations of their trusted healthcare professionals is pretty low these days. And then, as I said, male hormonal health is so underserved, and one of our alumni is really looking at this in depth. She has created an entire pelvic and sexual health clinic for men. She works in Asheville, North Carolina, and globally. Most of the time, the only conversation around endocrine health for men is just testosterone supplementation, and that's it. But, cardiovascular health, metabolic health, brain health, all of these are so intricately related within male hormonal health. It's not just about sexual and reproductive health. Sometimes those are actually red flags for larger, more serious issues. And quite frankly, sexual and reproductive health is also very important for men throughout the lifespan, just as it is for women. So how are we going to set the tone for your clients' experiences, right? So one of the number one problems with hormonal health dysregulation is stress. So, and yet going to a doctor, going to interface with the healthcare system isn't probably a low stress experience for most people. So I was, thinking during the last talk, I was like, no one really wants health coaching. Of course they don't. Who wants more healthcare? Who wants to go and interface with this horribly broken system more? If you have no idea what health coaching is and you just think, oh, I've got to go to another doctor, or another specialist, or another clinician in an environment where it's challenging to get an appointment and it's always too cold in there, and then in a survey of over 35,000 online review of people's healthcare experience, the number one complaint was customer service. It is just uncomfortable to go to the doctor, to go to interface with the healthcare system. You're barely listened to, you're rushed, your time is not valued, getting an appointment is impossible. I've been, some of you, if you may know me, remember me from last year, I've been on about a 3-year now recovery journey from long COVID. And it was recommended to me to have a brain MRI about 4 or 5 months ago. And it's now scheduled in mid this summer, right? So that's crazy. In any other industry, that would be absolutely unacceptable. So when you're creating the environment in which you're going to create your coaching practice, whether it's in person or in a digital setting, the environment of helping people feel safe and supported, that helps their nervous systems to relax and they can actually heal. Fortunately, I've had a couple of really good experiences with the healthcare system in the last 3 years, which really remind me what a difference it makes. And this has been integrative, conventional. It makes such a huge difference when the environment is actually supportive of healing. Now, often before clients find out about you, because most people are unaware of health coaching and nor are they interested in actually participating in it, they've been through a long, challenging journey. They've gone from practitioner to practitioner to practitioner, and it's like, this didn't work, that didn't work. They were gaslit, they weren't heard, they're totally confused about the process. So the first thing we have to do is set a boundaried, professional, supportive process. You, your clients, your customer service team, anyone who's scheduling appointments, even the systems. Hey, if you use AI to schedule your appointments, or if you use digital systems, walk through your experiences of how a client would interface with you and see, is that supporting parasympathetic nervous system activation in your clients and in you? If so, that is the root of foundational hormone healing. We have to have the nervous system feeling safe and settled through the process. So how do you create a hormone healing space so you can be present and mindfully listening? If you have a stressful life or just a stressful day or a stressful hour, have a very clear process for how a client can schedule an initial strategy session call with you for at least 60 minutes, if not 90. Prepare your energy and space, even if it's a Zoom room. We're on a conversation here, like you'll see right on my desk, I've got various like beach rocks and things that I'm sort of holding in my hands for grounding. I'm in a naturally lit space. It's quiet, the door can close, you can control the temperature. How can you make yourself, maybe there's a scent you enjoy, feel calm and grounded? In an in-person space, when I used to work in hospitals and clinical medicine, one client to the next, always take a moment to wash hands, slow, deep breathing, get yourself grounded so that you can easily and comfortably, mindfully listen for at least 7 to 15 minutes, if not longer, before interrupting your client at all. Normally that happens in the healthcare setting in under 30 seconds. It's fast. It's more like 7 seconds. What a difference to the endocrine system when your client is in a safe, healing space and they feel heard. So again, lots of options for preparing your energy. You can just wash your hands. You can just sit yourself in a certain posture, ground your feet to the ground, slowly exhale, dance between clients, put in 528 hertz calming solfeggio frequencies that calms your hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis and lowers cortisol levels. And think about what feels comfortable for you when you're interfacing. For some people, that is a video call. For some people, it's actually easier to do audio calling. It kind of relaxes the nervous system. So think of your own neurodiversity needs, think of your clients' neurodiversity needs, and maybe ask them. Maybe there's some ability to flex between different communication settings. If you're in Zoom calls 10 hours a day, that's pretty rough for the nervous system and the endocrine system. So when you're having that initial call with a potential client, you're listening for these questions. Is your practice the right fit? Will this client be successful in your practice? And then share what the container is that you offer, whether it's, group, individual, educational, whatever it is. So avoid jumping right to recommendations. So you're sitting and listening to a client, maybe they're in their first session, maybe they're in their 100th session, maybe they're in a one-on-one session, maybe they're with 20 other people. what clients are often asking is like, they asking a question, looking for an answer that is a solution. That's what we've all been trained, right? You go to the doctor, you tell them your issue, they give you an answer to just fix it. But the reality is that's not actually how this works. So the first thing we have to learn to do is ground ourselves and listen, then reflect back what the client has said using a tool called reflections so that the client knows she has been heard. And also, it gives her a chance to kind of stop the looping conversation that she's been having in her head, right? A lot of our clients are telling story. Oh, this happened. They create these stories. It's a true story, but it's a story that's almost rote. And some of the details might even be blurred at this point, and they're just like getting out the story. When you reflect back what the client has said to you, sometimes it gives them a moment to take a breath and think, is that really true? Is that what I believe? Is that reality? And then consider that in many cases, your client knows the next step answer, right? They know they're underhydrated. They know they're not taking a walk most days. They know they need a bedtime routine and they're not getting it. They know they need more support around work schedule flexibility. Whatever it is, the thing that they probably need next, they usually know. They may not know like the whole journey. They may have questions along the way. They may get stuck and need some more options around, things like nutrition or supplementation or medication options or surgical options, right? But first, let's trust our clients and begin to think more in questions. Then you want to honor the path to where she got to you. People go through difficult journeys to heal from hormonal imbalances. A lot of times the only answers are things like hormonal replacement therapies, birth control pills, hormonal suppression, which leads to a lot of intense side effects. I work in my practice with a lot of people with endometriosis who've been on hormonal suppression, very heavy hormonal suppression for years, heavy complex supplement protocols, needing to go to acupuncture many times a week or a month, testosterone creams. But by and large, they're not like kind of eating poorly or stressing too much or exercising too little or not kind of eating living in a wellness perspective to avoid the hard work of recovery, which is what a lot of times people that are more in the wellness space will gaslight people. Oh, you want it to be too easy. You just want to jump to the pill, or they're trying to like not deal with a difficult thing. Although sometimes that's happening subconsciously to maintain safety. Sometimes they're just tired of trying so many things. And they're kind of like, look, I'm not going to try another nutrition plan. I don't want another supplement. Don't give me another hormone cream. Like, I understand this. I think I need this. Let's just start here. And sometimes we really need to just slow down and listen, because people can only heal at the pace of the interface between their nervous system and their endocrine system, right? So if people aren't fully ready to do whatever the next thing is that you might think, like just kind of objectively, you're like, oh, you just need to go on this complex protocol, or you just need to stop eating gluten or whatever. And they're like, look, I tried all that. Yeah, maybe they didn't do it consistently. Maybe they didn't do it enough support. Maybe they weren't using good quality products. Who knows? There's tons of reasons why someone might have tried something that should have been helpful and wasn't. But we have to break the paradigm of clients thinking that they come to you, you give them a protocol, and they're fixed, if you will. We have to think much more holistically and begin to slow it down and trust that our clients know the next best thing. Because sometimes it's really simple shifts that settle the nervous system, and that's the beginning of healing the endocrine system. Some verbal tools you can use is really honoring that journey to the present. So your skill set as a communicator is your most important thing as a coach. I see how hard you tried to do this on your own. I see how exhausted you and your family are. Your conventional or holistic providers have also been duped into thinking that they had the power to fix you with some acute medicine, with that, that birth control pill. They thought that was the answer. That's what their training has taught them. Also, your holistic providers feel that they've failed you if you're not feeling fixed. Like in 3 months, your symptoms aren't gone, right? Because that's the Instagram versions of what we also see. And sometimes people, in the holistic world can gaslight and shame and blame too. It's like, I guess the person didn't follow the plan, or, they didn't do it for long enough, or they weren't strict enough, or da 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 da. Like, we really have to be careful of blaming and shaming, because that gets to the root inside the nervous system of why people's endocrine systems are so depleted. The bottom line is that our collective assumptions about how healthcare functions is incorrect. Providers, by and large, don't have the ability to fix people. In general, health and wellness professionals do have biomechanical, biochemical, and other relevant skills, tools, and strategies that can support the healing process. This expertise is valuable, but it's not sufficient to fully restore health. In general, people living with complex hormonal imbalances have essential insights into how these tools and strategies will impact their systems, because maybe they've even tried some of them before, and what resources and support they have to actually consistently implement these tools and strategies, and kind of where they're ready to start. So take a breath for a moment. And when you're feeling frustrated with clients who are like, I'm not better yet, I'm not better fast enough, the weight isn't coming off, the thing I'm most concerned about isn't shifting yet, right? How comfortable are you with slowing down and letting the client heal at the pace of her emotional system, her nervous systems, and her endocrine system? Your health coaching practice will be more successful when you help your client stand confidently in his or her self-healing wisdom while being comfortable to curate her healthcare support team. So if that gynecologist, makes her feel bad every time she just declines starting hormonal birth control and asks questions, maybe she needs to curate a different gynecologist for that team, and feel empowered to communicate with that support team, including you. And this is not easy. It will feel much easier to just be like, okay, well, try this, take this supplement, or try this nutrition plan, or just go to bed earlier, or whatever. It's easier to default to making recommendations, but if you confidently and peacefully use the skill set of coaching as essential to your client being able to eventually feel confident in her ability to manage her own care, even when her work with you or any other professional comes to an end, right? We want to empower our clients, often through group coaching practices or even one-on-one, to really feel comfortable that they can lead their healing journey. They can gather information from experts, and then they can sit with their coach and kind of sort through it all, see how it feels in their body, and take some steps, next step, trial and error. So when you're thinking about choosing your niche as a health coaching practitioner, and I strongly recommend that you do this, and here's why. Anyone could choose to be a generalist health coach. That's fine, because the communication skill set is essentially the same niche to niche. You're helping people navigate through the healthcare system, ask good questions, define their own goals, figure out what they think they're missing in terms of the major component, big rocks of health, nutrition, movement, nature exposure, relationships, feeling of kind of empowered decision-making, right? That all of these communication tools work in any niche, but the teams are often a little bit different, right? So if you were specializing in helping people recover from using alcohol, that's a different group of health professionals and a different group of kind of health information that your clients are going to be having questions about than if you choose to work with women with PCOS. You're going to need a different set of healthcare professionals. You're going to need to know different information. So you may have a different passion that's not around hormonal health, but, and I would say that hormonal health is a wonderful business opportunity, because unfortunately there's just tons of hormonal health issues around, and people really get frustrated when they have hormonal health issues because the conventional system, there's not a good answer for them, right? The answers that we have don't work very well for the majority of people. But you also have to bring in the passion. So you have to be excited about talking about PCOS and learning about PCOS and going to PCOS conferences and meeting other experts around PCOS for the next 5 years at minimum, but probably the next 10 to 20, and maybe even the rest of your career. So we've done this, helped women and people all over the world become women's hormonal health specific health coaches in more than 62 countries, over 2,000 coaches trained. So we've seen tons of successful practices. And by the way, not just practices. Many of our graduates work for example, infertility functional medicine practices, or we have one graduate who works specifically in an integrative cancer center for women's cancers. So there are lots of increasing actually numbers of jobs in health coaching and women's health coaching and hormonal health coaching specifically that don't require you to start your own practice. But because conventional medicine doesn't really handle chronic conditions well, which is often what these hormonal health issues are, right? Chronic infertility, chronic hypothyroidism, chronic, PCOS, endometriosis, bladder pain syndromes, low testosterone, low libido. We don't have, easy, quick fix kinds of solutions that can be dealt with in 7-minute primary care visits or even 15-minute, specialist follow-up visits. So people are seeking things outside of that system, particularly in this niche. Hormone health specialists, health coaches have the skills to help women and men successfully navigate the complex therapeutic management of their complex conditions. So which niche of hormonal health is right for you will depend on what you're most interested in and the kinds of clients' needs that you like to support. Might be based on your personal story or of a client, or just a rare issue that's not being very well served. Like I said, men's endocrine issues, I think, are really under discussed. What group of people are you most passionate about serving that you could immerse yourself in for at least the next 3 to 5 years? So let's assume you've decided to choose a hormone health niche. Now what? Well, you've got to support your own hormone health. This is the most difficult, but most important. Are you an overgiver, worrier, achiever, depleted, burnt out, anxious? Many of us are. So how can you take a step back and, as Johannes was just saying, get your own health coach, create your own daily and annual and monthly self-healthcare strategy plan, and then have a great support team? Who is your health coach? Who is your community of support? And what are your daily healing practices? Anything from a mindful start of the day to daily nature exposure to pleasure, joy, tapping into breath work, nourishment. What is your perspective on these daily healing practices? Again, one of the biggest challenges I've seen in integrative and holistic medicine in the last few years is this perfectionism around eating perfectly, exercising perfectly, taking the exact right supplement stack. Like, what is this, And it becomes a lot of pressure on the nervous system and on the delicate adrenal system and metabolic system, which really underlie all of the other hormone systems. Do you have to do it on your own? No one else can do it as well as you, right? Doing your health things every day is perfect, is good, then you're good. If you miss one, then you're bad and you've got to make up for it, right? If you don't do all these practices, do you deserve to get sick, right? How are we thinking about our daily healing practices in a more nourishing way rather than in a more depleting way? Don't just take a health coaching certification course. Join a supportive community. This work is not easy. When people join our Women's Health Coach Certification Program, they join that community of thousands of coaches and practitioners all over the world. This work is not easy. People with chronic complex health conditions, which most endocrine and hormonal concerns are, carry a lot of emotion, a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, a lot of need to get this solved right away. They have complex questions, confusion, overwhelm, lots of stress. you will need support to peacefully take a hold of your beach rocks, settle your own nervous system, do your breath work, support them well, and then sometimes go vent to your colleagues on our coaching calls, right? And you can learn more about our coaching community at womenshealthquiz.com. So let's talk through this case study. This was a client of mine, meet Jamie, an 18-year-old high school senior, great high school soccer player, loved hanging out with her friends, but gets moody around her period, craves sugar, loves pizza and pasta. She's a self-proclaimed night owl, and her mom says she's addicted to her phone. 5'4", 130 pounds. Her BMI is at the 62nd percentile for girls of her age. She's under a lot of stress, right? Senior year in high school, college acceptance, financial pressures. At the time, I was working with her during COVID, distance learning, missing her friends, her soccer season cut short, more digital time, especially at night, to stay connected with a less consistent sleep schedule. And we do see this cycle of obstructive sleep apnea with polycystic ovary syndrome. So with polycystic ovary syndrome, we have hyperinsulinemia, right? Remember, I talked about metabolic health is foundational to hormone health, insulin resistance, obesity, hyperandrogenemia, low estrogen, low progesterone, obstructive sleep apnea, poor sleep quality, sleep loss, sleep fragmentation, hypoxia, and increased sympathetic tone and oxidative stress, which feeds back to this whole cycle. So sleep can be obstructed. Sleep quality can be impacted negatively by polycystic ovary syndrome. She was eating a high carbohydrate, high grain in particular, and high sugar diet, starting the day with an iced coffee with sugar and creamer, lots of pregame meals of pastas and pizzas. Her mom was really trying to cook more vegetables and salads at home, but it was really challenging to get the whole family on board. She had 2 really active brothers as well. Dad resistant to eating more vegetables because he had a lot of anxiety and stress himself and used the sugar and carbs to calm that. She was starting to drink some alcohol with her friends. And, again, as we talked about earlier, people often do this as a way to regulate the nervous system, which short-term helps regulate the endocrine system, but it doesn't last. So she was frustrated with abdominal adiposity and weight loss resistance. So she was working out really hard and occasionally trying 1 or 2 day green juice cleanses, but would have really intense sugar cravings. So she would quit. And it is a red flag in PCOS, as much as the stereotype is women who are heavier, to actually also show up sometimes for thinner women who chronically exercise too intensely. I had a client like that. She was working out. She was in an executive position in a oil company. So, high intensity exercise with the guys for years. And then she struggled with infertility related to PCOS. We also use Garmin fitness trackers to track, or Oura rings to track heart rate variability, sleep quality, and resting heart rate. Because again, metabolism and sleep quality is at the foundation of hormone health. And these are tools we can use to help your clients be more compliant and learn what kinds of things disrupt their body. Maybe many days their stress is reasonably balanced, but then the one night they drank some alcohol, ate too late at night, maybe had a pizza, it really disrupted their sleep and took a while to recover. That's a learning experience. That data in women with breast cancer shows you just have to kind of have these learning experiences through the devices for approximately 6 months. And then the person doesn't even really need to wear the device anymore. This information kind of tuned into their own body can really stick. And sometimes we go back to it, years later and recheck in. Stress and sleep really matters. In a controlled study of 100 patients with PCOS and 60 age-matched controlled between 13 and 30, increased salivary cortisol level and alpha amylase levels were seen in the PCOS population, suggesting a sustained stress scenario in their system. So could be simply because of the disease process itself, the poor metabolism, but either way, this higher stress markers were related to alterations in body composition related to PCOS and those negative alteration in body systems. We also can look at lab data. And again, our role here is really in helping people understand the data, help get their questions answered, help figure out when gathering more data can be more helpful, really tracking the impact. So when mindfulness-based stress reduction programs, this one was 18 weeks, were tested in populations of people with PCOS, there was a lot of improvement because calming stress, so we can track stress here, and then we begin to implement a mindfulness-based stress reduction strategy. And this study showed statistically significant reductions in stress, depression and anxiety, salivary cortisol, so both biochemical markers and reported symptom reduction. And again, your client may not like mindfulness, they may feel antsy about that, but there are many, many, many strategies for stress reduction. This is the key role of a coach, to kind of pull out and help the client gather a whole variety of strategies for stress modification, and then just choose the one that works best for her, that she really prefers, and then develop a plan for consistency. In PCOS, dysglycemia is again at the root, often starting with reactive hypoglycemia. That was the case for this client. She was having a lot of kind of sugar cravings related to eating sugar, and then the blood sugar dropping, and then needing more sugar. This is also very common in thinner women on high carbohydrate, low fat diets, worse with alcohol intake, and worse with more struggles with the adrenal, the HPA, hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, otherwise known as our stress buffering system. So helping our clients gather data, collaborating with colleagues as needed to just kind of figure out like what is the optimal metabolic data and how far is she from that. One of the most valuable tools in addition to tracking stress can be day-to-day tracking of glucose monitoring. So more and more it's available direct to consumer to track 10 to 30 days or so of continuous glucose monitoring, just to see if there are some problematic foods. And sometimes it's not even food, it's stressors, it's lack of sleep, over or under exercise, too much EMF exposure, who knows? And so this can give kind of real-time data, which is very valuable. Nutrition in this case with Jamie was not just about what to eat, but also we had to focus on improving her gut microbiome. So she was struggling with really low akkermansia, and akkermansia is directly related to blood sugar metabolism. In a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled pilot study in obese and overweight insulin-resistant volunteers, supplementing with akkermansia did improve insulin sensitivity, reduced insulinemia, reduced plasma total cholesterol, slightly decreased body weight, fat mass, and hip circumference. So helping balance gut microbiome, also focusing on meal timing, mindful eating, and other digestive strategies to optimize nutrient absorption. And focusing on the core foundation of the endocrine system. So even if the issue is related to elevated androgens, elevated insulin, elevated blood sugar, or dysregulated blood sugar, looking at adrenal hormones, cortisol, and how the body is breaking down hormones, which we can do that through reviewing and educating on Dutch hormone testing. How is the liver function? How is the colon function? She having great bowel movements? We have some really simple tools to improve these things, starting with things like water and fiber, but also cilantro, for example, is a very powerful tool for cleansing heavy metals from estrogen receptors. So often we look for the most complicated solutions, but sometimes just checking the more simple things, is your client consistently doing them over time? And that was especially the case in these younger women. How can we support that? Their healing can be pretty rapid. But the trick is then getting it to last. That's where we need that emotional support piece. So PCOS often co-presents with other hormone and metabolic cardiovascular issues. So you want to be collaborating with the full team to assess, cardiovascular markers, metabolic markers, thyroid markers. Sex hormone binding globulin is a really important piece of information to gather, because people can have perfect serum hormone testing, but then it's not active if it's all too bound up with high levels of sex hormone binding globulin. And don't forget, lipid panels, liver function. All of this gives a generally good picture of how healthy and stable the metabolism is below the the kind of top level hormone issue. I really always think of hormone issues as being the very tip of the iceberg. And we always think about, well, add hormone replacement or add birth control or stop birth control. But there's a whole sea of nervous system calming, gut microbiome optimization, digestive function optimization, and metabolic health below that. And so when you niche focus, as I was talking about earlier, it's much easier to understand how all of these other systems interplay with the issue that you kind of become specialized in. And you'll be able to then communicate with medical and healthcare teams to have appropriate testing, to get your clients their questions answered, to make sure they have a high quality team surrounding them. And then in this client, she was a high school soccer player, but without that, her exercise just fell apart. So we talked a lot about, what do you enjoy doing? How can we do the kind of specific strength training sessions, a few per week? How can we do some high intensity stress sessions, but make sure you're not too burned out, and balancing that with sleep and maybe some yoga or gentle walking. So for her, it really was about the social aspect of exercise. So while her sports teams were unavailable, she found a wonderful outdoor fitness trainer. Gosh, I hope they're still working together today. That was about 3 years ago. Just having workouts with friends. It's really important that we understand what people's motivations are. Getting people moving consistently in a way that's not extreme is far more important than exactly what they do. Exactly what they do matters to an extent. And of course, that's important, and you'll learn all about how to do that. But her motivational consistency support strategies are what's going to keep it going for the long term. And we can also, of course, integrate this within her healthy menstrual cycle. So for Jamie, she was struggling with difficulty with self-motivation when team sports were over. So finding that peer support, that wonderful positive fitness trainer, and then really seeing where things had the risk of falling apart nutritionally. So she had some plans for that. That's what led to her success. It wasn't the checklist of what to do, because that wasn't going to work unless she had the support systems around her to make it happen. PCOS is a reversible hormonal health issue for at least 5 million women in the US alone. So we can do so much good with hormonal health concerns that are the number of people that are struggling with hormonal health concerns in the Western world is huge. So you're going to be an important part of the team by leading with your client's definition of health as the grounding principle. Anytime they're like, oh, I don't want to work out today, or I'm missing the chocolate cake, right? We really have to help align our clients back with their goals. And you can learn more about our work at the Integrative Women's Health Institute on Instagram at Integrative Women's Health, or I'm personally at Jess R. Drummond, and more at the Women's Health, or just womenshealthquiz.com.
Amazing, Jessica. Amazing. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. I'm trying to make sure okay, here we go. Stop sharing that.
So what if clients are really frustrated, because when they start working with a coach, they realize it's a long, more slower process. What would you say that sets them up for a journey ahead?
Yeah, I do think that's one of the most challenging questions that I have when I'm working with my own clients or our students, because a lot of people that come to work with a health coach are like type A, or at least they're kind of at the point where they're ready to make the change. They're like, okay, I'm ready to fix this. And they're expecting a 90-day protocol to, perfection. And that's almost never the case. So where I begin is that really kind of calm, grounded conversation about what are your goals? What is most important to you? And then we talk about kind of the physiologic pace of healing and the fact that there's a lot of layers to it. Sometimes people eat perfectly, but they have a lot of stress that they can't always just put down. Or even if they did, like they just quit their job. And I give them kind of this scenario like, hey, if I could take all my clients and they just quit their jobs and left their kids with a babysitter and like moved to some tropical island where all their food was cooked for them and they were taking daily beach walks. Yeah, their hormone issues would heal pretty quickly. But then you have to go back to your life. So it's better to have, and then it would all come rushing back. So it's better to have a strategy for how to slowly, at your own body's pace, enjoy the journey and actually learn how to heal within the life that you want. And it's a more sustainable path, but it's really, it takes a mindset shift and it takes a lot of support. And then we keep circling back to what's your first goal? What's most important to you? Let's stay focused on that. And then there's always going to be more work to do. It's also kind of helpful to define this idea that what does health even mean, right? Because sometimes you have like Olympic athletes, right? You look at their health, they look like they're perfectly healthy. But there's a lot of messes under some of that, So helping people understand that it's not just, there isn't one answer is, I think, very helpful.
2 more questions. We don't have much time. The role of grounding.
Yeah, I think grounding is just really about settling your own nervous system. So there's a million ways to do that. I like to use like stones. Some people like certain scents. Feeling your weight in the chair or feeling your feet on the ground. It just helps you settle your nervous system so you can be present while you're listening, because mindful listening is one of the most important skills in coaching.
Yeah, that Carl was asking about barefoot connecting with a negative charge of earth and different ways to do that to ground. Yeah, perfect. What about workout, high intensity workout during menstruation? Or ovulation?
Well,
Maybe.
Generally not, but it kind of depends, right? If you have a person who's very well supported, who has healthy, great adrenal health, and they're training for, maybe their goal is a very particular competition, and then they may or may not be able to kind of, predict where they'll be in their cycle. It can be valuable to train intensely during any part of your cycle, depending on your goal. But as a long-term strategy, that's probably going to be too depleting for most people that have almost everyone is under a fair amount of both emotional and just like environmental toxin stress. So we don't like to add to that unless a person has a particular goal around that or they're very, very resilient.
Thank you again. As always, so much wonderful information and inspiration for all of our coaches watching. Thank you, Jessica. Amazing work. See you hopefully next year again.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Thank you again. Again, in the chat box, give Jessica a big warm hug and gratitude for sharing. Now we're going to be back. Let's do, thank you again, Jessica. We're going to be back in about 2 minutes. And I introduce our next speaker. Okay, thanks, guys. Hello, hello. We are back. Stretching, taking a deep breath, and just appreciating. I think that's, at least for me, it counts for me. The amazing speakers we had today. What a day! What 3 amazing days we had so far. But we're not over yet. 2 more speakers, presenters that you really want to watch. Highly informative, and we want to start with Rob Herring, which unfortunately he couldn't be here live, so we pre-recorded it. Magdalena pre-recorded an interview, a talk with him. He's a really interesting person, and if you haven't seen his film, he's an activist and filmmaker in terms of lifestyle medicine, health coaching, food, and so on. The need to grow, right, in terms of our soil. I think you find it online somewhere. Just Google for it, search for it. A great film, and he also has a new adventure it's called Tip News, which is all about the truth in media, right? To have more of a source where we can get more good content media. So we're going to start the video in a second. And enjoy, have a good time. It's about 43 minutes. You're going to be back with our last speakers. You don't want to miss that, which is about lifestyle medicine for dizziness and vertigo. Okay, here we go. We start the video. See you back in a minute. Type your questions into the chat box, which I try to answer when we're back.
Thank you, Rob, for joining us at the Health Coach Summit with Lifestyle Prescription. It is an absolute pleasure. And I know we've had a chat before on another occasion, and that was a pretty special chat and interview that we had. But today we're going to be talking about what you're up to today. So I'd like to introduce Rob Herring from Earth Conscious Life. He's the director of The Need to Grow. And you've been doing some amazing research, lots to say. So please, let's talk on what's so passionate that you are in at the moment with the ecosystem health.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me here. A joy to connect with health coaches. This is something that I've been passionate about for many, many years and pursued a health coach career before I ended up becoming a film director. Kind of pivoted my journey. I almost went back to school to be a naturopathic doctor and instead studied to become a certified holistic health coach. So I know the importance of that role. And so thank you to everybody watching and the work that you're doing, because having someone to lean on as they transition their own relationship, either with food or stress or their mindset, is so powerful. And I think we will see more and more of this. And the research shows that it's such an incredible advantage for patients as they go through the process of whatever they're transforming in their lives or dealing with on their healing journey. So for me, it was this background of interest in human health that ultimately led me to look at the food system. And as we all know, this is one of the biggest ways in which we contribute to either health or declining health. Yeah. And what became aware to me as I was looking at all of the additives and the processed foods and the nutrient deficient foods that are on the shelves was there's also obviously a lot of toxic chemicals in some of these products, things that we're not just putting in our mouth, but things that we're putting in our bodies and our personal care products, et cetera. And I just kept coming back to this interdependency between our environmental awareness through our food system and either the toxins that we're putting into our food system or the nutrient deficiencies that are coming out of this conventional food production system and how that relates to our human health. And it just kept being hammered into my mind that we are really a reflection of our relationship to the environment. And so I always find myself speaking either to people focused really on human health and trying to draw a connection back to the environmental health and what that and why those are the same conversation. Or I'm talking to an audience maybe that is more focused in environmental or ecosystem protection, but then also trying to inspire those folks into, we need to start with our own bodies as the ecosystem, and that we are nature, that we are quite literally nature. We're not separate from nature, even though some forms of the definition of nature actually pretended that humans were somehow outside of it. But I think as we're evolving right now on this planet, we're realizing that interdependency to each other, to our biodiversity, to the plants and animals, but also the ecosystems at large. And so food is really the biggest connection that we have to that in every way. So I directed this film. There's a poster behind me. It's called The Need to Grow. And this really looked at the soil as the foundation for how we interact with our food system. And that when we start to think of farming or even gardening as not so much about producing fruit or crops or vegetables, but actually that we just need to be soil managers, because the soil is this complex, mind-boggling level of microscopic diversity. And it's been fun to see the awareness for our soil health start to make its way into the culture now, because we're looking at this astonishing, awe-inspiring complexity of soil that if you've just got in your hand, a mere handful of soil, you have tens of billions of microorganisms in just a teaspoon of healthy soil. And so what's going on there is there's tens of thousands of different species. And they're each playing a vital role in an entire microcosmic ecosystem. And right now, as human beings, we actually know more about the stars in our sky and the cosmos above than we know about really what's happening in that soil, believe it or not. So the top soil scientists in the world will acknowledge that maybe we know 1% of what's going on. And that's really astonishing, because almost all of life really comes back to the fact that we can grow food out of those couple inches of topsoil. And unfortunately, through modern agriculture that started about 10,000 years ago in the dawn of man's agriculture, and how it's evolved, especially over these last few decades, becoming more and more reliant on pesticides and herbicides and fungicides, we're in an extraction mentality, and we're not in the cycle mentality that nature really thrives on. And so when we only poison or add not just these toxic pesticides to get rid of the bugs, but also we're adding these artificial fertilizers, synthetic fertilizers, to sort of prop up growth. And you can think of it as almost an artificial steroid or a hormone that you could take to get really big muscles, but it's not rooted in true optimal health or a thriving ecosystem. And so what happens there is we have almost the silhouette of the vegetables that we've once had. So we have a broccoli that looks like a broccoli, but it doesn't have the nutrient density as even our grandparents' generation. And so we find ourselves having to eat 3, 4, maybe 5 times as many of the same foods if we wanted to get those nutrient levels. And as all the health coaches out there know, now we're having to turn to things like supplementation. Obviously, human beings were not taking nutritional supplements, for the tens of thousands of years we were evolving to reach this point. And so why do we have to do that now is unfortunately because it's really hard to get your optimal levels of certain nutrients, even if you ate the best foods out there. It might not be impossible.
Can I just ask you here, Rob, like when you say that, that's really sad to know that a broccoli doesn't even have those nutrients. And, some of the food, we think that we're eating the right foods and we're doing the right things. So what's at stake when, what does that mean then? if we're not getting the nutrients? Like,
yeah, well, what tends to happen is that our bodies, are giving us the signals that we're still hungry, for one, because when you eat really nutrient-dense food, and I've had the honor, because of some of the work that I did as a filmmaker, touring different farms and getting to eat really fresh food that comes from regeneratively grown organic food. And the other component to that is the freshness. So there's kind of two pieces to that story. One is, were those nutrients actually available in the soil? And is the soil ecosystem thriving in such a way that it really unlocks those nutrients to make their way into the plant roots? And so there's a beautiful symbiosis happening between the plants sucking down carbon and sunlight through photosynthesis, creating these sugars, pumping them down through their root systems. And they're actually exchanging between these soil microbes and these other beneficial fungus that are in the soil. And they're allowing for certain nutrients to become more bioavailable or not. Now, when that soil is really optimized and thriving through what's known as the organic matter, or the really living microbes in that soil, as opposed to dead dirt, which doesn't really have any beneficial microorganisms. When that soil is thriving, now that plant root system actually is able to pull those nutrients back up into, the leaves or the fruiting body of the crop. Now you're able to eat that. But the other piece of this is, when did that food make it to your plate? So obviously, if you're buying something that was picked before it was ripe, it was artificially ripened on the truck for 3 days to get to your grocery store. It sits on the shelf for a certain number of days or weeks, even. Not even if it's not processed foods. We're just talking about produce. How much of that nutrition is really there and bioavailable by the time that we eat it? So when we look to farmers markets, or when we look to local organic food, starting to know our farmers, or becoming, a grower or a gardener ourselves, even if it's something as simple as our very first herb, just in a little pot on the windowsill, now you're actually getting not just these vitamins and minerals that we all know about, but these phytochemicals, which are, there's such a complexity there that also we don't even know much of what's going on with most of those beneficial phytochemicals. And so there's a real energy. And for a time, it was seen as a woo-woo idea of, the life force energy of the food. People that juice fresh foods probably have a good sense of that. Now, in scientific terms, we might think if something is just oxidizing and it starts to lose that potential. But there's also another component there, which is the photonic or light energy. And we're working on another film right now called Pharmacy of Light, pharmacy with an F. It really looks at how the light or the photons are actually stored inside of the plant. And this is something that is not a woo-woo idea, but this is really rooted in a metric that you can measure the photonic capability. And many of us are realizing that obviously the sun is, when used properly, is powering this whole system here.
Exactly.
So we don't want to demonize the sun. Of course, there are negatives of overdoing anything, but for a long time we've come up against messaging about scare tactics around the sun, and it's so critical to our circadian rhythm and our hormones and our health. But we also can eat that light energy through foods, through really fresh, thriving vibrant, colorful foods. And so when we eat those different colors, that's kind of nature's way of showing you different nutrient densities. And so eating the rainbow is a really good idea. Eating different color tastes is a really good idea. Different tastes will indicate different compounds. And, in modern day, we very rarely eat certain foods. Most people aren't really eating the bitters or the umamis or the sours very often.
Right. So, no, that sounds perfect. And, to touch on how important it is to get those type of foods and have it, grown from that natural, dense nutrient soil. What can, these coaches, our coaches that are watching, where can you direct them to give some advice? Because you're telling us how important it is, and I certainly know how important it is. I've got one little basil pot. But, where can these coaches give advice to their clients?
Yeah, I would say that the benefits of gardening and composting are so multifaceted. And we know that some of the longest living cultures in the world are people that got involved in gardening. There's so many benefits beyond the obvious of just the actual de-stressing and the connection that you have to the plant. You're having a more mindful opportunity to lower all those stress hormones. You're also having the possibility to physically ground if you're barefoot or touching plants.
Right.
We know that also is not one of these crazy ideas, but is very rooted in science and connecting electrically to the earth. We know that putting your hands in the soil is an opportunity for lowering these stress hormones in a really fascinating way. There's certain bacterium called a mycobacterium that is in our soil. This is one of so many bacteriums that are out there that we happen to have studied that we know is related to our serotonin levels and our feel-good, what is known as our feel-good hormones. There's many hormones that contribute to our mental health, but this connection to literally just putting in our hands in the soil, getting some dirt under your fingernails, you're inevitably breathing some of this in. And I think that gardening possibility also has a lot to do with our gut health, because the soil is really the gut of the earth. So all of those microbes are really the opportunity for us to engage with biodiversity, to put that back into our systems. And if you think about the carrots that our ancestors ate, they weren't flash pasteurizing and sterilizing these carrots. And I'm not suggesting someone take it right out of the dirt and eat a bunch of, unknown substances that are just on the end of your carrot. But the idea is, if you brush that carrot off, if it is grown in clean soil that you were managing yourself, there's no toxic cancer-causing pesticides in there, there's nothing funky, you should be able to consume that. And actually, you are taking in some of that biodiversity. And this biodiversity we know is so lacking. So this research now is showing us that so many of our diseases and our illnesses, not just physically, but our mental health, are connected to the lack of that gut biodiversity. So how do we engage with nature is going to be our determining factor, is whether or not we do get that biodiversity back into our bodies.
Yeah.
And that could be as simple as just visiting a lake, playing in the river or the water, getting some spring water, getting our hands in the soil. So I would say if there's any way that you can encourage clients to participate in growing something, it doesn't matter how small it is. Like you said, it could be the one herb that you have. But when you make a salad with that, or maybe, it's fresh tomato and you put that together, that flavor is so strong from the fresh herbs because all of those aromatics and those essential oils are still there. And one thing that we show in our film, The Need to Grow, is when a farmer who's growing really good romaine lettuce breaks off a leaf, there's actually a white milk substance that comes out of it. But that won't be there in a grocery store as soon as 24 to 48 hours later. You'll never see that again. And what's in there, it's kind of bitter, but that substance is probably the most anti-carcinogenic compounds in the lettuce. And it's a really sad thing because most people will never experience eating lettuce that has like a romaine milk in it. And we're missing out on
the name, right? Hence the name, romaine lettuce.
Yeah, we're having a serious deficiency in these compounds that are some of the most healing regenerative compounds. So even if someone's not growing 90% of their food, which is really hard to even do, but they're just participating in something that makes its way onto their plate, then they're getting optimized freshness and tons of phytochemicals. So I would say, any step that you can take, and then you get the benefit of getting into the fresh air, getting out into the sunshine, removing from the screens. And there's a real change physiologically that happens there.
And so, and that's perfect because, the gardening is just so soothing. And as you said, it's quite meditative, going into the garden and just playing with that soil and feeling it and grounding yourself with it. But there's a lot of people that live in apartments as well. I mean, also encouraging them to go to the farmers markets, and helping them with their business so that when we support them, that certainly helps that whole ecosystem of their business. So it seems like a ripple effect as well.
That's a massive part of it, because if you can't be someone who is growing the food the right way, then it's really, how do we vote with our dollars, right? Every single thing that we purchase is a vote and saying, I want more of this. And, it can be easier for some people to throw money around to the most expensive, perfectly produced foods, of course. And we want to be mindful, but we look for opportunities of how do we reprioritize what we are spending our money on, and what is the priority and what is it worth. And so oftentimes it takes looking at what are we actually spending money on, and is that money, money energy better served in voting for this regenerative or organic food. And at the farmers markets, don't be shy about talking to the farmers and asking them what types of practices they do. And if they're organic, one thing to keep in mind is, are they focused on soil health in a way that they're giving back to that soil? Because the concept of organic is just about really what's not there, at least in the United States, and I think it's pretty similar for most people around the world, is it's about not having certain chemicals added.
Cool. Yeah.
But beyond that is, are we regenerating that soil? Because you can grow organically and still not be focusing on the soil microbes. And what's powerful is that these soil microbes, when you increase an acre of land by just 1% of that organic matter, just a mere 1% change, we know that acre is going to hold about 25,000 gallons more water. And so when it does rain, that water gets soaked up like a sponge into that ecosystem. Many places around the world are experiencing drought, and soil health is, in most cases, the main difference, the differentiating factor here, because that's where most of our water is used. And so when we're putting all this water through irrigation into our agriculture systems, does that water stay there on the land, or does it actually just run off? And if it's not organic, it's taking all those chemicals with it into the rivers, including the oceans, etc. But also we want to prevent both drought and flood through farming. And that soil organic matter is the big the big difference. So
Yeah.
we can always engage with our farmers and try to encourage them. And it's not about shaming somebody who's not doing it the right way, because
No, that's right.
sometimes it's a hard change to make for farmers.
Yeah.
That they might want to do it one way, but either they're
Yeah.
locked in through tradition, or if the financial burden is
Correct.
sometimes a bit hard.
Yeah, and we've had some floods as well, so in Australia. But covering those points about the environmental influences. You speak of the 4 elements. Can you just tell us about what your thoughts and what you're doing with the 4 elements?
Yeah. So a philosophy that I've been kind of reminded of lately is really looking to nature as the blueprint for our own health, seeing ourselves as our ecosystem. And that's not just as a planet, but it's your local ecosystem or your home as an ecosystem. And how is that reflected in our physical bodies? And I've been really looking to the 4 elements, earth, air, water, and fire, as opportunities to optimize our own physical health. And some of that will seem obvious. Some of it is, our water, is it fresh? Can you get spring water? Can you get water that is containing minerals versus a lot of pollutants and toxins and chlorine or fluoride, et cetera? How do we filter our water? Because otherwise we're putting all of that into our bodies.
Yeah.
But then we look at air. Obviously, what are we breathing in? When we think about how long can we go without food, how long can you go without water, how long can you go without air, we start to almost reprioritize. What I think I was taught was food was the most important. I'm starting to think of it maybe a bit differently, in that, we eat a couple times a day, but we're breathing nonstop. So, that indoor air quality is pretty profound, because most of us are spending 90% or more. For most people, it's probably more than 95% of their day inside. And so a quality air filter cannot be overestimated. When you look at the dust that's in there at the end of a month or so, that would be inside of your body. And it may be something that some folks would dismiss, but the fact is we didn't evolve living inside and breathing stale air. So opening a window, if you can, depending on the time of the year, et cetera, is always better than breathing indoor air. There's so much that is off-gassing from our carpets, our paints, our furniture, our mattresses that we don't even know about. Most people aren't taught about. But these volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, are very real. They're very measurable. And so we want to give them a chance to get out the window as often as possible. So that's so huge. Then how we breathe, when we look at airs, are we actually breathing correctly? And most of us are not. Most of us aren't even taking deep breaths throughout the day. And are we breathing through our nose as much as possible? And so there's more and more research coming out about the importance of nasal breathing and what that does with our nervous system.
Well, that's why we have the hair in our nose. You know, it's a natural filter, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's just to block that out. And also the nitric oxide that only comes when you do nasal breathing is really critical to bringing oxygen and also releasing carbon dioxide. So something to look into is nasal breathing, making sure also that when people are sleeping, they're breathing through their nose. Really critical. I've personally started mouth taping. To be a little weird, might not be for everybody, but if you are, prone to snoring or just breathing through your mouth at night, there's so many benefits. Also protecting oral health by keeping your mouth closed when you sleep. So we want to make sure that those airways are as clear as possible. Yes. Moving on, just to not go too deep into any one of those elements, but the earth is, of course, the soil that we spent a lot of time talking about. Yeah. And another big piece of that is the grounding and actually touching the earth. And so this, if I don't know if where all of our listeners are from, but I was often called a tree hugger as a kid. It's like a sort of a slang, or I don't know if it's derogatory anymore, because I think it's a beautiful compliment. But the connection that you have electrically when you do touch the earth is really important. And that biodiversity, as we were talking about, to get those microbes in and on us, we now know so clearly that children who are born in the least sterile environments are going to grow up with stronger immune systems. The children who are raised on a farm, playing in the dirt, exposed to animals at a young age, are the ones who can actually thrive because they have resilience built up. And these ideas of, sterilizing every surface in the house and the hand sanitizers, there may be a time and a place for some of that, but they need to be thought of as the extreme options for those extreme scenarios. Yes. And then I would add to that, which is kind of goes back to this gardening benefit, is there's a concept called forest bathing, and that many people might know about. In Japanese, it was made popular as Shinrin Yoku because it was studied about the mental health benefits and the physical health benefits of getting into a forest. And you can get some of this just by engaging in your outdoor backyard, especially if you're gardening. But there's something profound when you're surrounded really by trees, because there are these aromatic compounds that are actually coming off of the trees that we're breathing in. They're essentially like essential oils, and they're providing benefits to us. And at the same time, we know now through research that our natural killer cells, a key part of our immune system, really goes through the roof just by a simple 2-hour walk through a garden, through a forest. And so forest bathing has these almost weird, almost sounds like science fiction benefits, where they would take a study and these patients would walk through the forest for just 2 hours, and you would test their blood, and these natural killer cells, which are really beneficial, anti-cancer, anti-disease, were going up by huge percentages. And even as far as a month after that single forest walk, they still had elevated levels for their immune system. And so imagine what a forest walk every day would possibly do.
Exactly. But it's hitting really all those senses that you were saying with those 4 elements. It's, the touch, the feel, the smell, the looking, all of, the hearing. And I can just imagine in the forest, you just hear absolutely everything, and you can see how it would change the chemistry in your body for sure.
Yeah. And like you say, the sounds are another component to it that we also, have pretty good research on these natural sounds, whether it's bird sounds or the sound of running water. These things all help regulate our nervous system. And it's these artificial sounds that we need to remember our bodies just didn't evolve that way. And I get in lots of arguments with people who have different opinions on this kind of stuff. And
I'm sure you do, Rob. I'm sure.
I don't know why I find it fascinating to debate, because I think it's an interesting way to see, why do we not see eye to eye? Is there something to learn? And one thing that I often come across is this idea that just being natural is not necessarily better, right? Which is true, right? Lightning is natural, snake venom is natural. Doesn't mean it's good for us.
Yes.
But the way that I feel like they always miss on that argument is that we didn't evolve to be exposed to snake venom. We didn't evolve to be exposed to lightning. And so it's not just that it exists in nature anywhere. It's that what did our bodies evolve in concert with? And most of the modern technology, obviously, but also our modern dwellings and our modern lifestyles are not what our bodies evolved with. So getting back to the science of the circadian rhythm, right, our daily cycles, how are we in tune with the rhythms of the day with the sun? How do we get exposed to sunrise, sunset, and that color spectrum as much as possible? Because that is that 4th element that we didn't yet talk about, is the fire element is really represented through light. And so the exposure that we have to artificial lights, I've got artificial lights on me right now. It's inevitable to some degree. The screens obviously are artificial light, but what's important is that blue light exposure. And we start to hear this a little bit more now, and there's, what may be thought of as trends of blue blocking glasses or biohacking. But the fact is, our bodies can't handle in a healthy way being exposed to certain spectrums of light because we didn't evolve alongside that.
Yeah.
We really only had the peak of blue light through the middle of the day, but in the beginnings and end of the day, it was much more in the color of red in that part of the spectrum. And so this is why red light therapy is so profound. This is why saunas, which use infrared or near infrared, are actually able to penetrate deeper into our tissues and help, expel some of those toxins.
Yeah.
If you can get a red light, they're getting cheaper. It's certainly not the cheapest item on your list, but they've become so much more affordable. I've had really great benefits from that, as well as just watching sunrise and sunset. So I think, incorporating the idea of light, there are many who think that just the unnatural light in our houses, in our workplaces, in our schools, especially.
And I know for a fact that certain countries that don't get light, I think Sweden, where they don't get light at certain times of the year, where they actually have to expose their eyes in infrared, so that they can get the vitamin D, and that's how important light is.
It's huge. Yeah, so much of what we learned about right now is just the vitamin D benefit, because it's this critical hormone and affects nearly every system. And beyond that, what we're finding out is getting those photons from the sun into our eyes, not to stare at it and burn your eyeballs out, but getting those photons in the morning, especially, even if you can get 15 minutes, is just a game changer.
Yeah.
Because it tells your body that it's morning. And most of us are not getting that. Where the first light that we're getting exposed to is artificial light that is
Who are
from
the
our
people that pick
phones.
up their phones? Yeah.
Oh yeah, right out of some of it. I used to be that way. I used to have a habit in bed before I got up, right? That bright thing. So if you can avoid the phone before you get outdoor light is a huge hack, because that red, especially if it's early in the morning, depending on the time of year and where you live and what you can get access to, if you can get that red light into your eyes, it's not just the vitamin D, but it's this cascade of a huge part of our genetic structure is being almost signaled on or off through our hormones because of the exposure to light. So our
and they do say,
gland,
oh, sorry.
Yeah. Just many of our glands and our hormones are really regulated by that early morning light.
Yeah. And just as important in the before you go to bed, they do say no tech, no computers, no phones, just an hour before bed, to have all the Wi-Fi switched off if you can, no red lights in the bedroom, just having that blacked out night an hour before bed. And then, as you say, that preparation in the morning, not to have that, phone or anything else exposed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the blue light blocking glasses are a very simple trick, and it does make an impact. So nowadays you can get different apps on both your computer or on your phone that will also mimic the light spectrum a little bit, just to make it somewhat easier. So if you are working into the night, or if you're on your phone into the evening, there are apps you can find that will start to turn it more of the color of orangey reds later in the day. Those things may seem like they're not a huge change, but the light exposure and then priming you for sleep is why it's so critical. It's not so much in that moment, it's that you're turning on or off the melatonin signals, or telling your body that we're about to power down. And so, like you say, if you can do at least an hour before bed with no devices, it's amazing. I'm not perfect. It can be hard in modern day. You're watching late night TV or whatever it may be. But certainly,
book, right? The good old book that you can read.
I've heard of those things. Yeah.
That's right. So lastly, I just want to, there's so much information that you've told us about the ecosystem, the soil, and, definitely relating to our health. What small thing that, our coaches can get out of just one small advice for their clients that, they can graduate on? What could you really help our coaches, one small piece of advice that they can?
I think the best piece of advice is to connect to nature in whatever way that you can. And if that means that you get to hike or trail run in the mountains, if that's where your mind goes, that's phenomenal. If you're at that stage and, physical ability to do that, fantastic. If that means just opening the window, that's perfect. If it means planting something that now you have green in your space, we know that green in our space is also really powerful for healing and for calming the mind. If that means that you can garden, that's beautiful too. I know we always want to find that one thing. And I think the beautiful thing is that we're such bio individuals. And it's the same thing about our ecosystems, that we can't really impose solutions, because anytime that we think what's good for your part of the world is going to work over here, that's when we're lacking that humility to realize that the ecosystems are so complex and so diverse. And I think the biggest solution that I always give to people is the one that you're going to actually do. And so it doesn't even matter how big or small, it's because it's building on success. And so when you or a client can find that success mechanism, when I was training to be a health coach at the Institute for Integrative Nutrition years ago, one thing that stood out to me was a piece of advice about If the person isn't going to do a mile walk, can we get them to do a walk around the block? And if they say realistically, no, they won't, maybe it's just walk to your mailbox. Can you commit to it? Finding the thing, even if it's just as simple as I will commit to putting on my tennis shoes. And it may seem, well, I'm not going to get any exercise benefit of that. But the point is that when you do a success, when you hit success instead of failure, you now have, well, my shoes are on already. You might as well just go a little bit, right? Yeah. It's like the thing about, I always commit to reading at least one page in the book a day, because you inevitably are now in the mindset, you're there, you read the one page, well, I'm already here, so I'll keep going. Yes. But the trick is to not create a goal that has any room for doubt. And so you have to find that thing that you will definitely do. So if it's, hey, are you going to start your big garden? It's like, yeah, maybe. All right, well, what's something you absolutely cannot fail at? And really commit to that. And if it's just doing a small pot with one seed and planting the seed and then see what happens from there, then that's enough.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant advice, and so true as well. And that will help our coaches, just giving that measurable, hand of just doing something that's capable for them, for each individual. And I noticed just the post again, of your film. Can you just let our, coaches know where they can see the films that you mentioned behind you and the one that you were talking about before?
Yeah, so The Need to Grow is here. You go to just theneedtogrow.com. And that's a feature documentary you can find on our website. It's narrated by an American actress, Rosario Dawson. Focuses really on solutions. It's quite inspiring, and there's a real story to it. It's not just a scientific sort of talking head type documentary. It really follows these heroes of many different backgrounds. So I highly recommend you check it out, and I think it will inspire you as well. And the rest of our work can be found at earthconsciouslife.org. And that's where we'll announce when and where they can see the next film called Pharmacy of Light and other upcoming films that we're working on. So thanks for the opportunity to give that a little plug.
No problems. It's been great having a chat. I have certainly learned so much, and I'm going to make sure I have another pot of a little herb, not just my basil. So thank you so much, Rob. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Here we go. We are back. Let me see. Yes, we are live. We are back. Thank you to Rob for this amazing presentation in terms of our soil, nature prescribing, social prescribing. Obviously, that's big and something that's going to grow a lot in terms of lifestyle medicine and health coaching. Now, our last speaker, I'm really looking forward to this because, part of what we do at Lifestyle Prescription University is look at the root causes of specific organ tissues and organs and how we can use health coaching, root cause health coaching and lifestyle medicine. And that's exactly what our next speaker is talking about. So first of all, welcome, Dr. Hamid, for being here. Really, I know we emailed back and forth, but we haven't talked yet. So I really look forward to speaking with you. So thank you for being here. I think we need audio first. Let's see if you can unmute. Let's see.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Can
here we
you hear me
go.
now?
Here we go.
Very well. Okay. I said thank you. Same here, and I'm pleased to meet with you.
Very nice meeting you.
I'd like to record the presentation, if possible, on my computer, and
Yes, that's fine. You check. Does it work?
I don't know. I think you'll have to give me permission, or whoever is.
Okay, I'll check. Sandra, can you give permission to record and co-host? That should work then, yeah. Meanwhile, while we do this, let me introduce you.
Sure. Yes,
here we go.
It's already on press.
Yeah. So, Dr. Hamid is worked with or works at the Cleveland Clinic or the Cleveland Clinic Foundation, and he's founder of the...
I have to stop. It's not the Cleveland Clinic Foundation. I actually work at the Cleveland Hearing and Balance Center. I used to work at the Cleveland Clinic. I just want to make that so that the Cleveland Clinic doesn't come after me.
Okay.
I've actually set up the vestibular system many years ago, but I have been working independently in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah. But you are basically the CEO and founder of the Auditory and Vestibular Medicine International Board, and I'm sure you're going to explain that a lot more. You're an MD, Ph.D., highly qualified for so many years, and if you would love to, I would love to hear more about the background, right, and what you do right now. And obviously, the topic today is lifestyle medicine for dizziness and vertigo, which I find fascinating. So I can't wait.
All right. I would like to share my screen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today with you. I appreciate that. And it's actually my first time to attend a lifestyle medicine. I obviously know about it, and I've been watching what's going on. So my focus, as you mentioned, I started as an electrical engineer, went and finished a Ph.D. in audiology vestibular at the Imperial College in England. I started in Egypt. I'm from Egypt originally. And then when I finished my Ph.D., the Cleveland Clinic requested that I join them to set up the vestibular section, which I did. And although the start of the agreement whether I'm going to spend 2 years, but it has been more than that since 1980, because I wanted to go back to England and be there. But it's been a wonderful career. I worked with the clinic until 1996. Then I decided to develop my own center because I wanted to really give a little bit more focus on patient, and that has helped me quite a bit. I could do clinical work, I can do research work. I've had fellows working with me, about audiologists, and it's been a wonderful career. I learned quite a bit as well. And in the course of all of that, I also wrote a book about medical otology and urology. What I'd like to share with you today is It's really the connection between the inner ear, the brain, and the heart, and the related diseases and disorders. The inner ear it's the sensory organ, serves both hearing, the cochlea, we all know that, and then the vestibular system, which is a little bit more complex than the cochlear system. And it works very closely with the brain, particularly the cerebellum and the reflexes that would allow us essentially to know what we are in a space, how to balance, and how to correct for imbalance. And the other connection that is not widely known is between the inner ear, brain, and heart, because heart diseases can lead to dizziness and instability, particularly syncope. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, not in great details. I'm trying today to really give an introduction and see how the lifestyle medicine can work. Demographics, WHO data, the prevalence of hearing loss is on the rise. It's high already. It's newborn 0.5 to 1.4 per thousand, sometimes in countries, other countries than Europe and the United States can reach about 7 in 1,000. And that is a main cause for increasing the incidence and the prevalence of hearing loss worldwide. Developing countries have about almost 500 million in 2018, projected to about close to 1,000 million in 2050. So, and we've done a wonderful job. We as nations and physicians, audiologists, healthcare providers, vestibular disorders, which really, in a way, the dizziness and balance issues, in a nutshell, are also in the rise. About 30% in any given population. It increases with age, and practically 60 to even more in the elderly population, 75 to 85, which, as most of us know, is the fastest growing population in the world. Vestibular disorders have a high association with hearing loss. Now, why are hearing loss and dizziness arising? Consanguinity is important, and that is in developing countries. And the newborn, as you heard, would be higher than developed countries. Genetics, aging, with age we lose hearing and balance. Noise exposure is a major cause for hearing loss. Sex, the male is more prone to develop hearing loss with age than the female. Medications that we use on a daily basis can lead to toxicity of the inner ear, both the hearing and the balance. Trauma, particularly head trauma, head injuries, and also lifestyle choices. Nowadays, people do a lot of things that can impact hearing and balance quality. Today, I will present lifestyle in dizziness and vertigo. Hearing loss will be presented next week in Malaga in person, and I'm very much looking forward to that. I'm going to just talk about, I'm a clinician, I'm a physician. I practice 90% of my time seeing patients, and 40% in research and virtual activities. And one would wonder, what is 90 plus 40%? That's the way it is. We work more than 24 hours a day. So I want to talk about a simple approach, the medical evaluation and the common diagnosis. What are the treatments? And what I have been at least doing in terms of counseling and rehabilitation. And eventually, honestly, I'm here to share and learn as well, because to answer the question, where does coaching fit in hearing imbalance? I don't have the full answer. And perhaps by the end of the meeting today, and I mean the virtual part of the meeting and the in-person, we'll have more ideas. So if we look at the list of diagnoses, when you say Google dizziness and find out what can cause dizziness, you get a list probably at least 1 page long. But the key question really is, from a medical point of view as opposed to data point of view, is it ear, brain, heart, or other organ? The history and exam are critical. And when it comes to ear, I'm going to make it very simple. The dizziness is going to be the merry-go-around style, the spinning. I'm spinning. Whereas with the brain, it's like on a boat ride, imbalance kind of thing. With the ear, we see hearing loss in the majority of cases, and nystagmus. Nystagmus is a word of abnormal jerky eye movements, and I'll show you some of that. With the brain, we get imbalance, nystagmus, plus other symptoms that is related to the brain, particularly the brain stem. With the heart, which a lot of cardiologists tell you, we see a lot of dizzy patients. And there are really 2 things that we need to consider here, is the so-called near fainting syncope and or postural variation in the cardiovascular system. And we'll touch upon that as well. So with the ear, we look in the ear and check the ear wax and check the middle ear and so forth. But when it comes to dizziness, we really need to carefully look at eye movements. And as I said, eye movements, it's nystagmus. And here is an example of an ear type eye movement. This is a kind of simple test we do in the office. Hold the patient head, lie down, and then we should not see that kind of jerking, quick movement to the left. That's what we call a left beating nystagmus. And we can kind of ask the patients to look right, left, shine light, and look at how the nystagmus varies. So that's a typical brain, typical ear. The brain, on the other hand, nystagmus is a little bit more unpredictable, chaotic. That's a kind of thing we got. This particular patient was an infection of the cerebellum. The cerebellum is the back part of the brain and communicate with the ears 100% of the time to modulate our balance and allow us to walk, to play tennis, squash, ping pong, ride bicycles. And if that group of reflexes between the ear and the brain are not working right, we won't be able to do much of these activities. Also, stability. With ear problems, the stability is not affected that much. With the brain problems, and I'm talking about the kind of left and right things, there are things in between. So here is a patient is asked to close the eyes and the step. In a normal situation, we should remain in the center. Perhaps we'll move maybe 5 degrees here and there. But if you look at this patient, that now lost the ability to orient, and we are now forcing the inner ear as it controls the stepping to work independently. And you could see that there is quite a bit of deviation to the right. But the patient is able to maintain stability during that stepping. Whereas when we look at that's actually the patient that had those chaotic eye movements, cannot walk without assistance. So again, I'm talking about just global correlation between eye-brain nystagmus and stability. We do investigations, find out additional information. We do hearing and balance tests. We can get a CT of the ear. When we think of a brain, we get a CT, we get an MRI, we get an MRA, with and without the so-called DWI, diffusion weighting images that are very helpful in differentiating early strokes from other disorders of the brain. With the heart, we look at blood pressure variations. I'm sure most of you may have experienced when you're dehydrated, you stand up quickly, you feel that you are a little bit unsteady. Or if you have chronic dehydration, you got postural instability. We do EKG and we do tilt table test. So when we look at what common diseases we're dealing with, when it comes to the ear, vestibular neuritis, that's really a viral illness that produces the merry-go-round for days, maybe 3 days, maybe 6 days, sometimes even 10 days. And that's associated with quite a bit of nausea and vomiting, and patients are miserable. Meniere's disease that affects both hearing and the vestibular system. With the vestibular neuritis, the hearing is usually normal. And also what we call vestibular migraine. This has been a recognized entity for so many years now. People who have migraine develop actually inner ear issues like dizziness, unsteadiness, motion intolerance as well. When it comes to the brain, things like multiple sclerosis, cerebellar disorders, whether it is an intrinsic or due to cardiovascular, we're talking about a stroke, or ataxia because of development or genetic issues, and tumors as well. There is a very common tumor, by common I mean related to hearing, it's called the acoustic tumor. It's actually coming off the vestibular nerve, and it's less than even 0.5% in the population we see. The heart, postural hypotension is the most common. I stand up quickly, doctor, and I feel that I'm a little dizzy, but I catch up. Syncope or near syncope, these are the people who would, close to fainting, but they don't faint, or they faint, and that's through syncope. And then the entity that is recognized, or I would say more recognized nowadays than several years ago, is called POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. And that basically relates to the fact that when we stand up quickly, the heart rate increases rapidly, and the patient reports significant dizziness. That is kind of a result about the hearing and balance, more on the balance. And what are the treatments? I mean, depends. Are we treating an acute phase or a chronic phase? 90% of these patients respond reasonably good to medical treatment, and 10% may or may not require additional surgical treatments. We use, in the acute phase, anti-nausea and vomiting, because those are really quite distressing. We can also use what we call vestibular suppressants to suppress the balance system in the brain completely. Valium or the benzodiazepines are helpful. And just for a short period of time. We don't leave patients on these medications for a long time. Once the acute phase is over, we let the brain use its natural ability to compensate for loss between the two sides. I mean, vertigo, you can actually look at vertigo that's how I explain it, at least to patients and residents, believe it or not. Twin engine airplanes, one engine shuts down, the pilot obviously will correct, but if the pilot was not there, what we're going to do? We're going to go into a tailspin, but the pilot will correct and you can fly nicely if the weather is good until you land, and then you fix the engine. That's exactly the same thing that happens in the brain. When imagine the two sides of the brain is the two engines, and the center of the brain is the pilot. One side goes down, you get the spinning. Now, the pilot of the brain is not as quick as the pilot of the airplane. It takes about anywhere between 4 to 6 weeks for the balance to be adjusted between the two sides of the brain. So we use medications to help the initial phase, but quickly we need to taper these medications off so that we allow the natural ability of the brain to compensate. Sometimes we use anti-migraine medications, whether it is abortive medications like the triptans and even the new medications that monoclonal antibodies. We also have a very effective way, actually, of dealing with the chronic dizziness, particularly, is to inject steroids through the tympanic membrane to get it to the inner ear, and that can provide a lot of help. Neomycin, which is an ototoxic, funnily enough, but we use it to treat certain types of dizziness, or dexamethasone. We can put a pressure equalizing tube. Sometimes that can help as well. And then there are other OR procedures, but we seldom really do these nowadays. And then counseling and rehabilitation. Dizziness is a very, particularly vertigo, is a very unsettling symptom, at least from practically 100% of patients get a sense of fear. And I'll talk about the burden later on, but they fear that they may not actually recover from that. And that's something that we kind of talk to the patient, counsel them. And then we can also use rehabilitation in cases, particularly when the patients don't have a good postural system. Physical therapy is helpful in that regard. And when indicated, we can also use psychiatry, because not all patients react to vertigo equally. Some patients cannot handle it, and that may also be due to other background issues from psychiatry point of view. So the team approach here is very important. So what are the lifestyle changes that happen in vertigo and dizziness? It's fear of motion. Most patients will tell you, when can I drive my car? And again, you try to counsel them about the time it's going to take for the brain to adjust, and you have to kind of get back into driving as you feel safe and able to drive without causing any harm to yourself or others. And that sometimes can get into a little bit of legal matter. Poor sleep. They don't sleep well. And as we all know, when you're distressed, your diet is not really what it was before you got into that distress. Social isolation, particularly when your hearing goes down significantly with the dizziness or hearing on its own. Social isolation is very disturbing, sure we all know. Limited driving, we all kind of tied up to our cars on a daily basis. Decreased work capacity and increased work disability, and that really is a challenge when people have dizziness and then want to have a disability. That also requires a completely different approach from not wanting disability. As I said, how is the management? It's a team approach. You need the medical evaluation. Most of these patients can be seen initially at the emergency room, and I think emergency departments now are much better handling dizziness than years ago. The other thing is primary care physicians. Primary care physicians' job is really very hard. They are supposed to know everything about everything in the body. And so sometimes I wonder why is it that the primary care system needs more support and more physicians. As I said, psychology, physical therapy, dietitians, psychiatry, when indicated. Significant time is needed for education to change habits and return to work or regular activities of daily living, driving, and work. And that takes quite a bit of time that sometimes, if not oftentimes, healthcare systems are not able to provide. So where does coaching fit in the field of dizziness? I'm not sure. I'm here to share, as I said, and exchange knowledge. Patients will make their choices, and from which we will learn and modify our medical practices. That really was my main focus to be part of this meeting. I'd like to just talk a little bit again about this Auditory Vestibular Medicine International Board. That started when we all kind of got locked in our homes at the beginning of COVID in 2020. I thought it was an opportunity to try to help this population virtually, because in some areas it takes 3 to 4 months, maybe more, for patients with vestibular disorders, particularly, to see a specialist like myself. I also thought that it would be wonderful to do global exchange. Our world has become closer and closer. It's no longer impossible to fly the world in less than 24 hours. So it was appropriate and it was welcomed. We have so far since 2020 given 300 webinars on the medical aspects, scientific, socioeconomic, rehabilitation topics by almost now 200 international faculty. Most of them are well-recognized expertise in the auditory vestibular medicine, sciences, and rehabilitation. We're focusing on the awareness, education, and I'm hoping that we will have global certification. The way medicine changing nowadays, I think it is important that we provide certification and evidence-based proof of what we're all doing. It's a free membership. Physicians, allied health professionals, and patients, no charges for educational resources. And so far, it's been doable. We all know that there is always that finance aspect of what we do. But I'm happy that I'm having the ability with others to support this mission. If you're willing to join us, as I said, it's free. You don't need to hand over your credit card or anything like that. Email us at abmib11@gmail.com. Our website, we have a Facebook page, but we've been developing a website which hopefully will be up towards the fall of this year. So I'd like to, Johannes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I don't know how much time we left. Yeah, took almost 30 minutes. And I'd be happy to, I'm sure audience would have questions, and you would have questions if I can answer them for everybody. And again, thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, thank you so much. And again, I have quite a few questions, I think. But audience questions too, guys. Everybody type into the chat box. One of the questions early on was, did you see an increased balance issue or issues after COVID? Was there a change, or is that not very noticeable? Because some of our coaches say that they notice that dizziness, imbalances are more common these days.
That's a very good question. COVID is a virus. It's just like the cold virus, actually, but behaves a little differently. So when patients experience vertigo with COVID, it's an added load to the inner ear. But did the virus actually go inside the inner ear and created the dizziness? That's a little harder question. The most common virus is the herpes virus. So under stress, that gets reactivated. So is it, the chicken or the egg? But yes, the incidence of vertigo is reported by a lot of COVID patients. And truthfully, the treatment is going to be the same. But that's a good question. I'm not able to see the chat, actually, or the questions. But
yeah, that's on the live streaming side. I'm going to read it to you. So if you don't mind.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Another question would be about motion sickness. Is that related or something very different?
Right. Motion sickness is part of us. 30% of population, maybe a little less, have motion sickness. And the ratio is higher in female. I think that I published a paper on that. It's about 3 times as evident in the female than in the male, and it's hormonally related. And it's also related to the migraine, because part of the migraine complex is motion intolerance. So yes, that is part of the equation here. And in fact, there is a disorder, not very common, I didn't mention it, it's called the disembarkment syndrome. Normal people go on a cruise and come back, and they continue to feel that they're still actually on the cruise. It's called the mal-de-débarquement syndrome, or disembarkment syndrome in the English language. And there is a treatment for that. So yes, motion sickness is something we inquire about, and we factor it in. And some of the treatments that we give to chronic imbalance can actually be helpful in managing motion sickness. For example, some of the what we call vestibular rehab exercises, if you do them before you get on board and you do them while you are on board, it actually helps to enjoy the trip and perhaps avoid some post-trip problems.
Let's see. Okay, Sheila, that's interesting. She's an audiologist and health coach. We see people suffering with vertigo, and the ENT may suggest head exercises, vestibular therapy, adjustment in nutrition, sleep. If the patient is interested, I always offer stress management, breathing, relaxation technique. As coach, we can help them find their own strength to handle this. So interesting. I guess, would you say in terms of lifestyle medicine and health coaching, there's not a lot of research yet how that can be applied? Because we know with lifestyle medicine, right, it has this overcompensating effect that so many health issues start to improve, right? And often I think the mechanisms are not necessarily known specifically. Would you agree that there's a lot of research would be helpful?
Well, in the acute phase, we must use medications, knowing that if we don't do that, the patients will continue to suffer nausea, vomiting constantly. They get dehydrated. If the patient is elderly, we need to admit them to the hospital. So we need to get over the acute phase with medications. And in fact, I see a lot of patients in my practice who just had an attack of Meniere's disease, and they were given vestibular rehab, even sheets of papers from the internet, the Google. I mean, there's tons of stuff on YouTube and so forth. You cannot actually have a successful rehab as long as one of the ears is still acting up. Let me go back to the twin engine plane. Let's say instead of the engine completely shut off, and now I'm using the left side to handle the plane, and the plane is fine, this engine is spit and firing all the time. So that is going to make it very difficult for the pilot, the brain, to adjust eventually. And every time there is a shift in one engine, in one ear, the brain needs anywhere between 4 to 6 weeks to adjust. So that leads to dizziness. Sometimes patients say, I've been dizzy for 6-7 months continuously. And sometimes people say, oh, you know, they go into the route of psychology and psychiatry, and that's very, very important. There is now a kind of disorder that's been floating all over the world. It's called 3PPD, persistence, postural unsteadiness, and perpetual. And to be honest with you, this is given by patients who are not, should I say, comfortable with the underlying physiology of the vestibular system. So yes, the rehab is important, but the rehab must be completed. For example, when we examine the patient and we don't see any of these jerky eye movements. So now the patient is at the kind of edge of jumping to normal, and we're pushing them with the rehab or counseling as well. But did I answer that question for you?
Yeah, and it's somebody in the audience asking the question. Yes, absolutely. And I guess there's also a difference, right? I mean, this typical dizziness that many of us feel is one thing, but what you talk about is more a serious type of dizziness that, as you say, in certain populations, it requires emergency situation, dealing with the emergency situation, right? So there's would you say there's an intensity level from dizziness that we all might have once in a while to like the really intense cases?
Yes. Again, I'm going to go back to the initial event, the acute phase. has the acute phase been handled in such a way that it would allow the right transition from acute to chronic, and then we change the management in the chronic phase, which actually would be helpful to do counseling, rehab, and coaching, if coaching is going to be helpful. Again, I don't know. I'm here to exchange these ideas. And the majority of patients who continue to have dizziness for months or years, at least in my experience, is because their initial episodes or episodes of acute vertigo have not been dealt with in such a way to allow them the natural, if you will, and allow the brain to compensate within the 4 to 6 weeks.
That's really interesting, because that's what we actually noticed, with our coaches. I mean, we use this, what we call the organ-mind-brain anatomy connection, where specific stressors, traumatic experiences, and especially with the inner ear, it's more about sound related, voice related, social or dangerous sounds, and that puts a lot of stress on one side or the other. And what we noticed when we start to release the stress in that ear specifically, right, which is as an emotional and, as you say, a hard component, I guess it's related, but it's an emotional stress component, then it takes a few weeks and it starts to regulate, which is really interesting.
Yes. They also, the entity that I didn't mention is the hyperacusis, people who are sensitive to even normal level sounds.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, the tinnitus and hyperacusis. And that plays a major role also in how the ear, both the cochlea and the vestibular system, respond to treatment. Sometimes we need to figure out why that hyperacusis. Is it something that we can help? That there are some conditions in the ear. The ear bone is the thickest bone in the head, but sometimes it's thin, and that thinning of the bone actually can be the cause for that sound sensitivity and stress. And the fact that it's not identified and the patient is told, oh, well, you're going to get better in a couple of weeks. And, the story, and the story goes on and on. It's a rare condition. It's not common, but it relates to what you just said about the sound sensitivity.
Yeah, I think that's where health coaching definitely can help, this whole stress management. And in this case, that's why I was so interested in your topic, because how we work is very organ tissue specific, right? What specific type of trigger and stressful situation affects the inner ear, right? Which is very different than my right toe or my skin, right? Very different type of stress, and really interesting. Would love to hear more. There's two more question.
Sure.
Let's see. Can you address ear crystals? I'm not sure if that's related.
Okay. The crystals in the ear actually part of the organ that detects what is up and what is down. It's called the otolith. Okay. And these crystals are there for that particular purpose. When you close your eyes and you tilt your head, and you know that your head is tilted to the right or to the left, that again is achieved by the response of the crystals to the head tilt. And the canals, which is the other part of the ear, responds to the rotation like this. So these crystals are calcium carbonate, and they are highly dependent on the PTH, the parathyroid hormone, and the vitamin D as well. And in the process that they recycle every 7 to 10 hours, they get degenerated, regenerated, and so forth. So if that process actually is interrupted for whatever reason, then the crystals remain in the ear and they act as a force to stimulate that organ at the wrong time. So what you perceive is spinning vertigo, called BPPV, benign paroxysmal positional vertigo. That's not a disease. In fact, the word vertigo, by the way, it's not a disease. I see patients come and say, I have been diagnosed with vertigo, and spend a little bit of time talk about the word vertigo is a symptom, just like when you say, I have a headache. And patients who have had COVID, patients who have had viral labyrinthitis, patients who have Meniere's disease, can actually develop benign paroxysmal positional vertigo in the course of that disease. I know that these maneuvers that are floating all over the world, one of them is mine actually for the horizontal canal, they fix it, and it's wonderful. But we need to fix the underlying disease. Yeah, so the treatment, the message I'd like to leave actually for the person and everybody about BPPV, because it's very, they think it is the most common disease. Again, it's not a disease, it's a symptom. We need to figure out why it's happening and fix it. And the repositioning is just simply moving these crystals away where their weight is no longer causing the vertigo.
Yeah, and it's so wonderful to hear that you have the lifestyle medicine and health coaching mindset, where we want to go deeper and figure out what's actually causing this, and making these changes and lifestyle changes. And I think that's how probably with the crystals, as you said, the whole diet, lifestyle changes have a big effect. Yeah. Two questions, actually. One is about dementia.
I want to add one thing here, if I may. Time that I spend with the dizzy patients is very, very critical. And I think that this time helps in the psychology of the patient. And I say this all along, if you don't have time, if you only have 7 minutes visit to see dizzy patient, it's not going to work. The physician is going to be frustrated and the patient is going to be frustrated as well. So go ahead.
It makes me dizzy just to think about I have only 7 minutes with my doctor.
That was one of the reasons that I actually decided to have my own practice with a team that we can provide a different. It's a different way. Unfortunately, healthcare systems have become so complex, and access and time. That's an issue that's beyond the scope of the talk here. But we all need to try to figure out a better way.
Oh, thank you so much for saying that. And you know what? I was just thinking maybe the next research could be about a good health coach that is really well trained, also specific organ symptoms, to do research. I think it might be great because that's what we're trying to do, right? To have these different pilot projects and research also for our university, because I think we need to prove and show that lifestyle medicine and health coaching does have these positive effects and actually show that it's working, right? And then multiply and scale it up. So we can talk in Spain. We're going to meet each other there anyways.
Yes. Well, I'm looking forward to that. And really, I don't, at least in my area, I don't have a lot of health coaches around me. I know a few who would focus on children with ADD, ADH, and autism, and most of them also are doing psychology at the same time. But I have not established a direct relationship yet. So I'm coming to Spain with very open mind.
Here we go. I have two more questions. One is the relationship with dementia? Is there any, or is there high prevalence with the vertigo, dizziness with dementia?
Dementia. There is some work to suggest that people with untreated hearing loss can develop cognitive decline. And there is some data to show that. But is it primary or secondary? I think I use hearing aids myself. Okay. And if you don't treat the hearing loss, you end up just really not answering your family, not answering your friends. You isolate yourself. And that is a first step, I think, to a cognitive decline. Now, whether this leads to dementia primarily, or this helps dementia to develop in a already predistant patient remains to be seen. You see what I'm trying to say?
Oh, yeah, totally. Very good point. Very good point. Because what's the causative effect? You know, it's like, well,
yeah,
we don't.
The association is not causation, as I'm sure we all know.
Exactly. One very specific question: is there a treatment for vestibular schwannoma? You need to explain. You need to explain us what that is.
Right. The vestibular schwannoma, it's a tumor that originates from the Schwann cells around the eighth nerve. All right. And this is the most benign tumor in the body. If I'm told tomorrow you must get a brain tumor, this is the one I will get. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, it's really very rare. I'm less than 0.5%. And they come in different varieties. And it depends on two things: the degree of hearing loss and or balance issues, how big is the tumor, and is it within the what we call internal auditory canal, or is it already outside the internal auditory canal and pressing on critical structures in the brainstem, especially the facial nerve, because the facial nerve run with the auditory and the vestibular nerve within the ear. And by the way, some of these vestibular schwannomas are seen on autopsies done for other reasons than hearing loss and dizziness. So if I have patients that I've been following, actually, just serial audiometry and clinical evaluation once every 6 months from the beginning, and then after 2 to 3 years, once a year. And they grow very, very, very slow. So it depends on each individual. And some patients say, well, okay, I'm going to have the gamma knife, for example, is an option to treat some of these tumors. I don't do the surgery for acoustic tumors, but I would refer them to the usually done by a team of a neuro-otologist and a neurosurgeon.
Yeah, and I think whoever
but
asked.
Why is well, I mean, if I may, I mean, I don't know if the patient is still hearing us. Why specifically the vestibular schwannoma was asked as a question? Just out of curiosity.
Because someone has that symptom, they have that, and they were just asking, you know, if there's anything else in terms of hearing aid or surgery. And obviously, I guess the lifestyle medicine health coaching approach is being tried and used, and so So,
all right.
Is it okay if somebody has specific questions? They're gonna contact you through the website?
Yes, they can. But let me just add, for the general knowledge, that acoustic tumors are seldom really present with vertigo. They're usually slowly progressing. The brain compensates for the vestibular loss. The engine is going down slowly, so the other engine is catching up nicely. And the first symptom of acoustic tumors is usually ear ringing and high frequency hearing loss. So they definitely need to get a hearing test and take it from there.
Yeah, and then I can always suggest whoever asked the question, I think Nora, contact us too. We have a couple of specialists that are very effective in hearing, everything ear related, sensory input related. So might be a suggestion on our end to help. And that's really for everyone, right? If you need help, and that's our drive, right? That to train really well, really good health coaches, root cause health coaches, and then have them available also for us as a community. As we said, we need to walk the talk, you know?
Yeah, look, I'm not going to make any value judgment. Any hearing loss must be evaluated medically before it goes into the hands of audiology or anybody else, because there are some early interventions that can actually preserve hearing. And my motto, if you will, if I can preserve hearing, particularly in Meniere's disease, I would do that first. So yes, they can contact me, and I have a virtual clinic.
Perfect.
Yeah, so if I know that I'm not supposed to self-promote.
No, that's okay. I mean, you know, that's okay. No worries. And that's why we're here, right? I mean, if we have our own health issues or also others that watching, yeah, that's great. It's absolutely okay. So I think, thank you. Let's see. I think we're good.
Pleasure. Look forward to seeing you in Malaga.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you again so much, Hamid. It was wonderful. We're going to have a chat there in Spain. I'm sure a couple of times. And thanks again. Really appreciate it. And I think we're closing today, day 3 for the Health Coach Summit in a minute.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful. Thank you.
Bye-bye, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you. And for everybody else out there, thanks again for being here today. It was really amazing. Gosh, so much information. It's almost like, whoo, when we all replay it. And if you're in here, you have the replay, the recordings on this page that you watch the live stream. You see that's for everybody that's watching, right? You see also the link. You should have received an email where the recordings and their CE credits are accessible, right? So just let us know if you need anything. And I see you back tomorrow, everybody.
And yes.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
No, not tomorrow, is it?
Oh, no. Tomorrow we have day 4 of the Health Coach Summit online virtually.